Chapter 1126. Expanding Moturn's available area was partially for the sake of comfort and partially for necessity. Though the population had technically dropped since Anton's arrival, that was on the order of thousands out of millions. More members of the Twisting Spike sect had been involved in their oppression, but the charges leveled against many of them had not always reached a threshold deserving of death. There were lesser reparations that could be made. The planet wasn't terribly corrupt, just desperate, and that just happened to include those of the strongest sect around. They were more aware of how bad the situation was. That didn't excuse their behavior, of course. Those with power and authority should be held to even stricter standards, in Anton's opinion. It didn't excuse anything, but it explained why they acted in a certain way, aside from those who just enjoyed bullying others. If they were going to expand, they needed to not go outward but downward, at least at first. If they fortified their tunnels properly, they could be protected from the outside pressure. Trying to expand on the surface of Moturn's rocky core would be much more difficult, as that would involve expanding the barrier. They simply didn't have the materials or free energy to manage that. There was some debate whether the darkness of the underground was preferable to viewing the swirling storms outside the barrier, as both were potentially unpleasant, but practicality came first either way. Many Twisting Spike sect members got to learn how to use picks. Of course, they weren't restricted to that form of labor, but everyone needed to do work, so that he would not set a bad example. Anton himself took to mining through the dense rock by hand on a regular basis. Nobody did work Anton wouldn't do, though there were a few who did work he was hardly qualified for. He was basically proficient as a herbalist and in pretty much any profession, but he wasn't amazing at any of them. Aside from farming and farming-adjacent activities, obviously, as Anton took more opportunities to do manual work instead of organizing and settling disputes and working with people, he became more confident about the future of what they were working with. And thus it was that enough time passed for help to arrive. When Anton had asked for aid, he hadn't yet taken some of their previous moon's dirt. Then he dumped more than Moturn had needed at the moment. But Anton was still very glad when Lev showed up with a ship full of dirt and plants. Some of the vegetation might not work out in the gas giant, but that would partially depend on the people tending to things. Shortly after Lev, other ships arrived with food, notably of various different kinds. Lots of beans, tubers, and grains. Staple food that people could grow if they learned to make sunlight. Or just moved back to one of their other moons, which the presence of Alliance ships made possible, though the atmospheres weren't exactly optimal. Surprisingly, many people didn't want to leave. The reasons were varied, but they generally came down to fear. Lack of trust in the Alliance, fear of further attacks from the upper realms, a general dislike of change, or similar reasons. Anton didn't really blame them since everything was new. The important thing was that many people was not everyone. The opportunity to be resettled somewhere that wasn't in the middle of a gas giant appealed to many people, which would actually be freeing up a lot of space on Moturn. Not everyone had fled to Moturn because they thought it was a good idea, but because people were running and hiding, and that was the place that everyone was going. Honestly, they had already done amazingly well to escape and remain unnoticed while not dying on their descent. It was an impressive feat. Just because Anton could do something similar by himself didn't mean it wasn't deserving of praise. Even he couldn't carry all those people without any dying. Though, it was true that many had not made it. The population of their former moon hadn't been just measured in the millions after all. It was effectively the size of a full terrestrial planet and just happened to orbit a gas giant. Since their former planet had been thoroughly devastated to the point even its atmosphere barely remained, establishing a project for them to settle on another rocky moon in the system, since everything orbited Moturn, was already underway. Though it might be a long time before it was stable, it was far easier to deal with a thin atmosphere than one with temperatures as high as the surface of a star, while also dealing with crushing pressure. Plus, it came with free, less than 33% corrupted sunlight. Abdur, Anton found his new apprentice. I would like you to meet Nthanda. She's a former apprentice of mine. The young man frowned. She doesn't feel anything like you. I trained her in archery, Anton admitted. Not really anything else. Which is actually why she's here. Since you wanted to get good with body tempering, she's the best. Abdur took a long time looking over Nthanda. You look pretty strong, but how strong are you really? Nthanda shrugged. I came down to this rocky core without using any energy to protect my own body. Is that good enough? What do you mean? Abdur asked. Like you fell? She means she was outside in that. Anton gestured broadly. Unprotected. Technically, she would have been manipulating things around her, though not for the sake of her body but for her gear. Because very few objects could survive such circumstances. Though both her and Anton did have specially made storage bags, given where they tended to end up. Abdur's eyes widened. You can survive in the storm? He exclaimed. But dash. Did you think I would let you take interest in a lesser path? Anton asked. I still hoped you would give up on it. Not because of the limited potential, but because of the difficult requirements. But you'll be able to get a better picture with a proper teacher, and she's the best. Better than Durf? Abdur asked. I taught him everything he knows about body tempering, and Thanda pointed out. Or at least all the important stuff. He's likely not even post-ascension in terms of body tempering alone. Post-ascension? Beyond life transformation, Thanda explained. It could apply to alternate paths like us, as well as actual ascension cultivators. You know some? Abdur was thirsty for knowledge. We know so many of them. Thanda grinned. Abdur looked at Anton, offended. Why didn't you tell me any of this? It would be bragging. And it won't even be relevant to you until you at least hit life transformation in maybe half a century. 30 years if the kid was very talented, but Anton didn't want to put too much pressure on him. He was determined, but half a year of advancement didn't tell everything. Motern wasn't the only place that got emergency aid. Just because Anav didn't need it as much didn't mean that they weren't happy to accept help. Most of it came in the form of necessities and materials rather than completed goods. However, the reason for that was that the Alliance didn't want anyone to become dependent. The biggest thing they shared was, of course, knowledge, even if it was only a small portion of what they knew. So much had been lost during the flight from their home. It hadn't come to quite a full wipe of their knowledge and cultivation techniques, but much of the breadth of knowledge had been lost. Knowing the specific challenges Anav faced, the Alliance brought blueprints for things like formation-based submarines. They could bring everyone away to somewhere easy to live, but living in adversity was one of the ways cultivators grew strong. Getting help didn't lessen growth unless people became dependent. Indeed, those who insisted on individual survival at all costs usually didn't make it in the long run. Hadrianus appreciated the aid provided, but Anton still found him somewhat uncomfortable. What's wrong? Anton asked. Is there something missing? Or is it too much? More of the latter, the man admitted. It's still difficult for me to fathom why you would help like this. If it makes you feel better, I am receiving devotion in return. You've said that, but do you really need it? Anton had pondered that. He knew it was useful. He was quite certain that the orthodox path of assimilation and domination needed it. But did he? Probably not. It's valuable to me, at the very least, Anton said. And what is the point of having all of this stuff if we don't share it? The Alliance is made for this. We need to do things like this to remain what we have built up. Otherwise, we'll only see the wars, and we might decay back into selfish cultivation practices. Anton crossed his arms. I like being like this. It makes being this old worth it. How old are you? Hadrianus asked. About 1,000, Anton said. The actual date had passed by without much of anything on his part. Most of the lower realms didn't know his actual birth date, and he wasn't the first person to hit 1,000 years old. Perhaps the most prominent, but many others would be following shortly behind him. Even his littlest great-granddaughters were less than a century younger than him, after all. Their ages were practically the same now. Anton was simply old and wrinkled because he'd already been old when he began and never thought it was worth fixing it except for a few practical developments. That's, Hadrianus pondered. Both extremely long and yet vaguely within my comprehension. How old are you? Anton asked. A bit over 100? You think highly of me. I'm nearly 200. Anton shrugged. I find that good listeners who are willing to interact cultivate well, though you might have had less access to good techniques. I was life transformation before the end, Hadrianus pointed out. And you still are? Does your technique manual cover ascension? Of course, the man said. What's your probability of success? More than 10%, the man said proudly. Anton almost laughed, but that would have been rude. We can do better. With the benefit of more than 2 cycles of development, things pick up quite quickly. Maybe too quickly. Katerina and Timothy were domination cultivators now. There weren't even that many in the upper realms. Anton found it odd. Then again, for who knows how many millennia, the lower realms were repeatedly crushed and reset. Out of necessity, any cultivators would have had to develop a sense of persistence, or not gone very far in cultivation, Anton supposed. But some portion of those who had been beaten down would spring back stronger. Cerritos and Weos had been some of the lucky ones, a bit earlier than others. From there, with the addition of Ratera, spreading out with little competition was quite obvious. Do you like it here? Anton asked, in the freezing, crushing depths. Hadrianus asked. The old man nodded and smiled. Yes, in this terribly oppressive place that you have made into your home. Hadrianus thought for a while. I do, actually. We clawed for survival with everything we had. We got the last laugh. I suppose I'm not just staying here out of responsibility. A great answer, Anton said. We'll help you avoid some of the pitfall of cultivation advancement. You should think about whether you want to stay here or stick it to the exalted quadrant with ascension. We can make sure you end up among our alliance there. Oh, those details are secret though, so don't tell anyone else. You're connected to the upper realms. No, no, no. Anton wagged his finger. The Scarlet Alliance is connected to us. Much of their core structure comes from our ascension cultivators. And some natives, neither from the Trigold cluster or the exalted quadrant. Plus any strays from elsewhere. You can remain independent here, if you wish, once we give you the tools to survive. But I'd think carefully about what we can offer. We have big trees. And meerkats. What's a meerkat? Oh, let me show you. Anton said. Here is my apprentice, 3 Squeaks. Or, if I were to use his real name, Anton made the actual 3 Squeaks that made up his name. Isn't it cute? Like him. An apprentice? This animal. They're intelligent cultivators just as much as the rest of us. But much cuter, Anton said. Even this old guy? Look at this grump here, Anton said, swapping to images of Meep. Oh right. This image device is one of the good things the Alliance has. It's not just a display crystal that has a couple images. Anton had restrained from showing those sorts of things all at once, since a powerful cultivator was already something hard to trust, but a powerful cultivator with weird things that couldn't be easily understood, that was cause for alarm. But this system was already connected, even if they could potentially choose not to stay that way. Chapter 11:27. Though Anton was making progress on the local star, he was coming to a realization. The more he managed to remove the corruption and push back against its growth, the more a certain sort of pressure was building up in the quarantine zone. He thought it would become easier as he was able to work with a small area, but it was staying fairly constant, and it might even grow more difficult. As always, situations turned out more complex than things appeared on the surface. The Lower Realms Alliance couldn't just show up and make everything okay, even as they grew strong. Even if they could solve some of the current problems, they couldn't bring back the planet everyone had lost. Not without it being something else entirely, a recycled mass of rock and little more. Between Motern and Unav, there was less than a single % of the previous population. If they were going to rescue the planet, they needed to have done it at the end of the cycle. But they simply hadn't reached far enough. Not that it had been feasible. Time was required for everything. The Alliance couldn't suddenly expand into every star in the galaxy just because they wanted to, though they were making a good effort at least to visit. The smaller scale growth that individuals from the system were undergoing also took time. Even discounting cultivation, developing skills to fit into necessary industries took time. Finding people suited for particular sorts of work was a long process, though fortunately there were specialists. The Lower Realms Alliance couldn't guarantee matching people with a career that was a perfect fit, but they could guide them towards something at least suitable. Ultimately, that would result in people being happier and more efficient, and they could always try to experiment on their own. Abder was carrying around a bundle that was heavier than himself. Anton wouldn't have suggested that level of physical training at any point, particularly not after just a couple of years, but the young man was only partially his responsibility now. He liked body tempering, and Anton wasn't going to say that he was putting in the wrong kind of effort. He was working towards what he wanted, and Thanda was teaching him in the way she thought would be most effective. The one insistence Anton had was that the pack he carried be for a practical purpose, so the young man was running between districts distributing finished goods and materials to various places that needed them. Flight was barely available for the locals, and for Abder, who was focused on a low-energy style, it was even less achievable at his low cultivation. though there might eventually be a certain point where he could manipulate matter around him like Nthanda. He might end up on a different path, though. Nothing could be certain, especially with unique situations like Nthanda. Cultivators who focused on advanced body tempering rarely made it past life transformation, though Anton supposed that neither did most others, stagnating a bit lower even with reliable methods. Despite being trained by Anton and Nthanda, Abdur had not adopted the shared combat style they had. That was to say archery, though their styles there had also quite diverged out of necessity. Rather than rejecting it, Abdur had rejected combat as a basic part of his training. He learned basic martial arts to be able to defend himself, and because they suggested it, he had practiced with the bow, but it was clear his heart wasn't in it. It was one thing to pick a non-martial path. Anton certainly saw the value in those. But to combine that with body tempering, what else was there to do? He would be an inferior porter compared to simply having a good storage bag, no matter how strong he got. Far be it from Anton to discourage anyone's path when it was functional. However, maybe Abdur would choose a combat style later. Or maybe he didn't want to be useful. Being strong and capable just because he could wasn't necessarily a bad thing. In their period without any energy within them, Katerina and Timothy had grown older. Over time, they were slowly rejuvenating their bodies after reaching domination, though they would likely not return to a prime age anytime soon, if ever. They could of course make cosmetic alterations through various methods, or display false images, but they felt that was unnecessary. After a few hundred years, vanity tended to fade. Either that, or it could grow into an obsession. But for those who were secure in their self-image, their actual looks weren't necessarily as important. After all, who would the two of them even be looking good for, aside from each other? Of course, they still would prefer to be youthful again. They just weren't going to rush the process. Especially not with an unfamiliar type of energy. Domination energy had more in common with upper energy than the latter did with lower energy, but it was certainly a qualitative increase and required some effort to handle properly. Drawing out power was actually easy. It was gentleness that required practice. Actually using Katerina's platform to teleport. Well, it was a good thing that they tested with a few unnecessary things first. Some calculations were slightly off, leaving things floating nearby in space or occasionally dumping them in the star. Meanwhile, Timothy was connected to the barrier, which worked pretty much as intended even with excessive energy, though if he concentrated on things a little too hard, he prevented useful things like maintaining a relative momentum with the star. He only severed the pull of gravity on the orbital platform for a few instants, though. Timothy found himself the sparring partner of quite a few people now, as they both wanted to test their limits and gain insight into domination. He didn't find that to be a bad way to spend his days, as he'd done that before. He was just the favored partner now, because fighting Chitty was difficult and Katerina didn't really spar. Officially, only Karonis came to visit the Scarlet Alliance as a domination cultivator. Her visit was short and decidedly neutral. Her mere presence accomplished more than any attempt to get a political commitment of some sort from here. At most, she didn't object to the passing comments of how the Alliance would be demanding retribution from the Silver Fang. That was the best they expected to get. Having an actual visit provided legitimacy, however. If they could get a friendly, or at least not unfriendly domination cultivator from the Exalted Quadrant, the Scarlet Alliance might be seen as something like a third great power. Though perhaps they didn't want to rush anything like that, in case anyone became eager to disprove it. Just because they had domination cultivators to defend themselves didn't mean they wanted to have to use them in that capacity. The Scarlet Alliance also got a visit from Ambassador Vlasta. It was quite informal, given that Aminu was still present to represent the interests of the Distant Shadow sect, as well as the Creeping Fire sect. Extremely informal. In fact, such that they only received word she was coming slightly before their sensors went off. The good news was that they could reconfirm they worked on someone concealing their energy, at least to some reasonable limit. Vlasta was, of course, not just a random ambassador. The Scarlet Alliance knew she was Ratna, and she knew that they knew. The only person of note who didn't know was Durf, because the man could be a massive security flaw. Not that they held it against him. It was in his nature to be open and trusting. Even so, that meant they had to keep some things secret from him. They didn't think he would begrudge that fact, and Ratna could keep in touch with him in other ways, even if they were less personal. Timothy had been disappointed that they might not be able to spar, but it was somehow arranged that both one of their domination cultivators, him, and the visiting but not actually assigned ambassador would both disappear for a few days. It still required quite a bit of setup to prevent their energy from escaping their sparring location, in deep space far from any system. Because if they were to be at all serious, people would feel them from adjacent systems. Fortunately, a bit of restraint and some formations should dampen the effects enough. Only a modest group of necessary individuals, including Kerala, were present. "I appreciate your willingness to do this," Timothy said. Ratna grinned, not bothering to hide her true self. "I don't often have an opportunity to find appropriate sparring partners. People strong enough to matter that don't want to kill you?" "That won't want to kill me," Ratna emphasized. "I can't just expect people in the Trigold cluster to not change their minds later. But as long as your alliance doesn't go completely off the rails, I can't see that we would come into conflict." "I'd sure hope not," Timothy agreed. It was good to have some allies, or at least enemies of enemies who were otherwise neutral. Timothy had vaguely witnessed Ratna battle once before. It was one thing to be standing on the sidelines, barely able to perceive the battle, and quite another to be the target. Ratna's killing intent was powerful, but its sharpness wasn't quite there. That was simply the signal that they were starting. It was actually more disturbing when it faded away along with her person, and he couldn't anticipate her movements at all. Timothy almost tricked himself into believing she'd never even been there at all. That was how thoroughly she was gone. And then he was stabbed in the kidney. Or at least, that was the intent. He couldn't move to avoid the attack, but he did manage to fortify his armor enough to actually resist the blow. The only question Timothy had was whether that was Ratna's true power or not. He imagined not, as it was only a probing attack. Furthermore, she'd been a domination cultivator far longer than himself. He'd leapt over a massive chasm, crossing the gap of magnitude once between him and any domination cultivator. But that didn't mean she couldn't still just be stronger than him. And even a 10 or 20% difference could spell the end for a cultivator. If there was one thing Timothy was good at, however, it was defense. He continued to take her attacks while attempting to counter. His shield was little good since he couldn't bring it to bear, but that was an excellent thing to learn. And Timothy had a couple tricks to try. Ratna could be anywhere, which made his life difficult. So he intended to stop that. When she came close for her next attack, he amplified his defense so she would have to actually push closer. Their energies clashed for a moment. Then she disappeared. A moment later, Timothy felt an impact on the inside of a barrier he created. Or maybe it was more appropriate to say he called upon it. Timothy had drawn out the stored energy and formed it around them, trapping the pair in an arena just a few dozen meters across. That was practically touching, as far as such high-level battles went. Ratna had tried to casually cut her way out without revealing herself beforehand, but the barrier stood firm. Unbreakable was not the case. Timothy didn't want to be arrogant. That was just asking for someone to actually break it. Enduring and powerful, definitely. He swept his blade, trying to catch her as she moved, but her reactions were more than fast enough. Even so, Timothy slowly began to restrict the radius of the barrier, and thus her mobility. If he were using his energy directly, maintaining such a barrier away from his body would have vastly weakened it. But by calling upon his connection to his anchor, it was almost maximally efficient. He was easily able to keep up his bodily defenses at the same time. When the barrier shrank to about half size, Timothy suddenly felt something prod his ankle directly, having pierced through his defensive energy. Obviously, his ankle wasn't a particularly vulnerable location, but that didn't matter because the attack had gone through his outer defensive energy without him detecting it. That meant Ratna could have pushed her energy through his relatively undefended body. Timothy might have only lost a leg if she did, but it showed some flaws in his style. "Want to tell me what I did wrong?" "Don't be silly," Ratna said. "How would I have any fun then? I should at least be able to beat some young folk occasionally. But I'll give you a hint. Your thinking is too limited." He'd have to figure that one out. He didn't want holes in his defenses. Chapter 1128. Timothy never wanted to be the face of the Scarlet Alliance, but he ended up in that role by virtue of being the most personable domination cultivator they had, which was to say, one of two, which was already a surprising result. While they had some hope for others to soon reach domination, it couldn't be guaranteed even if they considered the level of cooperation they had. The two had more or less accidentally bypassed a long period of understanding necessary by being forced to handle domination energy. So even for the other members of the 100 stars, they couldn't necessarily guide them along a safe path. The actual responsibilities Timothy had didn't shift. He was responsible for defensive coordination and otherwise went along with the will of the council. Fortunately, domination cultivators weren't known for frequent interaction with others, so he only really had to deal with outside contact every few years. Reaching domination actually made the council wonder about the harmonious citadel, with their emphasis on unity. They had been infiltrated by the citadel of exalted light, and it was the opinion of the council as a whole that it was probably being used as a sort of experiment. The exact details were unknown. They hadn't been written down anywhere, but most likely Zor was hoping that several might eventually reach domination together. A test at the stability of multiple domination cultivators in a sect, essentially. Because while Zor Barid's certainly wasn't the sort to share power, having stronger subordinates would have been useful. As for why he couldn't just guide someone to domination, the answer was actually relatively simple. The total amount of devotion required might be insufficient. That wasn't an issue for Timothy and Katerina, both because of their relation but also the total population of the Scarlet Alliance. They had a greater emphasis on the population in general, instead of just a select group of cultivators, which meant they had more people with a relatively high average of cultivation compared to individual sections. They were still far dwarfed in numbers by the great powers as a whole, but they likely had more population than the largest sects. Of course, domination cultivators weren't made with just devotion. They needed an anchor, which usually meant materials of great value. Then again, given what Timothy had experienced, that might be a partial red herring. The transformative aspects of domination had created far more value than the teleportation platform had originally had. It might not have survived the process if it wasn't sufficiently worthy to begin with, but it wasn't like they could easily experiment with that, especially since failure would mean damaged cultivation or death. Katerina looked at a teleportation platform, but not the one that was hers. Her understanding of higher-level cultivation was obviously influenced by her grandfather, so she might just be fooling herself, but she felt fairly certain that she could create another anchor out of the platform. The question is why people wouldn't, and she had several theories. First was that anchors provided a form of vulnerability. Of course, that wouldn't be particularly more true if Katerina bound to another solar platform in the same system, if they had more than one, but that might also not be different. Her intuition might be incorrect, but she had the feeling that doing that would be more like expanding her original anchor. Then again, wouldn't that be what she was doing here? It would just be expanded into 2 points that were further apart. Obviously, the actual size of an anchor wasn't all that relevant to begin with. Caronis bound a nebula, which was a rather extreme thing to do. It spanned multiple star systems, but didn't seem to make her more powerful. Or at least, not in a way that was directly proportional to the volume it encompassed, because otherwise her presence would have been far more intimidating. All Katerina had felt upon her visit was what she would expect from a somewhat more experienced cultivator, and Caronis barely had decades more experience with domination than she did. Those decades weren't an insignificant amount of time, but they would eventually reach that point. What mattered was how their relative development within domination shaped up. Because domination wasn't the end point. Whether there was another stage to reach was debatable, but Zor had been stronger than Katerina was now, but she highly doubted he had instantly been that way upon advancement. Katerina stared at the solar platform. She was confident that she could attune to it and gain some sort of benefit, either power or a widening of certain effects. She didn't have to be close to her anchor to draw on its full power, so that wasn't relevant. Perhaps that would be why Zor had stuck to just the citadel, as it would be easier to focus attention on himself in a single location. Katerina could connect to this other platform, as it was of similar design, but she wasn't sure she could do it yet. Unlike Anton, she didn't have an intuitive feeling of room. Maybe that meant she was full, or merely that she operated on a different system than assimilation. There were plenty of other differences after all. Even so, she didn't want to rush into things. If she messed up, the best she could hope for was ruining a teleportation platform that wasn't cheap to replace. And of course, she could kill herself if she tried to force something she wasn't ready for. It would be a shame to cut off potentially thousands of years of her lifespan because she couldn't wait a few more decades to understand things properly. She wondered what it would like to be in the lower realms. From her understanding, Sudin had been weakened by the process, but she couldn't imagine why. Could he not draw on his anchor? Perhaps the divide between realms was more than just a transitional boundary. If she could find an opportunity to go, she would, but too many eyes were on her at the moment. Once people, both local and far, grew used to her existing as a domination cultivator, she might be able to travel between realms without revealing what they could do to the wrong people. Until then, she could pepper Anton with questions about what it was like when he was full on stars. Advanced body tempering is not just exercise. That was what Nthanda said every time before sending Abdur to exercise. It seemed like a contradictory statement to him, but he still felt himself growing stronger in ways he couldn't always quantify. So clearly something was working. It was more than just shoving natural energy into his body. Anton was a bit better at explaining some things. He mentioned that the intent of what he did with his body would change things far more than just the motions. That was probably important. He wanted to be stronger, and it was happening, so it must be working. Observing his teachers when he got the chance, Abdur determined that the way they interacted with things was different. For example, how they opened doors. He wasn't even sure they knew they did it dramatically, but it was a regular occurrence. Anton did it more when he was going to some sort of social gathering, while Nthanda did it when she was rushing somewhere. Anton used his energy to push away the air behind the door before he swung it open, unimpeding its progress. Nthanda just used more power, but that wasn't all. Because Abdur had tried it once and ended up with a broken door. It had come off the hinges even before it had gotten to the point it would have slammed into the wall. Abdur had a lot of time to think about that as he was putting in a new door. Finally, he determined she put something into the door. Not natural energy, but aspects of herself. Something of strength and durability. Maybe what they called insight. Abdur tried it again. At least he knew where to get replacement doors, though he'd need to rebuild the door frame too, as it was starting to fall apart. So he didn't have that insight yet. That might be important if he wanted to be quick but gentle. He was perfectly capable of controlling his own strength. He wouldn't accidentally break something unless he mistakenly thought it was stronger, or he was trying something like forcing a door open quickly. It was a silly thing to work on, a trivial task, but he had honed in on it because it demonstrated something he didn't have. When he asked them about it, they were able to give explanations, but Abdur realized they hadn't thought about it, which was actually the important part. It was instinct. These people had been working with such power for so long. It was instinct. And here he was barely an adult, even by the standards of non-cultivators. Though apparently there might not be any of those in the future, because Anton insisted everyone cultivate. Abdur first thought it was silly, but after a few years he had gotten it. Everything was better with cultivation involved. Obviously him seeing finer clothing was a mix of actually having some resources and the improvements people made with natural energy, but everything else saw incremental improvements. He might have missed it in everything else if he didn't pay attention. After all, what was a little bit of durability in a shirt when people had gone from near starvation to being buried in mushrooms? There was a whole group who insisted on only eating mushrooms despite them now having access to a wider variety of crops, but they'd gotten a bit obsessed. At least they wouldn't go hungry anywhere that had basically any amount of life. Unlike some of the others, Abdur didn't remember their old planet. He'd been born in the depths of Motern, so seeing pictures of other planets and stars was astounding. Yet despite his instincts, he didn't ask Anton to bring him away to see those things in person. Instead, he wanted to earn that himself, as if his current ability to grow hadn't also been given to him. But Abdur wasn't going to let that little quibble stop him. He was going to learn and grow, and he was going to help others. He had a whole lot of others who relied on him now, not quite trusting the rest of the system. Abdur lived as the dividing line between the two, slowly guiding people towards the blinding brightness that Anton carried with him. The more he compressed the corruption in the star, the more Anton grew in his understanding of it being at least in part a physical substance. He had managed to contain it to a quarter slice of the star, down from about a third. Depending on how one looked at it, that was only a small improvement or a significant step. However, Anton could tell his progress was slowing. He needed to come to a greater understanding of what was going on to continue to clean it out. So he personally visited the edge of his exclusion zone. He wasn't certain it would be wise to try to eject whatever it was from the star. He might bring other material with it, and at the scale he might have to work at that could be a whole planet's worth. Minimal for the star, but still significant. Anton preferred the idea of destroying the corruption, but even though he felt like he'd been doing that, he was now more certain that he'd simply been moving it around. So what was it then? Anton couldn't quite say, except that it was something that held its form even in the heat and pressure of a star. Where the upper realms might have gotten it, he couldn't say. Nor could he easily separate it from the natural material of the star. He thought about trying to touch it, but even using his own energy instead of the stars seemed risky, and obviously he wouldn't touch it unaided. He might ask Nthanda at some point, but he wasn't at the point where he needed to risk his friends. Perhaps he needed to look into which sect or sects attacked this system, and then ask the upper realms to research them. The main thing he knew was that it was the Tygold cluster again, and it was a different method of damaging a star than what he'd seen. That didn't mean it involved different sects, but whoever they were, Anton didn't like how much hate they had for the fundamental pillars of existence. Maybe he could show them what it felt like to lose their own stars. All right, Anton had to admit that was a bit of an extreme reaction. He could just destroy their planets or kill all of them. If he could reach them, most likely, they were too far from the border for him to actually do that yet. But he wasn't willing to say he'd never be able to. He couldn't let his granddaughter get too far ahead, even if she was on a different sort of advancement track. Chapter 1129. The amount of time it would take for a group to build up to a functional level of long-distance travel varied significantly on the foundation that a group already possessed. In the case of Motern and Anav, they had to put together a functional industry before they could start anything else. Thus, it took quite some years before they could even think about more than survival. However, with the assistance of knowledge from the Lower Realms Alliance, they were able to shave off centuries of development. Anton observed genuine surprise when Alliance members began to withdraw from the system. No doubt they believed the helpful occupation would be permanent. However, the Alliance firmly believed in freedom of choice, even if those choices ended up to be poor ones. In this case, the planets had not given any indication that they wished to formally join the Alliance, at least not as a whole, and thus those who chose to remain were left with just the extra knowledge they were given. Of course, Anton couldn't leave yet. Their star was quite stubborn. But with their civilization stabilized, Motern was just about at the point that it could fully self-police, if that was what the people wanted. Which meant that Anton wouldn't interfere in things that didn't come into his sight. As for the new power structures that were forming, the Twisting Spike sect had more than fallen out of favor. Many of their members had undergone the difficult process of refactoring their cultivation into different styles to distance themselves from the negative feelings. Meanwhile, over the course of a few decades, other cultivators had grown into their own power as the local natural energy began to grow. Rather than sects being a single cultivation method, the new groups that had formed were around those with similar ideas, practicing cultivation methods both local and from the Alliance. A small but relevant group was one that Abdur had slowly been forming unconsciously. From what Anton saw, it was focused on those passed over by the rest of society. Not just orphans, but also the crippled and the infirm. Abdur seemed to find great joy in finding cultivation styles suited to individuals that helped them overcome whatever they were dealing with. Food and shelter were provided only to the necessary extent, with people strongly encouraged to obtain what they needed for themselves. But they were able to do so because they had others backing them. Anton was pleased with his choice. It wasn't exactly what he would have done, but that just made it better. Receiving help from one who had recently struggled was far more meaningful than Anton himself providing people with their needs from a place of plenty. Because Abdur did not practice the 100 stars, Anton didn't establish a branch of the sect on Motern. He believed it was possible to do so and still let them remain independent, but he needed trusted leadership. Nobody quite fit, as Draza wasn't interested in that style of cultivation. Anav, however, had people that fit. Not Hadrianus, because he had his own style and life transformation. But a woman named Yadira, recommended by him, had been interested. Cultivating stars without being able to see them was certainly an interesting outcome, but not unreasonable. After all, they could feel their local star because of Anton. So even when he would no longer be physically present, they would have an example. He could understand why people trapped beneath dark, freezing waters would wish to cultivate warmth and light. So they were trying it out, and there had been some success. Yadira did have some suggestions, however. I think we should seek the surface to properly see the stars once more. Once submarines are common enough, we can cut through the ice above. I wouldn't suggest cultivating on ice sheets, Anton said. It sounds like asking for trouble. The thin woman shook her head. We would merely contemplate up above, then bring warmth and light back with us. I see, Anton said. I approve. Though, if you desire the stars, why not move to Nuabor? Nuabor was the newly colonized terrestrial moon, named after their former planet. It was smaller than their original planet, and its atmosphere was thin. Its ecosystem was yet incomplete, but it had access to the sky and was far easier to live upon than either Motern or Unoff. Their one special feature happened to be a series of formations set up to conceal their planet's energy from watching eyes so that they wouldn't draw in future trouble. If we wished an easy life, we would do so, Yadira agreed. However, there are many people still afraid that need hope. We can bring that to them, and thus we should. And you won't always be around. That's true, Anton said. But this star is being quite stubborn, so it may yet be a while. Decades, perhaps. Though even if I grow no further in cultivation, I should expect to spend far more time without you than with you. I will come visit, of course, Anton said. But you could remain only a fraction of the time. We're not the only ones who need the attention, and you have to travel very far. True, Anton said. No matter how swift I become, I find I just have a larger area of concern. Once, I would have been fine with a small village. That's why you rely on others. It's difficult, Anton admitted, especially when it seems like I could handle everything better myself. Yadira had felt Anton's power on Motern. Being in a distant orbit didn't completely hide the power he had displayed when removing Jaya. You can, she agreed. But it's better to find places where such power is actually needed. If there even are any. There are some, Anton said. This most recent cycle, a domination cultivator invaded from the upper realms. And here I thought your people were dealing with the same troubles as us. If all went well, Anton said, they won't have the guts to do it again. Most likely, they'll be stubborn and foolish. So I need to be capable of killing a domination cultivator without luck or carelessness being involved. Yadira nodded. You can at least rest assured we'll be growing stronger here. Normally, throwing something into a star would be a great way to dispose of it. No matter how toxic or otherwise volatile, stars could absorb pretty much anything without even a disturbance. Their sheer size and power pretty much guaranteed that. Yet the corruption in the star was stubbornly refusing to be annihilated, no matter how much Anton focused his energy. Perhaps there was some threshold he could reach that would break it down, but Anton was concerned about what might be released if he did destroy it. After long periods of study, Anton had come to the conclusion that he couldn't actually erase this problem. That didn't mean he couldn't heal the star, however. He just had to remove the corruption. And since it seemed to be physical mass of some sort, expelling it from the star might work. The problem was where it would go from there. Obviously, just chucking it into another star was a terrible idea. So was leaving it in the local system. Setting it to orbit around the system was viable, but he didn't want to cause trouble down the line. So if he was looking for somewhere to put something massive and unpleasant, where would he look? His first thought was a more powerful star, but that wouldn't necessarily have a better outcome. But if he wanted something gone that couldn't be destroyed in a star, there was a pretty good place to put it. The most theoretically inescapable location in the universe, inside a black hole, where he could figure out a target in the upper realms he wanted to throw it at. But that was problematic in many ways. Just because people were terrible didn't mean their stars deserved to die. And actually reaching his target would be difficult. Furthermore, if they were the ones who had done it in the first place, he would just be returning their weapon to them. It wasn't like he could guide it the whole way. It would probably be flying hundreds of light years beyond the border, which meant they'd have a very long time to notice and respond. So since he didn't want it to bother the lower realms, black hole, he just had to pick a good one. That meant doing a vast number of orbital calculations to figure out how he could toss the forbidden mass such that it wouldn't run into any other systems on the way. Too bad there weren't any black holes in neighboring systems. That sure would have been convenient. But the closest one was over 1,000 light years away and through a very densely populated area. So he couldn't aim that way. Of course, if Anton was willing to commit 1,000 years to guiding the mass, he could certainly do so. But that seemed like an inefficient use of his lifespan. Given that he wouldn't really be cultivating along the way except where he was binding random stars to help boost himself, it seemed like a risky prospect even if he was willing to commit half of his life to effectively nothing. So he picked a further target and prepared to set up some warning systems. Depending on how the mass functioned when free from the star, Maybe they could put some formations or a beacon or something on it to warn anyone who accidentally got in the way, just in case calculations were off over the course of millennia. This wasn't a project Anton felt comfortable completing alone, so he began to recruit others. Maybe someone else would figure out a better alternative, but the black hole thing seemed pretty good at the moment. Anton spent long enough in one place that he began getting visitors from the rest of the Alliance. They met him away from Motern to keep the privacy of the locals. A small orbital platform had been set up to monitor the corrupting mass to see if something could be gleaned that Anton couldn't, and supplies were being gathered to put together the theoretical beacons and the like. With a steady but small stream going in and out, Anton was still surprised at a particular visitor. He came with others of the Order of 100 Stars on a pilgrimage of sorts, but his presence was quite a surprise. "You're quite out of the way, friend." Anton had sensed him coming, but he still hadn't really comprehended the man's presence until he spoke. "Vandale, or Prospero, since Hoyt is here too," Anton said. "You should have come sooner. We only have so many interrealm ships, you know," he said. "And I wasn't expecting you to spend so many years out in the depths of nowhere." "You look different now," Anton said. "Obviously. You've seen me, though." "In pictures," Anton agreed. "But not in person." Anton turned his head. "Look what someone did to this star. It's awful." "So I've heard," Prospero agreed. "It's really quite grumpy, isn't it?" "That would be because of me," Anton said. "I'm exerting quite a bit of pressure to keep it in place. It was really hampering the star's fusion process." Anton paused for a bit. "I've been trying to take good care of the sect. I've seen." I stopped to speak with Vincent. "Though obviously I've been kept in the loop. I think I was a pretty decent sect head, but you're better." Prospero held up a hand. "I mean it. There's a reason I didn't strive for a similar position after my surprising rebirth." Anton looked at his old friend. He could tell there was a reason Prospero hadn't come in person earlier. Even now, things were somewhat awkward. "You were hoping to remember more." Prospero sighed. "Your insight has developed far too much." "You should know that," Anton said. "We've still exchanged more words since your rebirth than we did when you were first alive. It just wasn't in conversation." "Have we really?" Prospero asked. Anton nodded. "We only knew each other for a few decades of your life," Anton said. "We're not any less friends now than we were before. We just live further away, and I don't have a passport to your country." "Huh. Sounds about right," Prospero nodded. "I've heard you're going to toss part of this star. I might not be the best for that anymore, but I came to offer my services." He gestured to Hoyt. "And those of this kid." "I'm older than you now," Hoyt pointed out. Prospero held up his nose. "I'm not going to hear any excuses from my grandson." "Obviously we'll help Anton, old man," Hoyt said. "If that's what you want to be." "I may regret this," Prospero frowned. Chapter 1130. Any single one of those present could have managed the issue on their own if they merely had to fling a reasonable-sized mass towards something relatively close as the nearest system a handful of light-years away. However, the task they were undertaking would take a bit more than simply that. Instead, they needed to make use of their experience with applied orbital mechanics, mainly Prospero and Hoyt's tendency to throw things at their enemies. Anton could actually perform the falling stars technique as well, but he preferred precision attacks with his arrows. Though it wasn't like falling stars lacked its own level of precision, as the first time Anton had seen it had involved a wide-area strike on a beast horde while avoiding allies. It still fit him better to make use of archery techniques. Because of his style, Anton was less involved with the dealings of gravity. He still had to be aware of how it would affect everything, but it wasn't an empowering mechanism for his attacks. The other two would be more experienced, so they could help him make real-time adjustments that would align with the calculations that had been performed. The biggest mystery at current time was the size, shape, and actual mass of the corruption in the star. That was what would require the most active involvement, and while they had to precisely align the mass along an intended trajectory, it wasn't actually that delicate of a procedure. They would be able to spend a significant amount of time fine-tuning its motion after ejecting it from the star. It had already been decided that all three of them would be responsible for acting together. Though in the lower realms Hoyt and Prospero were weaker, they were still sufficient to support Anton's actions. Their actual power wasn't the important part. From the time of their arrival until the day of reckoning was over a year, as implementing their plans took a bit longer than expected, though it wasn't an unreasonable amount of time for them. even if their ascension energy was slowly diminishing. During the last week, Anton's focus was solely on the star, and none of the local planets were in his mind. His connection was taken to its limits as he separated star matter from what did not belong, slowly pushing the foreign material towards one end of the star. It clung to the star, not simply from gravity, but also from some other sort of attraction. It felt almost actively malicious, though it was just short of that since it didn't seem to have any consciousness. Pressure built up greater and greater as it clung onto the surrounding bits of the star, trying to fling itself deeper or to carry a chunk of the star with it. Neither were acceptable results, and Anton had been working out how to disentangle the mass for most of the time he had been in the system. It was a matter he had been practicing for decades, and he was getting pretty good at it. But he'd still like the effort to be done and over with. The time finally came. Anton was ready for the last push, and he communicated that to his compatriots. "Aid me," Anton requested. "We're going to tear it out, even if it means taking a chunk of the star with it." If everything went well, however, Anton would disentangle over 99% of the star stuff from the corruption before it was flung away. It was the most difficult wrestling match against an inanimate force Anton had ever had to deal with. It was like working with sap or molasses, and he could imagine it was actually a liquid, instead of gaseous or in the form of plasma like would be expected of the matter in a star. Anton called upon the power of the star in front of him while also drawing on all the rest he was connected to. It wasn't the same sort of harmony of constellations that had resulted in the death of Sudan, but he still pulled on their physical presence at the end. It was heavy. Anton honestly had no idea how the upper realms could have brought such mass to the system. Even if it was a small fraction of the star's actual mass, it was more than everything else in the system put together, Motern and its many moons. More than all the planets in any system, really. Perhaps it had grown. Anton didn't like the idea, but it made sense. Even so, it would have had to increase by a factor of 10 every few years just to vaguely make sense at its current mass. Unless they had a way to open tunnels to the upper realms wherever they were pulling from, which was a much less reasonable feat. Trillions of tons wouldn't have even begun to account for it. Anton's interference might have been more necessary than he realized. Anton found himself pulling on the mass, but he realized that wasn't correct. Hoyt and Prospero could try to do that, but he knew there was a better place for him. Anton flew around the corruption into the center of the star, moving easily through its density as it made way for him. Its great power didn't devour him, as he was part of it. He didn't need to protect himself, and a tiny fraction of thought protected everything with him. Reaching out in front of him, Anton shaped a portion of the power into a string. Though the profile of what he wanted to move wasn't the same as an arrow, the image was more important to him than anything else. A gathering of power, and then a release as it snapped forward, flinging out the unwanted mass at tremendous speeds. When Anton poked his head out to finally look at it, he saw nothing aside from some glowing fragments of starry matter clinging to it, which he peeled away. He could feel the snaking mass, curling back and forth on itself, but he couldn't see anything. It wasn't dark, such that it blocked out the stars beyond. It simply wasn't anything. "Now that's curious," Anton said. "Perfectly clear, and he didn't even see any distortion of light. He still had no name for it. Now we have to figure out if we can attach anything to it, or if it is harmful to more than just stars." The speed at which it was flung out of the star meant Anton, Hoyt, and Prospero had to chase after it along with other ships, though it was moving slower than the speed of light, so it was at least manageable. As he went, Anton paid special attention to the star to make sure he'd gotten all of it out. Fortunately, it felt so unnatural that it was hard to miss. And those stars were immense. It was no more difficult for Anton to sense the details than when looking for something wrong inside his own body. It was good that they didn't have to worry about air resistance. As long as they didn't fly it through too many nebulae, its actual shape wouldn't matter too much. However, it was moldable to some extent, so Anton did his best to reshape it into a vague sphere, though it would not give up the shape of spindly tubes it was made out of, like evil noodles or intestines. The mass was active to some extent, but a few hours after being removed from the star it fell dormant. It didn't seem to react to warning formations being tied to it, so that was something. It wasn't conscious, just self-replicating, perhaps. "I'd rather get rid of this sooner rather than later," Anton said. "But we can't significantly affect its travel, even if we wanted to go with it." There was no way it was brought in its current form, unless it had been launched thousands of years prior. Let's get this on track. While there were many curious scientists who wished to study it, they could still do so. Anton, Hoyt, and Prospero merely accelerated it to a significant fraction of the speed of light, trivial for any interstellar ship or cultivator to surpass. After all, they took mere days to move light years. People would be able to study it for millennia if they wished, and they could monitor to make certain it remained on its track towards the black hole they had chosen to dispose of it in. Anton's resolve to do so was only increased now that he'd removed it. As for it being safe to study, there was no guarantee of that. But they intended to maintain proper caution, and everyone involved would be aware there were risks. Anton almost hoped they learned nothing, since he'd rather be done with it. But he also didn't want to have to interact with things like that again. It didn't look like any of the other methods the Trigold cluster had used to try to destroy stars. Perhaps it was a new one. Experimental. Either way, preventing whichever sects were involved from doing anything like that in the future was important. Maybe if they lived close enough to the border, Anton would wipe them out himself. Though that was extremely unlikely, as he could only shoot a couple systems into the upper realms at best. The three of them took some time making slight adjustments to the speed and trajectory of the mass. They could fix things later, and it was possible that anyone studying it would slightly affect it, but it was best to try to set it on the correct course to begin with. They finally had to be satisfied with the speed because it was as fast as they could reasonably get it, and a little bit faster would run it into a star a few centuries out, or they would have to design a whole other orbit. It fairly quickly drifted out of what could be officially called the system, and with that, the Lower Realms Alliance could leave. At least, until the locals invited them back. Anton was still going to visit friends, of course, but they would also be able to communicate with him long distance. Now that he had his freedom again, he thought he would bind some new stars. He needed to keep up with that to reach the next big threshold, and maybe check on his other long-term commitments. On the galactic scale, Maheg wasn't that far from where Anton had been. It was more than 100 light years, but that was still relatively close. Anton finally returned to the star to fulfill an old promise. He was in a bold move at the moment. Each star he bound made the next more precious, as it took more time to advance his own cultivation. He certainly didn't want to leave Maheg out, and his confidence in his insights had improved. Maheg didn't speak or use language in a traditional manner, though Anton still spoke around the star, as it seemed to help. Before anything else, he intended to warn Maheg about the same sort of thing that had infested the other star. If the Trigold cluster got wind of Maheg wiping out previous invaders, which was unlikely given the fact that nobody had returned, they might try the same thing. And regardless, informing the star that there were actual threats to its person was useful. Anton created a representative energy as a warning. Maheg accepted the understanding of danger, though up to its current point it had been the cause of all the calamities around it, intentional or not. It sent a feeling to Anton. Had it been long enough for him to make his decision? Previously, Anton had indicated centuries. Maheg didn't feel impatient, more that it was actually lacking the sense of time scale to pick out how long it had been. Anton nodded. Long enough, he said. He'd once had some thoughts that this interaction could be the step he took to reach whatever the next stage was. After all, he'd fused together a star beyond a threshold to reach enrichment. But Maheg was a friend, an unusual one, to be certain, but he didn't intend to exploit his friends in quite that way. All he needed to be certain of was a reasonable level of safety. Hesitating longer than that might have Anton missing an opportunity, though he wasn't going to rush into it. What was a few more decades in another system? Chapter 1131. Though Anton had appeared from nowhere, Abder almost hadn't thought he would ever not be around, even though he had warned about it. Now the old man was gone, like he said. Abder didn't have any reason to believe he wouldn't visit. He'd also said he would come back to visit, but the shock at him suddenly being gone was real. Ever since he'd appeared, he'd never been more than a moment away, which was probably why he left. Abder understood he didn't want people to be dependent on him, and he hadn't really understood that. He'd gone from street kid to someone that mattered, and Anton had been there for what was now a significant majority of his life. Of course, just because he was gone didn't mean things would suddenly fall apart. Abder hadn't needed Anton for anything lately, but just knowing he was there meant something. And not just to him, but to everyone in the system. Though not everyone felt the same way about things. Unlike Abder, The members of the Twisting Spike sect who had been in control of everything hadn't spent a majority of their lives with Anton around. Indeed, most of them had been well over a century old when Anton first arrived, with some being older. The time Anton had to influence people hadn't changed, but people with a century of habits were more difficult to change than a kid. The fact that he was obsessing so much about it already was actually a good realization. But it didn't stop him from hoping that Anton was still somewhere, hiding and watching. That was because there were other people doing the same. They thought they were pretty good, but they forgot one thing. A complete lack of feedback was more suspicious than anything else. So when all energy disappeared from a spot, Abdur got suspicious. When sound was gone, and he didn't see anything in a reflection, even more so. He wasn't going to look directly, though. No point in letting anyone know he had caught on. He hadn't really known what he was getting into as far as advanced body tempering went. It had been difficult, but it wasn't a wrong choice exactly. Just different, which was an advantage. If he had been normal, they would have been prepared to counteract him. It could just be paranoia, but he made sure to be careful with his interactions. It was about time to go see Draza anyway, as the man should be able to help him secure cultivation techniques for some of the new kids. Maybe they would be fine with what they already had access to, but Abdur didn't want to deny anyone the opportunity to try whatever their hearts desired. And since he couldn't just ask Anton to hand him copies now, there were a few things missing. Draza ran a large emporium, as his influence and power had grown significantly under the influence of the Lower Realms Alliance. Technically, everyone had grown in prosperity, but not everyone understood that if they merely compared themselves to others. Abdur knew, though, the bottom rung was not so low that people would just starve or die on the streets. Plus, there were no drugs except what people had been able to concoct from more innocent ingredients in the last few years. It was amazing what someone who could literally see everything could do. Technically, Anton hadn't wiped out everything, but given that it had been decades without anything, hard drugs were pretty much gone. Without a pre-addicted population, Abdur didn't think there was much market for the new stuff, but some people were ambitious. Once upon a time, getting to go inside anywhere would have been astounding for Abdur. Now, he was escorted straight to Draza. The man was overlooking the shop floor of his main emporium, though he didn't really need to be there personally. But he immediately made time for Abdur like he was someone important. That felt good. Draza's office was actually fairly conservative, given his wealth. Everything was expensive, high quality, but not ostentatious. Fancier than Abdur would have chosen, though. "This is a solid chair," he commented. "It better be," Draza said. "I don't want them collapsing under people. Do you have trouble walking on normal floors? Are you calling me fat?" "Huh," the other man shook his head. "As if. I imagine you only have any body fat because Nthanda mandated it." "It's important to have some reserves," Abdur agreed. Technically, he had a higher percentage of body fat than before he'd started training. Starting out at the level of starving would do that. He absolutely agreed with Mistress Nthanda that some reserves were good, and he really didn't want to have to cannibalize his muscle or bone density right away if he ended up in a rough spot. "So what are you here for?" "I need some cultivation methods." Draza raised an eyebrow. "Did you lose your libraries?" "Just trying for some diversity. I don't need anything specific." "I see. What's your budget?" Abdur frowned. "Well, come now. I'm still a businessman. I won't be unreasonable, but I can't just be giving things away. Not to people who truly don't need handouts." Abdur nodded. His budget wasn't huge. Gathering wealth hadn't really been a focus. The most valuable thing he had were cultivation methods, but as most of them had been freely copied, Draza already had most of them, so it wasn't of any real value to the other man. But the group Abdur ran did have some budget for such things. "I'm looking for a shadow technique and maybe a plant control method." "Shadow I can do," Draza said. "I don't even know what people would do with plant control." "Enhanced farming, presumably," Abdur suggested. Despite decades of being given various sorts of seeds to build up some sort of ecosystem, Motern was still quite limited by the lack of natural sunlight. In theory, it was nowhere close to a normal planet. Not that Abdur had seen one of those. He should have taken Anton up on travel opportunities, but he had things he still needed to take care of locally. Eventually, they worked out a fair exchange. Though Draza didn't have any specific plant-based technique, he could at least find one more easily. That was part of the price. Hopefully, people would be in a sharing mood. Unlike Abdur, Anton was buried in plants. Maheg really liked growing plants. At first, Anton had thought it was some sort of penance for the star's accidental frying of the planet, and maybe that was part of it, but mere obligation did not produce such results. Maheg liked growing things. That was a good point of connection. Normally, Anton just reached out for mass and heat and let it pour through him. That might do, but he wasn't ready for a consciousness to end up in his dantian. He wanted to be certain that it wouldn't hurt him or the star when they eventually did form a bond. Most of their communication was large-scale, simple concepts, not because Maheg lacked intelligence, but because it didn't really think the same way as humans. It was sorry that it had killed everyone in the local system before it was even conscious, but Maheg had also killed invaders, something that had only been discovered secondhand. Not because it had been hidden, but because the star didn't think it bore mentioning. The more sync they could get on every concept, the safer they would be. That was Anton's opinion, at least. They didn't need to think the same, but rather in ways that would flow together. Today, or maybe this week since the star didn't get tired, they would be practicing external energy exchange. Anton could fairly easily absorb energy from a star granted to him, but sometimes Maheg kept a grip on it accidentally, and it was still extremely potent regardless. Anton was strong and empowered by stars, but he wasn't actually as strong as a star, at least not in some fundamental ways. It was quite possible that Anton could destroy a star if he needed to, but that would be by destabilizing it somehow and not overpowering it. And the situations that would cause Anton to do so were so theoretical that they were hardly worth considering. Maheg was good at handshakes, at least. Not burning up energy that reached out towards it was an excellent start. It had a gentle enough application of energy to not burn up seeds. It was planting, even. And that was only becoming more true with time. There was a great deal of difference that conscious practice made. Being somewhat closer to the rest of known civilization, Anton was taking advantage of the opportunity to catch up with various groups, and individuals like Prospero who really shouldn't stay for more than a few years. Maheg was quite intrigued about Prospero and Hoyt. They were clearly strong, like Anton. They had a similar energy signature from the 100 stars, but they also had ascension energy. It was the latter that had caused Anton to carefully introduce them, but Maheg was immediately friendly, presumably because they felt right. But because of the intruders, it hadn't been certain he wouldn't see all of those infused with ascension energy as dangerous. The star didn't like ascension energy. Void ants did, but it would be difficult to have any less relation between two things. Maheg created energy, they ate it. Maheg didn't need a potent source of energy when it was one. Most likely, the star was recognizing a potential destabilization effect, but it had been quite insistent on interacting with the two cultivators. Just because Maheg didn't want to absorb it didn't mean it seemed put off by the energy in general. The star seemed to enjoy watching the two spar, flinging their energy around the star itself and taking advantage of orbital mechanics. Maheg even circulated its own falling stars, though it was a rather trivial application of energy for something of that size. In recent years, Velvet had found herself more involved in coordinating incoming intel than gathering it herself. While she liked being out in the field, it was really unnecessary for the most part, unless they were trying to spy directly on a domination cultivator, and even then she wasn't 100% confident in her success. As for her own potential advancement, she was still a few pieces short. She might have access to sufficient devotion, but a good anchor was going to be difficult to come by. Ratna wasn't exactly open about what hers was. Most information wasn't so sensitive that Velvet absolutely had to be the one it passed through, but knowing the majority of what was going on helped her piece things together. Mostly, it helped her be assured that no domination cultivators were moving against them. No sects in general, really. It might still be coming, but probably not this year or this decade. It was impossible to say what would happen in a century, though. Only the craziest diviners thought otherwise, but any predictions they would make were so inaccurate about far-off events as to be worse than random guesses. Velvet kept her ears open for hints about one particular individual, but there was nothing that fit. Obviously, the name Shalach never came up. If Everhart was afraid to write it down, it was reasonable for everyone else to be more than cautious. Assuming it wasn't just some sort of horrible prank, of course. Everhart was terrible, but his niece Vari was also part of the Scarlet Alliance, so they were at a level of trust where they presumed Everhart wasn't intending to destroy the Alliance and would probably want to prevent anyone else from doing so. Any sort of lesser harm they were less sure about. though obviously he would take resources if they were unsecured near him, though what he might consider unsecure was more than anyone else. As for other domination cultivators, Velvet was trying to learn anything at all. There were often flood of public information, but that wasn't exactly a reliable indicator for actual strength. Half of the things said about them could either be bragging or literally true. With domination, it was difficult to tell if someone could teleport across a system unaided or just spawn an energy projection that was effectively full power while hiding their main body, if it was even present to begin with. Zor had formed a sort of body near his anchor, but doing the same elsewhere shouldn't be impossible. All the planet-destroying talk was fairly easily verifiable. Someone had destroyed those planets, so why shouldn't it be domination cultivators? It made as much sense as anything else. Velvet just needed to make sure that no future planets destroyed would be part of the alliance. Chapter 1132. When Abder's business with Draza drew to a close, the merchant held him for just a moment longer. Privacy was provided for business dealings, augmented by formations to protect against people snooping. "You are aware that people are following you?" Draza asked. "My people noticed some watchers lingering about." "I've noticed," Abder confirmed. "I'm hoping to figure out what their goals are without ending up in danger." "Can you handle them?" Abder shrugged. "I either can or I can't. If something happens to me, you know who to watch out for." Recently, they seem to have grown bold. Unfortunately, there's nothing I could give to the peacekeepers just yet. Following someone around in public is rude and suggestive of ill motives, but difficult to prevent. With Anton gone, things will be more dangerous. In full agreement, Abder nodded. "We have to show we can take care of ourselves. Otherwise, we're just back to the collapsing civilization we had when he first appeared, except with more mushrooms." The mushroom comment was just that. They had far more food options now than they used to, but for a time, that had been the largest impact everyone saw because they could grow them pretty much anywhere. Not wanting to delay any further, Abder moved on. He didn't wish to draw any trouble to his friends and allies, but in turn he needed to ensure their safety. It was unlikely the people following him would be surprised where he went, and attacking when he was surrounded by other cultivators was far less likely. Thus, he shouldn't really be bringing any risk with him. The gathering had a longer name that the current Abder thought rang of false humility or self-condescension, so he was happy to call his people what they naturally defaulted to anyway. The Gathering of the Lowly was a name filled with regret, even if it was named with good intentions. It was a true gathering of people drawn from different districts into one part of the city. The buildings were built tall, like others under the protective dome. Now that they had better ways to carve out stone, they used the material they removed to build up while they went down at the same time. The gathering didn't stand out from its surroundings, however. At most, the heights were slightly different from the other buildings in the same district, though personally Abder thought the quality was higher. Ultimately, it was something like a sect compound without walls. That was a sign of trust and inclusion, and an ultimate concession to the fact that they could not fully control their own space. The Twisting Spike sect had previously possessed the strongest walls, in addition to those separating the districts, but most of those had been brought down as they served little to no purpose except separating people. Very few others in the gathering practiced advanced body tempering like Abder. In fact, it was difficult to find more than a handful who practiced the same cultivation methods. That was in part because they were not terribly numerous, a few hundred in all, with wide access to different methods. The natural energy in their surroundings was cultivated to grow strong, though they didn't contain it with formations. It was a disadvantage to them in some ways, but it represented hope for the future. Others had also been open at least until the alliance withdrew, when they began to put up barriers. They could have their own energy, but Abder thought it would lose them friends. Their greatest source of life was in fact fungus. They didn't need to eat all of them, but having them growing throughout the buildings with everything else that took minimal space lessened the sense of lifelessness that the dense stone otherwise possessed. That was something difficult for Motern to get away from, as their environment was a harsh one. But they chose to wrestle with it to grow strong. Some grew discouraged and tried to make their way to New Abor, and Abder didn't blame them, but he was born on Motern and really wanted it to be the best it could be. It wasn't short on natural energy, at least, though it was a delicate balance how much could be let in from outside the barrier. Though Abder minimized his own practice of using energy, he could feel the various different kinds the disciples used. He made his way through them, feeling different elements, fire and light, to fight off the darkness, while others embraced it. Some walked the path of weapons, studying their implements in isolation or together in their reinforced courtyards. Abdur made sure to stop and speak to everyone he could. Many were formerly from the streets, and all who became part of the gathering had great difficulties in their past, though that was just humanity in general. The insights he could provide into cultivation were less important than the interactions he had. Having heard the story of Vincent, who was the branch head of their Order of 100 Stars on Cerritos, Abdur didn't think he was anywhere close to that level of connection, even with far fewer disciples. But he did his best. His goal was ultimately the library, which possessed not only a great number of tomes and scrolls, but also something else, a repository of knowledge. Technology, apparently. Very few of the locals knew how it worked to any significant degree, aside from basic operation. Thus, they treated it very carefully. It had copies of pretty much every physical piece of information they possessed, plus more. It even had the ability to search for certain topics, finding centuries of insights and guidance from cultivators experienced in many of the styles they currently practiced. It was important, but not unique. Anton even said it wasn't that valuable, except that it would take time to replace. Even Motern had a few, so the gathering shouldn't be envied for it. But Abdur could see the Twisting Spike sect might want it if they wanted to return to their monopolization of knowledge and power. But they wouldn't be following him to know that. Even if the exact location wasn't public, nothing would be revealed to the Watchers just because Abdur visited here. His reasons were fairly simple, just making some notes about his future acquisitions. He'd also find those who requested the styles so they could know that something was coming. Then he'd take the time to watch some of the recorded guidance himself. Video lessons were one of the most helpful for cultivation. Abdur could watch Nthanda's guidance or some of the others who had undergone various levels of advanced body tempering. There were various different displays, so he wouldn't be monopolizing the repository. Sustainable food production was the most necessary, but the repositories were probably the second best thing that the Alliance had brought. Sometimes Abdur would stay the night at the gathering, but he had his own quarters elsewhere for when he wanted some privacy. Not that they were much more than a roof over his head, and even that wasn't necessary. Just like there wasn't a real night and day cycle, there wasn't any weather to worry about. Aside from the massive storms outside the barrier, but everyone did their best to ignore those if they could. It was a week before anyone actually did anything. Abdur had attempted to covertly contact those he could trust, but he didn't learn much more about motivation before that time. Eventually, some of those following Abdur revealed themselves, though they did not approach. Instead, they effectively herded him in a particular direction. He went along with it just so he could see what would happen, and to keep up the facade that he hadn't noticed the others in hiding. He was wary of entering any sort of formation that might hide a use of energy, but he was ultimately led to the edge of the city, his paths of retreat seemingly cut off. "Why did you lead me here?" Abdur asked. "We can speak anywhere, if privacy was what you wanted." He had serious doubts about that, but it was better to hope for the best. Perhaps they knew something and simply intended to warn him, though the leaking killing intent didn't make him particularly optimistic about that. Men and women began to step out of the shadows around him. None of them were stronger than Abdur individually, but he began to think he might have gotten in over his head. Perhaps he should have been more proactive. "Do it," one of the men said, gesturing to another. A needle flew towards Abdur. He twisted his body, but couldn't avoid its speed. That was too bad, because he hadn't wished to display his durability so easily. The needle struck his body without puncturing, even amplified by natural energy. Good. It provoked no reaction. Abdur frowned. Was something more supposed to happen? Had he missed a poison? Fortunately, the man clarified things for him a moment later. "You are a troublesome issue," the man said. "But it seems your guardian is truly gone. Now we can remove you from the picture. It should be fairly easy to defeat a pacifist." There were several things wrong with what the man said. First of all, Anton absolutely had the acuity to tell if an attack was going to hurt him, though Abdur did believe Anton was truly away, so that didn't really help him. He wasn't a pacifist, though. He didn't have much of an opportunity to make that case. However, as he was soon swarmed by needles, throwing daggers, and even spears, some of the attackers had insights into puncturing that allowed them to bypass his skin. Fortunately, Abdur wasn't relying on that as his only defensive layer. He didn't like being stabbed directly in the heart, but his internals were also quite durable. Getting away with just a few bleeding wounds against over a dozen attackers seemed like a good start, but Abdur didn't have an opportunity to counterattack. Perhaps he could or should have thrown their own weapons back at them, but it wouldn't have been that effective. He immediately thought to flee, but with the streets blocked and cultivators standing on nearby rooftops, they converged on him from all directions, except the edge of the city itself. Abdur made his best use of his training to entangle his opponents as they stabbed with various thin weapons, driving him back. He caught a pair of weapons in his hands, twisting the metal to the point of uselessness past their augmenting natural energy, but others struck his body. If they didn't do any damage, he could withstand endless attacks as he wasn't expending anything to resist. However, he also couldn't concentrate his defenses against particularly strong attacks. The best he could do was avoid or deflect them. Abdur shoved a few cultivators into their allies, sending them tumbling dozens of meters down the street. He could and would fight, but there were too many enemies and he was pressed up against the barrier. He needed to move away, but it was already too late. More attacks came, but they were merely a distraction. While he was dealing with most of the attackers, several others pulled out strange crystal devices, which suddenly activated with a massive amount of natural energy. He was surrounded by a box of energy he couldn't break through. He struck several times, using techniques for getting the most momentum in a tight space. The energy of the box surrounding him continued to grow. Abdur crossed his arms in front of him, prepared to be crushed or burned, but he wasn't prepared for what actually happened. The barrier behind him opened, and the box snapped towards him. He wasn't damaged, but the power did push him back into the outside. The barrier reformed instantly, which was actually a relief, because a man-sized hole could potentially destroy the whole city. Abdur couldn't believe they would be so reckless. What if something had gone wrong? Unfortunately, he couldn't say anything to him because he was busy dealing with everything. Endless winds, heat, and pressure. Abdur immediately fell to his knees, his wounds burning with acidity and heat. His training had been going well, he thought. Yet here he was, about to die to his home planet. His eardrums ruptured, and he squeezed shut his eyes and pinched his nose, hunting to protect himself as much as he could. It was a shame he wasn't as strong as Nthanda. She had actually come to a place like this to train, but he knew he wasn't ready for what she'd done. He could barely even keep his body intact. Chapter 1133. Barely holding on to his corporeal form was the limit of what Abdur could do when subjected to Motern's true environment, which was actually pretty amazing already, wasn't it? He wasn't instantly vaporized or crushed. It was small comfort, but something. The only question was how he could survive. He couldn't break through the barrier, and even if he did, the damage to the city would be significant. There were a few points where it was meant to be passed through, but Abdur didn't know where they were. He could walk around the barrier, but that was far too casual, and some were meant to be entered in flight from New Abor. Crushing pressure and relentless heat decided Abdur's actions for him. He needed to do something, so he did it. He didn't exactly have a lot of sources for advanced body tempering to draw from. So when he thought about his mentors in that field, his thoughts immediately moved to the one that didn't seem to overthink things. He pushed himself away from the barrier, barely felt through the storm even for all of its power, and then struck downward. He probably should have had a pick or at least a hammer to attempt what he did, but his strength was enough, barely. Compressed rock cracked beneath him, and he reached for a chunk. His uncovered ears screamed at him as his fingertips compressed around the meter-wide piece, wrangling it out. Dropping into a small hole wasn't really any better, but this was only step one. The edges were rough, and he wanted to do better. It didn't need to be aesthetically pleasing, but he needed the stone to fit out of the opening he'd already made, and he couldn't be fiddling with rubble. Lifting hundreds of kilograms with a poor grip would already be difficult enough. When that rock was hot enough to be molten and only retained its solidity due to massive pressure, it was even more difficult. It sure felt good when he managed it, though. Piece after piece, he broke away the ground. He tried to build a shelter atop his little hole, but his continued need to expel what he removed around him meant that was a foolish plan. He soon realized that using his fingers to carve out the edges he wanted was better, since he didn't have any particular experience with mining. Still, Durf's vigorous videos to him, or really anyone who would listen since he probably didn't even know Abdur existed, had inspired him to action. He dug out an overhang, which didn't really make him less hot or reduce the crushing pressure, but at least his proto-tunnel made him feel assured he wasn't going to be blown away. His train density was probably the only thing that had gotten him that far. He half dug, half mined down at an angle. Eventually, he had to widen his tunnel so he could turn around a block or vaguely block-shaped thing. The deeper he got, the less hot it was. The pressure remained, but as long as he kept his eyes closed and his lips pressed tight, well, he still had problems with his nostrils and ears, but just because his lungs burned with each breath didn't mean he was going to give up. It wasn't much worse than it had felt to intensely train when he first started. His goal was to get under the city. The barrier didn't extend forever underground. Probably. And if it did, it shouldn't hurt too much to break through from underneath. The passage of time was unclear to Abdur. Maybe it was minutes, maybe hours, maybe days. It could have been any of those. He had no idea how far he went. But when he could no longer sense the barrier above him, he began to dig up. He certainly couldn't have gone past the city. His sense of direction wasn't that jumbled up. His determination wasn't just for his own survival, though he certainly didn't want to die. There were others who relied on him, and the attempt to kill him meant the Twisting Spike sect, what was left of them, weren't likely to stop. Abdur should have yelled, or otherwise drawn more attention to the battle. Someone had to have noticed, but putting effort into it would have been smarter. But he hadn't really faced that much adversity, had he? After Anton arrived, his life had been fairly nice. Training had been difficult, but satisfying. The hardest thing he had to do was, well, usually tunneling like he was now, though usually in a more intentional manner. Abdur felt something above him. Obviously, there were many things above him, because there was a city. But specifically, he felt some energy fluctuations that weren't just the storm outside. Unfortunately, it did feel like a regular barrier. How many people would he kill if he opened a hole and let the pressure in? With the way his tunnel wound and its size, that was complicated. He tried to dig closer to the barrier, to see if maybe someone could feel him past it. Then his arm reached through. That was bad, except his arm felt cold. Or maybe normal temperatures felt cold when you'd been at extreme temperatures. His body acted almost on his own, breaking more stone and pulling himself up. He risked opening his eyes, only to see nothing. For a moment he worried he had gone blind, but it was just dark. Poking his head down from the little perch he'd carved out, even with his eyes closed he could see the stone was still white-hot past the barrier, the glow penetrating his eyelids. The light and heat just didn't pass the barrier. Abdur had to admit he didn't fully understand how the barriers worked. The dome was clearly solid, but this was not. He didn't mind, though, because he wasn't dead. He took a moment in relative safety to catch his breath. It was a good thing he didn't need a standard complement of gases to breathe, wasn't it? That training had been specifically tailored to Moturn, so it wasn't a coincidence. But even so, he was glad Nthanda had insisted on that. Abdur had wanted to become strong to overcome future dangers. And now they were here. He didn't regret it. And if anything, he almost wished he'd somehow worked harder, though he didn't think he'd slacked off. He was just lacking the current need. There was no way he could have carved that tunnel in such a time with his normal mindset. With his break done, Abdur had to continue on. Hopefully, the peacekeepers weren't in on it, or the city would fall even if he returned. Either way, some particular individuals were going to learn that just because he didn't choose to train with weapons or focus on combat didn't mean he was a pacifist. When Abdur put his ear to the stone above, he could hear the sounds of civilization, which meant he was fairly close to the surface. Based on the intensity of the sound, it shouldn't be more than 5 or 10 meters more. His fingers ached from tearing apart stone, even if his technique was slightly improving as he went along. From what he had heard, normal stone wasn't so hard as Moturn's solid core, but the compression it underwent due to the significant pressure bearing down on it made it difficult for even an early life transformation cultivator like himself to deal with. Or life transformation equivalent, anyway. Advanced body tempering didn't precisely match, but given how he'd held his own against a significant number of Essence Collection cultivators, he felt quite solid in that assessment. Speaking of which, he could finally feel his injuries now that he was out of the heat and pressure. Few attacks had gone further than skin deep, with a few having gone a centimeter or so into muscle. However, those relatively manageable wounds were made worse by the scouring heat. Abdur had a number of charred wounds, and his skin had barely made it through. Recovery was going to take a while, but at least he wasn't bleeding out and his organs were no longer trying to boil, so that was good. Nothing stopped him from moving. But even though his training included taking some actual wounds, these were the worst he'd had. The stabs on their own wouldn't have been that bad, though. The street gave way above Abdur as he reached into empty air. Or maybe the floor, since it was still dark. He smelled food. Mushrooms, specifically. They had a particular scent that he could pick out even through his burnt nostrils, if barely. Inside, then. Hopefully it was a business of some sort. He had some sense of what was around him from the sense of energy and things and the flow of air, but he was missing an important sense. Aside from sight, which simply didn't have anything to work with, he was missing his hearing. That was why he didn't notice anything until he was hit on the back of the head. It hurt. It really shouldn't have hurt. Fortunately, he was confused enough with the situation that he didn't lash out. When something whacked him on the head again, he held up a palm to try to catch it. There was something there, but his sense of touch was also not great at the moment. Abdur tried to speak, but just coughed smoke and gases. Whatever it was in his hand struggled against his grip. From the shape, some sort of long-handled weapon? Maybe a spear? People had just tried to kill him earlier, but he wasn't really feeling killing intent. "What are you doing?" he managed to croak out. His ears didn't really work, but he thought he heard something. A voice, maybe. And he felt the slight change in pressure as whatever he was holding was released. His eyes adapted quickly as light suddenly filled his vision a few moments later. His eyelids hurt like hell, but they protected his vision well enough. What was revealed was an angry old woman holding a lamp. With one hand, she wagged a finger at him. Then she seemed to spot the hole in the ground and got an exasperated look. "I can't actually hear right now," Abdur tried to say at a reasonable volume. She paused her rant for just a moment. Then she continued anyway. He should have learned to read lips. Now he was going off vague gestures. She pointed at him, and the hole. "I'll get someone to fix it. It's difficult to explain why I came out there," Abdur said. That should be what she was bothered by, right? That did seem to solve one issue, but she gestured to him from head to toe. Abdur looked at himself. He was a real mess. Burned skin, stone dust, and little else covered him. Barely a few scraps of cloth dangled off him, and it was not kind enough to be strategically located. Right. His clothing might have been durable, but he hadn't had anything that was outside resistant. The fact that any of it still existed said a lot. "Yeah, my clothes burned up. Sorry." He wasn't ashamed of his body, but it was still embarrassing to be seen in such a state. The woman gestured at him. Maybe to stay? She trudged off, taking the lamp with her. Abdur considered following her up the stairs, but decided against it. If she was going to bring someone to arrest him or whatever, it might take some explaining. But his story was fairly easily verifiable if anyone followed the hole. It was a good thing the lower part of the barrier worked. The old woman returned with her lantern, a bucket full of water, and some pants. She dumped the bucket on Abdur's head, which kind of stung because of everything, but it was better to be vaguely clean, especially since he would begin healing rapidly. "Thanks," he said as she handed him pants. He had just about finished putting them on when his stomach grumbled. Now that he was safe, his body was telling him to consume food to sustain its healing efforts. He could already see slight traces of healing on his hands. The old woman tore a head-sized bundle of mushrooms off the wall, shoved them into Abdur's arms, then shoved him up the stairs, down a short hallway, and out of her house. Abdur didn't recognize the specific street he was on, but he'd be able to navigate from some of the more impressive structures in the city. When he turned around, the door was shut behind him. "I'll be back with someone for your floor," he mentioned again before he began to stuff his face with mushrooms. He'd need a lot more than that to heal, as well as some days or weeks, but it was a good start. Now he just had to figure out who to contact first about people actively trying to murder him. Chapter 1134. The peacekeepers were probably fine. The Alliance had done their best to make sure they only accepted people who swore true oaths of protection, but people could change their minds. Then there was the issue that Abdur couldn't hear, and he looked like he'd just been in a battle to the death. Which was true, but still rather suspicious. At least he had pants. From what Abdur knew, Nthanda could focus her healing on specific parts of her body. She could do a lot of things, actually, but he didn't know how to do any of that, so he was going to need to work without hearing for a while. Paper would be good. He might need to go home and get some, because would the gathering let him in looking like he was? He didn't really look like him right now. Normally he had hair and non-charcoal skin. His voice might not even sound the same. Cultivators might still be able to tell. It wasn't like there were a ton of advanced body temperers. However, home was his best bet as long as nobody was watching it. And why would they be? He was dead, or at least stuck outside, if they thought he would survive. He hadn't really believed in himself there, so he would be kind of pleased if the twisting spike thought he'd live. He got a lot of weird looks on the streets, but that was probably good. Nobody was running or panicking. There wasn't violence everywhere. Presumably, if there were sounds of battle, people would be paying attention to that. Abdur also didn't feel any of the huge bursts of energy that he would expect. He still moved quickly, his feet aching on the bare stone. The good news was that pain meant there was enough of him left that his nerves were in decent condition. The bad news was that Abdur didn't like pain. Running seemed like it would be the correct choice at first, but he avoided it. With no way to clear up any misunderstandings, he didn't want to look like some kind of weirdo running away from a crime. So his feet kept a strong rhythm with long, quick steps. In only a dozen minutes, he'd found his neighborhood, and then he was home shortly afterwards. Without his key, because that had probably melted. The door was locked, which was good. He crushed the handle in his grip, then tore out the bits. It wasn't meant to be that secure. There would just be a pulse to wake him up if things were disturbed. The first thing he grabbed were some pills to accelerate healing and replenish what blood he'd lost early on. Then he ate everything in his pantry that didn't need to be cooked. It tasted like nothing but pain, hurt to swallow, and then he felt bloated at the end. But he'd quickly digest what was left, and he could already feel it infusing into his body. Hopefully he'd be more functional in a few hours. He grabbed paper, wrote a few things he thought he'd have to say, threw on some new clothes that at least looked like his, and took quick steps towards the gathering. Someone came to greet him, based on their expression, though they didn't recognize him. He pointed towards some things on his paper, then remembered he could still sort of talk. The papers were mostly for other people to write responses. "I'm Abdur, I got attacked, thrown outside, and now I can't hear," he said. "Please write your responses." He held out his paper and writing implement. It was not a great setup, but the other fellow, Colorado, managed a response. "You look and feel awful, but I recognize your general shape. Wait here while I get others." A few minutes later, Abdur was being swarmed by friends. He couldn't understand anything they said, so he had to stop them, including the people trying to cover him in salves. He could do that himself. They were being far too gentle and slow. He slathered goop over his arms as he explained as best he could, placing Colorado in front of him as the official writing representative. "Everyone all right here?" Colorado nodded. It was twisting spike remnants. "I could point them out if I encountered them. Send someone to Draza. Actually, warn all our allies. They're likely going to act soon." Colorado held up his paper with new words. "Anov. New Abor. I suppose we should," Abdur said. Could he hear things? Maybe just his own blood pumping in his ears. Not terribly useful. We need them to know, at least. Abdur had just about organized things, preparing to go with some allies to find the peacekeepers, when he sensed someone coming. Someone he'd seen earlier in the day, presuming it was the same day. Otherwise, they were quite slow to get to the next stage of their plans. Marching with weapons against the gathering was completely foolish. All they did was help people grow. They even shared their knowledge with anyone reasonable. Abdur quickly made his way to the commotion, feeling the tense emotions, but little else. A few of the people who tried to kill him earlier were there, with others mixed in. Just as Abdur got in sight, the leading woman stabbed towards one of the younger members of the gathering with a spear. Abdur sprang forward, trying to reach out. He wouldn't reach in time, but his hand flicked. A quill pen stabbed through the wooden haft of the spear, splitting it and nearly negating the energy flowing through and around it. It was enough for the young man, Carl, probably, to raise stony defenses on his torso. His ribs snapped under the distributed force, but he wasn't impaled. Everyone turned towards him, and Abdur realized he was roaring in anger. His lungs were pretty messed up, but still far more powerful than a normal person's. He reached out for the woman, grabbing her arms as she tried to block him. His aching fingers crushed her wrists as he kicked one leg up into her belly, the other sweeping behind her legs. He folded her in half, and he felt her spine snap. Obviously, her defensive energy tried to stop him, but she had to focus it on a single point. She wasn't strong enough on her own, so that was her fate. Obviously, her allies had something to say about that, and a half-dozen needles and one rapier stabbed into Abdur. The former couldn't penetrate even his damaged skin, while the latter slid cleanly through his belly. That wasn't his intention at all. He'd simply been careless. But he clenched his abdominal muscles and shattered the weapon before the man could redirect their energy to tear him apart from the inside. Then people from the gathering began to charge down the road and throw attacks out of windows, joining the battle. Even if they were individually weak, which wasn't always the case, they were sufficient to overwhelm the attackers with Abdur present. And when he wasn't fighting alone against dozens, he was able to focus on one enemy at a time. He didn't let another weapon touch him, unless he grabbed it first or was swatting it out of the way. Focusing on the strongest enemies first meant it wasn't long before the remaining middle-strength enemies were running for their lives screaming, as the weakest ones had been taken out in the first waves of attacks, and with their leaders dying, they didn't have any confidence in their victory, regardless of the actual odds. Abdur was not in a good mood, so he began to chase them down. He could have snapped necks and shattered skulls, but he didn't want to kill unnecessarily. Letting people get away to try to harm people later wasn't his plan either. He grabbed the first two around the neck, and while they tried to flail and stab him, they couldn't get an angle on him, focus energy on their weapons, and stop him from cutting off the flow of blood to their brains. He wasn't able to catch all of them, but the neighborhood as a whole quickly became aware of what was going on. Some of them joined the pursuit, and they caught most of those running. Then, without having to seek them out, peacekeepers quickly showed up. Abdur was glad that Colorado and the others weren't far away, so they could help explain. Because his ears were still 99% busted, he was pretty sure he could hear words now, but without being able to hear which words, it was kind of meaningless. They want to know the names of those who attacked you, Colorado wrote. I only know a few. She was one, though. Abdur pointed to the woman with the broken spine. She wasn't dead, but she couldn't move without energy, and with a broken weapon, she couldn't threaten anyone either. Though there were a dozen people prepared to attack her in case she did anything. Abdur gave up the few other names he knew. Then Colorado asked about where he was first attacked. Abdur added some useful info. Even if they cleaned up the scene, there should be some metal shards from broken weapons. Abdur did his best to sense the intentions of the peacekeepers as they were placing shackles on the surviving attackers. It would be better if he could hear their heartbeats or tone of voice, but their postures indicated sincerity. They were planning to go investigate the location he mentioned when flickers of energy activated the communication devices they had among them. Anton said they were simple, as they only relayed sound, but they did so anywhere in the city. Around the same time, Abdur felt fluctuations from a nearby neighborhood. He took off running. He was not a pacifist, he just hadn't made his main thing fighting. His strong body was meant to make him feel safe, which it did, and to perform useful tasks. But sometimes that had to be turning people into pretzels. It wasn't his job to fend off trouble, and the peacekeepers would probably be saying that if he could hear them. But he couldn't, and nobody was going to stop him and his battered body from helping people. Abdur blocked a fireball going for an innocent civilian with his body. It was really not that hot compared to what he'd been dealing with. If he'd been healed, he probably wouldn't have felt much of anything. Instead, his fist twinged in pain. He hadn't just let it hit his torso, obviously. Better to sacrifice an arm if it could cause that much damage, so he punched out with his left. Fortunately, his body was durable enough even as it was. He was absolutely going to collapse later, but first there were some people to deal with. It was difficult to tell whether the flaming woman was a former twisting spike or just someone aligned with their interests, but Abdur didn't much care. He charged forward, tackling her to the ground. The streets were just smooth stone from Motern, so they were incredibly durable. The heat would do literally nothing to them. Cease your flames, or I'll snap your neck, Abdur threatened. Her attacks were widespread, so he really might do it. The woman was stubborn enough to make Abdur demonstrate he could actually hurt her, even though the fact that she couldn't stand should have been suspicious. So after he bashed her head into the ground and created a few cracks, she decided she didn't have enough natural energy to keep that up when Abdur could probably continue forever. Fighting continued around Abdur, and he focused on those most dangerous to civilians. The peacekeepers either didn't mind or had given up on yelling at him. Once everyone was down, Abdur strained his senses for any other battles. If he could hear, he could probably pick up the sound of a clash all the way across the city, but with just energy senses they had to be close. There was nothing, for the moment. That was a relief. He'd fear some sort of citywide uprising. If it was less than that, Motern could definitely handle it. Which was good, because they really needed to be able to handle themselves without the alliance. Either that, or give in and officially join them, which was honestly fine with Abdur, but proving they could be independent was attractive as well. Chapter 1135. Getting personal revenge wasn't as important to Abdur as preventing people who attacked him in the streets from doing the same to people who were more likely to die. Not that he was all that far from death himself, but even with what happened to him, he had a good bit more life in him than many. As a higher stage cultivator, he felt it was his responsibility to act. There were a few more incidents that occurred later that day, but once people were mobilized to act, it seemed to send the culprits into hiding. Tracking them down would take some time, but it would be pretty much impossible to completely disappear. What were they going to do? Flee the city? As Abdur could easily point out, it wasn't great out there, and they wouldn't have any way to go to Anav or Nuabor. It was an exhausting day making sure everything was in place. All he wanted to do was go home and collapse in his bed. Without a sound, a thin stiletto stabbed through the top sheet of a bed, piercing skin, muscle, and bone until it went through the heart and out by the spine. Abdur clutched his heart. That was brutal. Good thing it wasn't him. It was a waste of good bed sheets, but the one who died wouldn't be missed. It was his ally's own fault, though he hadn't really been useful to either side since he wasn't really in the know about anything and unwilling to give it up regardless. Both so that he would feel more like Abdur and to prevent him from causing trouble, his energy had been suppressed by binding shackles. The assassin had been a bit careless, still. No doubt she had already noticed how easily punctured her target was, though she might not know that consciousness didn't change that. Abdur took his first step towards her at the same time as his first breath in 10 minutes. The assassin had been skulking around for a while. He would also have to replace his closet door, but opening it would be too slow. The high-speed splinters might harm the would-be assassin if he was lucky. Even in the dim light, Abdur recognized her, in the way he could picture most of the strongest cultivators in the city. This woman was Jaya's distant cousin, friend, or important lackey of some sort. She hadn't been around during the incident, and she hadn't had any sustainable causes brought against her, so she'd made it through. ISI, if Abdur remembered correctly, though this was no time for introductions. He wasn't good at kicks, so he wasn't that surprised that even with his speed, he went right over her head. In turn, she stabbed him in the back of the knee. It clearly didn't go as deep as she would like, but she snapped her stiletto away before Abdur could clutch his knee around her weapon and pull it away. He got into a better stance as she stabbed at him. Abdur was cautious. He wanted to grab her weapon, but the timing had to be just right. His testing efforts showed she could turn her weapon upon him instantly, and he wasn't eager to get his hand or forearm impaled in the process of trying to stop her. Apparently, there were people who fought like that, but Abdur wasn't going to be one of them if he couldn't help it. ISI wasn't running, and her energy fluctuations were well contained, so it was possible that not too many people would be aware of what was happening. Abdur hadn't been certain that he would be attacked at night, and he wouldn't have been if he just had guards hanging out inside. Abdur was still catching his breath, so a shout at the moment seemed ill-advised. The guards were a bit further down the block, but hopefully they would notice the commotion soon. Except he didn't sense them. He hadn't even noticed they were gone, dozing off in the closet. The sounds of combat still seemed like they were underwater. Abdur had maybe 10% of his hearing back at best. In some places he had new skin, which wasn't exactly more durable. He still had many wounds, though most of them were covered. ISI could probably still feel them with her energy, though. Abdur couldn't exactly block her senses. He realized quickly that she was reading the tension of his muscles very well, which he couldn't prevent for the same reason. Thus, she seemed to react to his moves before he began. Abdur couldn't successfully strike or grab without exposing himself, and ISI was likely getting used to his patterns. How unfortunate. Perhaps he should have focused on combat instead of other things. Longer days of sparring might have made all the difference here. But this wasn't what he'd wanted to do. It was just thrust upon him. Abdur realized he was covered in wounds, and he had a nice new one. He could use that. Doing his best to look like he was winding up for a powerful attack, he brought his foot down and stumbled. He had actually considered kicking through the floor, but that might be harder to believe was an accident. The outline of a blade stabbed towards him, and Abdur reached to grab the blade. Then the second one in her other hand was finally revealed, stabbing into his ribs. The plan was likely to go between them, but they weren't as easy to push apart as she might have expected, even with the thin blades. It still scraped across his rib, tearing at the muscle, but there was no risk of it reaching deeper. He didn't manage to get a hold of her offhand or his real target, her wrist, but he wasn't willing to let go of the stiletto in her other hand. He yanked her forward, and she made the correct choice to release her weapon. Abdur almost snapped it, but instead he spun it around. His lack of expertise in the weapon might be clear, but using it as an extension of his own body that he didn't care if it got stabbed was good enough for him. That lasted all of 2 exchanges before eyesight snapped it with her other stiletto with an unexpected sweeping strike. Either it wasn't as expensive as Abdur thought, or ISI was really determined. Obviously, the enchantments would make the weapon a bit more durable, but with him unable to relevantly augment it with natural energy, it was an easy task to destroy the weapon. Holding just a handle, Abdur chucked it at her torso and tried to slip inside her range. He really hoped she only had one weapon. The handle crashed through the wall, and her stiletto continued to keep Abdur at bay. She even managed to wound his forearm. If he was doing a better job of wearing down her natural energy, Abdur might feel confident still, but sustaining more wounds while still having been half-roasted earlier in the day was a bit much. Should he run? No. He had at least one more thing he needed to try. Something he could do as an advanced body temperer. Well, anyone could do it. It should just work better. He planned his next move, his muscles tensing. Then he lunged. ISI thrust her weapon towards his incoming knee, but his leg twisted, instead sweeping her leg. The things he had to do with his tendons to change trajectory like that were serious. Normal cultivators would probably tear something or have some sort of concentration of energy that gave them away. ISI leapt over his sweeping leg, but the weight of gravity didn't pull her back to the ground fast enough to get solid footing. Abdur held his arms out wide, looking to encompass her as he rushed forward. Her stiletto stabbed forward towards his eye, but he tilted his head just enough for the blade to scrape along the ridge of his eyebrow. His bones were still quite solid, and her insights into piercing simply weren't enough. She might have gotten a little bit of his brain, though, skipping past his skull. He couldn't be sure, because there were no pain sensors there. Abdur's arms wrapped around her at the shoulders and squeezed. There was a moment of resistance as her energy tensed against him. Then she snapped all at once. He should have probably yelled at her to surrender, but he didn't have such an upper hand that he thought that would have been successful. So now there were 2 dead bodies in his room, and Abdur was quite certain Anton had left him alone, which was both scary and heartening. He could manage on his own, even without someone watching over him at all times. Anton breathed out slowly. "It's so difficult not to interfere," he said to Prospero. "He took some significant wounds. And Motern is, well, they're handling things well." You can really do something from here?" Prospero asked. "That's far more distance than I thought." "I'd be launching an attack from the star," Anton said. "It would be weaker, but enough to do something in situations like this. I'm 2 full stages above them, after all. Should I have saved those 2 guards?" "You told Motern they were responsible for their own problems." Prospero shook his head. "While the guards didn't deserve to die, it wasn't your responsibility to save them. I would have saved Abdur, though, if he really was about to die. And he's your apprentice, of a sort." Prospero shrugged. "Different rules apply, but it sounds like you let things get far enough." "I really want to tell them where the rest of the people are hiding," Anton said. "What if I just leave little hints? Is that too much?" Prospero rolled his eyes. "I'm sure they'll get it soon enough." They did. Abdur wasn't there for any of it, but the issues were resolved with a minimum of excess bloodshed, at least not from those he cared about. The people attempting a coup had also tried to kill him and those he cared about, so his sympathy for them was less. Currently, he was searching to see if the archives had any information on how to heal stab injuries to the brain. Once the battle was over, he'd used his small bits of natural energy to determine there was indeed a wound inside him. And even if it was small, he didn't think any damage to the brain was insignificant. He didn't feel bad, which partially made him feel that everything was fine, and partially made him panic that he was going to die without knowing it was coming. Clearer thoughts won out, and after making sure the bleeding stopped, Abdur had gone to look for solutions. He wasn't a huge fan of the information he was finding. If part of the brain was destroyed, the rest of it could take over functionality in some cases. But his options for healing it were generally things that even the Lower Realms Alliance said were rare, including cultivators who were good at healing. At least it was a straightforward puncture, and nothing was really missing. He'd have to live with that. And since he wasn't dead already and wasn't still bleeding, he would almost certainly live. To take his mind off of that, he needed to do something else. Training was probably not a good idea at the moment. Bouncing around his wounded brain might be a bad idea, as it turned out. Well, he owed someone a new floor, and he'd just saved a stone cultivator's life. Though he could have requested aid from other members of the gathering regardless, it was best not to be too burdensome. They really did need to make sure that hole was fixed, though. He didn't want someone to stumble through the bottom of the barrier, least of all an old grandmother's sort. Even if she'd been a bit cranky when he first met her. He knocked on her door, but heard no reaction. He knocked a bit louder. He could hear her moving around inside. A bit louder, and finally she started making her way. "Who could that be?" she muttered. She flung open the door. "Yeah? Who is it?" "Hi. It's Abdur again. I can sort of hear now. Thanks for helping me out. This is Carl. He's here to fix your floor." Carl waved gently, as his ribs were currently bound. The woman blinked. "Wait, you really came back?" "I did promise. I can't imagine you've gotten it repaired yourself so quickly." "I put some boards over it," she said. "But if you'll do a proper fix, well, no, I can't pay anything." "I wouldn't expect you to," Abdur said. "It was my fault. At least, to the extent he was responsible for it getting fixed. Obviously, most of the ones actually at fault were dead or would be soon, since murder, or even attempted murder, were executable offenses. Oh, right, and barrier tampering. Though nobody had ever been stupid enough to actually do that before, as far as he recalled. Chapter 1136. The hole was a clear blemish in the old woman's basement, but Abdur much preferred it to being a charred corpse. Of course, fixing it was the best option. Moving aside the boards that might not actually stop someone from stumbling into the hole, Abdur began to drop down. "I'll head down first. Somewhere down here the barrier undercuts the city, and we don't want you stumbling into that." "Wait, you were outside." Carl looked at him incredulously. Abdur gestured to his whole body. "How did you think I ended up like this, huh?" "Fire cultivators. And the stab wounds." Carl furrowed his brow. "I'm going to be honest and say I can't really tell that's what those were. I do need all this stone. Isn't the barrier pretty far down? Maybe I should just seal stuff up here." "I brought a storage bag for the chunks," Abdur said, wrapping the opening of said bag around the stone he'd cracked apart. "Most of it ended up in the tunnel behind me, since I didn't really have a better option. Anything outside the barrier will probably reform, but I figured we shouldn't leave huge gaps." Carl frowned as he saw Abdur lifting heavy chunks of stone. "As long as you're fine doing all that. I can't really lift stuff right now, with my ribs. Should you be moving?" "My muscles are mostly intact," Abdur explained. "Just some damage to my pecs on this side, but I can use one arm just fine." Or he could hook things with his foot. Even if he couldn't grip things, balancing anything was simple enough. The tunnel went further than he remembered, and that was just the vertical portion. He hadn't had a good sense of time, though he hadn't been extremely careful with the state things ended up in. "It's not going to look pretty," Carl commented. "Like stone mushed together. I'll have to thin some of it out. But as long as nobody tries to mine it out for solid material, it should be good." In the end, the storage bag Abdur brought wasn't enough. He had to settle for taking some of the larger and more stable chunks and piling them up in the basement. "I hope you're not planning to leave those there," said the old lady. "Of course not," he shook his head. "This is just part of the process." "Faye, I've heard that before. Still got holes in the wall, and one that isn't standing anymore." "We might look at that after," Abdur said. Then he climbed back down, until he finally felt the edge of the barrier. "Okay, found it. Carl, come climb down here. There's a little ledge I made that you can work from." Abdur remained in the tunnel above Carl with his body pressed against either side of the tunnel to hold him steady. Carl began pulling material out of the storage bag, taking small bit and mixing them with some of the stony powder they'd ended up with. The whole mass sort of began to melt into shape with the power of his natural energy. He soon had a vague disc which he lodged into the bottom of the tunnel, fusing it with the sides. Then he began piling larger rocks, and once he'd filled up the very bottom, he had Abdur begin bringing larger chunks, fitting other material around it. The repair process was much slower than tearing apart the rocks to begin with, though if Carl was also a life transformation cultivator, he might have been able to match Abdur's digging speed. "You should take a break," the old woman said after a couple hours. She brought seasoned mushrooms out on chipped plates, with cool water in cracked ceramic cups. Carl couldn't help but seal up the cracks in his own mug, but made no other comment on it. By the end of the day, he'd only managed to fill in maybe 10% of the tunnel. Repairing a hole a meter wide and dozens of meters long wasn't that easy, as it turned out. It was good practice, though. It took until the third day they returned that the old woman actually gave her name. Mostly, she just watched them working while fiddling around in her basement. as if there was actually anything she could do to promote the growth of the mushrooms without cultivation of her own. "Thank you for the amazing lunch, Soraya," Abdur said. "Bah, it's nothing to praise. Little more than cheap spices." She paused, getting a faraway look. "Though they didn't used to be so easy to get a hand on." "Really?" Carl asked. "I can't remember a time without salt and pepper. Used to be only cultivators had them," Soraya commented. "Before the big cultivator incident." Carl nodded. "Ah, that makes sense. I heard things changed significantly after the Alliance showed up." "Tends to be. That's how my son got killed," Soraya said. Then she made her way out of the room. Carl looked at Abdur wide-eyed. He transmitted his voice so he wouldn't be overheard. "Did you know about that? How was I supposed to know her son died?" Abdur shook his head. "I had some idea he was gone, but nothing more." "Should I apologize?" "I don't think she's the right type. We'll just try to avoid bringing it up again." Avoidance worked until Carl finished the original project, smoothing out the floor of the basement. He actually lowered the whole area by almost a centimeter to make up for lost material. But that was just expanding the basement, or something. "Good," Soraya said. "Now I can get to my crop without falling down to hell." Though she said that, she seemed rather pleased with the results. "You said something about other walls in your house, right?" Carl asked. "If they're stone, I can probably do a repair." "Is brick stone?" Soraya asked. "I don't know what you cultivators can do." "Well," Carl frowned. "If you want it to match, it would be better for me to do it," Abdur said. "Let's see what it looks like." Soraya took them to the kitchen. Or her bedroom? The house only had a few rooms off the one hallway leading from the basement to the door out. Some cutting surfaces and something vaguely like a fireplace indicated what was probably supposed to be a kitchen, given the pile of plates and cups. "Is there no sink?" Carl asked. "It's old style," Soraya said. "I'd think the bigger problem is that," she gestured. By that, she of course meant the fact that the wall between what might have been a bedroom and the kitchen was just rubble, much of which had been pushed against one side or removed long before, but there were still uneven surfaces on the floor. "My son knocked that wall down after I asked him to put the fireplace between the bedroom and kitchen so I wouldn't waste the heat." Carl nodded slowly. "And then he never got an opportunity to finish." "Oh no, he had plenty of opportunities." Soraya crossed her arms. "It was dragging on for months before the cultivator incident." "Right." Carl didn't really know what to say and looked to Abdur for help. "We can get this fixed up real quick." Abdur redirected the topic to more productive things. "It might not match the outer walls perfectly, but maybe I can find someone who knows the same style of bricks." He could do the work himself if he knew the style. Carrying around a ton of bricks wasn't too difficult. He'd moved that amount hundreds of times to dig himself back into the city after cracking the dense stone. Halfway through that project, for which Abdur found similar-looking but sturdier bricks, he sensed a draft from one of the other rooms. The city was big enough to have some differences in pressure and airflow, but without any natural weather drafts were pretty rare. It would have to be a pretty significant hole to get movement he could sense outside the room. When he brought it up with Soraya, she opened the room. "That's the wall I mentioned. The wall with the holes." She was right, in some sense, though Abdur might have described it more as holes with some semblance of wall. A great number of mostly regularly spaced punctures filled the outer wall of the room, which looked like another bedroom. "A dusty one. We can fill those in," Abdur said. It was difficult to imagine what might have caused such a thing. Clearly, it couldn't be an accident. Looking more closely, he got an idea. These should be marks from various puncturing weapons. Was Soraya's son a member of the Twisting Spike? That would explain how he died in the cultivator incident. Abdur had been fairly certain that after Anton showed up, he prevented anyone else from being killed, which also meant that Anton had almost certainly been the one who killed her son. Everyone had family and people connected to them, even the Twisting Spike. Even when family was strained, they still provided something. Even if this particular fellow might have only provided holes in the wall, Abdur still thought that he should help make up for some harm Anton indirectly caused, even if it was decades later than it should have been. Abdur briefly wondered why the woman hadn't asked for help from anyone, especially the city's services. They would have at least repaired the outer wall, and would have probably made certain Soraya had running water as the city began to actually develop such things. But all of that had to do with cultivators, and she didn't seem to really trust them. She wasn't afraid of them. Otherwise, she wouldn't have used a broom to hit one who broke through her basement floor. But a lack of understanding didn't bring much trust. Abdur wondered if he should try to convince her to cultivate energy. On one hand, he had a perfect example of an older person who had begun cultivating late. On the other, that was the very person she probably was the most wary of. Even non-cultivators had been able to feel Anton's presence when he fully revealed his aura. The walls were easy to fix, but they weren't really the problem. The actual problem was that Soraya didn't have anyone to help her. In the more than a week that Abdur and Carl had been around all day, nobody had come to check up on Soraya, neither friends nor family. The Alliance had helped the city set up services to assist anyone who came to them. Abdur sought out people who were passed over, but clearly he hadn't found all of them. He doubted he could have personally checked on the million of people in the city, but he'd sort of missed a certain category of people because they appeared to be in good condition. To someone who had grown up on the street, having any sort of building to keep your things and yourself safe within had seemed like luxury. But even ignoring the disrepair, that clearly wasn't the case for Soraya. Abdur wondered what her life had been like in the years before she was able to grow her own food. Having learned more about her, it could have taken some time to adopt that practice. Before that, he didn't know what she could have done to earn money. She didn't have any apparent job, but peeking into other rooms, Abdur saw a writing table and old inkwells. A scribe, perhaps? Except it certainly didn't seem like she had anything currently. Perhaps it could have been her husband who did such work, but Abdur got the feeling he hadn't been around on account of having never been mentioned once. And he may never have been an actual husband. Abdur wondered if Anton knew about Soraya. Unlike some, he knew Anton wasn't omnipotent and omniscient. A single woman who had no natural energy and wasn't being harassed by any cultivators could slip through even his significant senses. He might ask, but it really didn't matter. All that mattered was what he did now. He could have been satisfied with fixing what he broke, then a little bit extra to make up for the trouble, but he wasn't. Chapter 1137. Are you crazy or just dumb? Clearly, Soraya did not like Abdur's suggestions. Well, I'm Dash. My fingers already hurt plenty, thank you very much. I already know how exercise works, and it's far too late for that to help me. It's more than that, Abdur commented. Though he did believe that proper light movements could actually help her out, if she was willing to commit to a plan. Infusing natural energy into the body can produce greater results with a faster recovery. It took him more than another week to convince her, but she eventually gave up as there was nothing else for him to do around the house other than bother her, and she couldn't get him to just go away and leave her alone. Even if she had said it, Abdur knew enough to understand that she wouldn't want that. She desired company as much as anyone else. Of course, he couldn't spend all his time around her. He had his own training to do, duties to the gathering, and so on. The city was also busy recuperating from the aftermath of the attempted coup. Finally, Abdur apportioned some of his time to finding people like Soraya who should have had access to aid, but for some reason chose not to ask for or accept it. Sometimes, that would take getting to know people, to convince them that people actually wanted to help. Finding such people was the hardest part, though. Abdur knew where those who were like him tended to find themselves, but those who appeared to be in a stable state but were actually struggling were harder to track down. That, he thought, was going to be a long project. The way he finally managed to get Soraya to finally want to train was simply to display his own handwriting, while slightly exaggerating the flaws. He hadn't ever bothered to become particularly good at writing once he surpassed basic proficiency. If he just got a little lazy with his hand control, his writing looked quite terrible. Soraya attempted to correct him, and while her calligraphy was certainly superior to Abdur's own, her hands were old and weak. Even he could pick out flaws which she was no doubt doubly aware of. All he had to do to inspire her was to give her an opportunity and provide ink and paper. Those weren't cheap for someone with effectively no income. Not many people wanted to buy mushrooms that anyone could easily grow. And with no offense meant to Soraya, her crop of basement fungus wasn't particularly exceptional. She wasn't a fungal cultivator after all, so there were limits to what she could do. Finger exercises didn't look like much. Soraya didn't exactly know what she needed to do, just how she needed to move, and where she was having trouble. Fortunately, Abdur was more than qualified to help out there. He knew every muscle and bone in the body and how they interacted. He had decades of study on that particular topic and practical experience to boot. Coming up with a plan that suited her needs was simple, though her ability to sense natural energy was still in question. Even without that, she could grow stronger due to the energy directly infused in food she ate. Anton hadn't sounded particularly impressed by Motern's state in that regard, but Abder thought he was just picky about such things. Abder had seen how much the world had grown from the bottom. After all, Anton was currently locked in a staring contest with a star, and he thought he might be winning. There was the slight problem that Maheg didn't have eyes, but he felt he could get past that. "You don't have to rush on my account," Prospero commented. "I would much rather hear about your success from a distance than personally witness a failure caused by rushing." Anton shook his head. "That's exactly why you need to be here. Keep me motivated to succeed, instead of getting sloppy." "I doubt you would, considering the potential consequences." Nobody quite knew how bad things might get if Anton failed a critical advancement, though those who knew him would bet that he would try to take the consequences entirely upon himself. Most likely, that would result in his complete annihilation, since he would be dealing with star-scale backlash. Maheg was ready to try to form the bond as well. Alternatively, the star could probably wait another 1,000 years and barely notice. From its perspective, Anton had only recently come into view, but he was also its oldest and closest friend, as much as such things were possible. Generations of plants upon the little moon were their legacy. This wouldn't be the one to put him over the edge. Even if Anton didn't strictly stick to prime star numbers, he knew he certainly needed to bind more stars before attempting his stage advancement, whenever he got around to that. Timothy and Katerina got a little boost through adversity, but Anton was trying to carve out what he hoped would be a consistent path for those with the aptitude. Binding with a sapient star wasn't on the normal list, but there were certainly oddities to look into. Anton reached out, the movement of energy at first looking like the typical handshake. He needed to be certain that their entwined energies would be stable before accepting it into himself. Cutting off a connection wasn't something he would do lightly, especially not in the moments it was supposed to be forming. It shouldn't take long. He'd been slowly building up a sort of bond the whole time, even if it wasn't the same as his attunement to other stars. He had the groundwork laid, and he would have helped from the other side. Maheg's energy carefully wrapped around his. That connection, even if it was one human and one star, was far more solid than it would appear on the surface. Since had come this far, Anton wasn't going to hesitate. Sometimes, being slow was worse than planned haste. He needed to take the dunk, except instead of the chill of water, it would be the fire of a star. There was an intensity to it that he hadn't quite expected. The control Maheg had on the surface was real and extended deep into the star, but that was the point. Control. The star had transitioned between life stages before awakening sapience, annihilating life on its local planets. Now, it was consciously holding back the negative parts of itself. Flames spread throughout Anton's body, but they were no more likely to hurt him than his own energy or that of his other bound stars. Maheg did not sleep, and that meant constant practice. Once it had realized it damaged the planet, that had been its life until new people appeared. Anton had merely taught fine-tuned control instead of star-wide control on the scale of 1,000,000 kilometers, before he even realized it was over. However, just because the bond was finished didn't mean that would be the end of things. Anton could feel the changes in Maheg more strongly than the other stars. Slow changes, likely to mold over decades or centuries, but changes nonetheless. That was connected to him, and it would remain that way. If Maheg got into a bad state, it would affect him. The same was true with other stars, but usually they were more stable in the way that only massive spheres of plasma that were basically endless explosions could be. Anton pulled on a bit of Maheg's energy, and it flowed into him. The star pushed a bit more, and Anton soon found himself overflowing with energy. It was too much all at once, and Anton knew he had to release it. It flew directly back into the source, splashing into Maheg. The slightest twinge of apology came to Anton through the connection, or at least that was how Anton had come to interpret what the star could display. Maheg had tried to be helpful, but clearly they needed to do some work on tuning the draw. "Now it's your turn," Anton said. Normally, his stars didn't draw upon him. At best, he would feel his power and that of others into a star himself. But also normally, they didn't have intent. He might have ascribed certain personality traits to them like humans were wont to do, but the others weren't actually temperamental or stoic or whatever he imagined them to be. Maheg was, at least a little. Anton emphasized his intent through his energy, which the star should have felt. He wanted it to try to call upon him, though just a little. There was a careful pull, careful like an elephant tugging with its trunk, But regardless of power, it was indeed careful, and Anton felt energy flowing out of him naturally, as if he had called upon it himself. And not just out of him, but from the source inside of his dantian that connected to nearly 200 stars. The energy flickered into a shape in front of Anton, taking the form of a smiling sphere about a meter across. A star, in fact an almost cartoonish one. Anton wondered where Maheg had come across such aesthetics, but perhaps it was simply natural to exaggerate lines and features so they stood out. A simple pair of eyes, dots for nostrils, and a line for a mouth. No ears, but they would have looked out of place regardless. The image's eyes looked around randomly. Perhaps Maheg didn't realize how eyes worked, just that they existed. Likewise, the mouth opened and let out a sound, projected through energy so that it could extend through space. As for what the sound was, it sounded like speech. Or at least, what someone who didn't really understand speech might think it was. Rising and falling tones, pauses for words. A bit of rhythm, but little more. "Hello to you too, Maheg," Anton said, smiling and projecting happiness in return. Even if the star didn't understand, that didn't matter. Anton held out his hand, and the mini-star formed arms in return. The fingers weren't perfect, but Anton grasped the hand. This time, they performed a real handshake, which was much more satisfying between beings at the same scale. The face turned towards Prospero next, and the other man didn't hesitate. Anton would have warned him if it were dangerous, after all. The form produced wasn't quite solid, but Maheg seemed to have some understanding of how it should be. Hoyt also shook the hand of the star as well. Then the energy reached the end of its cohesiveness. Anton could have used the same energy for a much more enduring projection, but Maheg had focused all its efforts on farming, not interaction. The fact that it was able to not burn everything it touched on their little moon was already amazing enough. Being efficient with energy was probably never something Maheg had previously needed to consider, considering it was nothing less than a great mass of energy itself. "That went splendidly, I think," Anton said. "What about you two? What's it like?" Prospero asked. Like a big, powerful child," Anton said. "Let's hope this guy isn't going to undergo his terrible 2000s anytime soon. Though if he does, I'll be here to help him out." He had already taken on responsibility for various stars, and in this case, he merely had a greater ability to handle any difficulties. There would always be risk he took onto himself when helping people, even if that risk was usually quite small. It hadn't taken nearly as long as Anton had thought for him to be ready to form the bond. Now he would be free to move around again. Though of course he intended to stay with Maheg for a while still, just to make sure everything was stable. Only after that would Anton move away and experiment with how that bond felt at a distance. Chapter 1138. It was a shame that Ratna had only stayed for a short time, but Timothy understood that they weren't really allies. Either way, she likely had many responsibilities to get back to, as she might not be able to rely on anyone else at the top. Fortunately for the Scarlet Alliance, they had come together in a manner that let various groups stand together on common ground without fear. There had been something she hinted at that Timothy didn't quite get, even with years of follow-up practice. He was certain of that, because while he was certainly growing more comfortable with his new abilities, there was still something missing. The first person he asked was, as always, Katerina. They would frequently go to each other first, even if they didn't expect the other to be able to provide an actual answer. "What do you think it could be? She didn't show much interest in sparring with you, for example." "Maybe I already understood it." Katerina tilted her head. "Or maybe I'm the wrong type. Truthfully, I'm having difficulty figuring out how to work with my new power. I've been working on new formations, but I keep having to put in limiters instead of expanding into anything new and exciting, and I'm running out of space. That's for using my own energy without active input, I mean. It sounds like you need more robust materials and runes to handle domination energy to begin with. For the current moment, have you removed the energy-gathering portions? If you already have too much," Timothy shrugged. "I did limit them, but I suppose I could scrap them entirely. It's a difficult shift in functionality. Some energy-intensive things are so easy, but outside of the anchor we transformed, everything else is too fragile. I have been working to replicate that, but that doesn't seem to be a common practice. I don't want to dilute my energy somehow." She frowned. "It might be worth taking risks for the Alliance, though. We could discover so much as long as the results aren't crippling." Timothy supposed they had been rather timid. He wondered what the limits of what they could do might be, and it was difficult to know without testing. At a moderate level of output, he expected he would never run out of energy, maybe even much higher, because he couldn't actually tell if there was a proper limit. Zor's example hadn't exactly been clear. They had worn him down through consecutive wounds more than actually depleting his energy, as could be seen in the explosions upon his death. Certainly, it hadn't been unlimited, but Zor had never felt particularly empty. Day after day, Timothy had been sparring with augmentation cultivators, but it hadn't been enough. He could handle small groups, but he wasn't quite living up to Zor's level of expertise. The potential was certainly there, but whether he needed centuries of growth or there was something else, Timothy wasn't sure. He wasn't going to give up, though. There was something there. It was a shame that Shakir was gone. Chitty was skilled enough to replace her in certain manners, but he wasn't equally functional as part of a team. They were more than lucky to have lost only Shakir, but Timothy could have used her deadly attacks as a challenge. With Chitty, it was more of an all or nothing, where Timothy was untouchable or Chitty actually managed to successfully negate him. Tano was a pretty good replacement in terms of savagery, and Prasad kept Timothy on his toes. Against the two of them, he was constantly having to shift his defensive energy. Tano was just as likely to try to stab him through the guts as to try to bite out his throat or chop off his leg. Prasad could wield his palms as versatile weapons, either launching large attacks that completely encompassed Timothy or small ones that came from many directions. If Timothy committed to counterattacking, he had sufficient power to take them out and defend himself, but only if he could shift his energy in the right ways. Prasad rarely got close enough to attack, and while Timothy could augment the reach of his sword, the power rapidly fell off to the point even his domination energy wasn't sufficient to take down Prasad at mid-range. That range simply happened to be hundreds or thousands of kilometers, because people like them weren't suited to fighting on the surface of planets anymore. The point was that Prasad's own range was better, so he was able to fight effectively at a distance Timothy couldn't easily take him out, at least when Tano was added to the mix. The man certainly knew how to extend the reach of his weapons, but he rarely ever did. He had a spear made of the spine of some beast that he'd slain that he clearly wanted to drive directly through Timothy, and an axe made from a wickedly curved claw for all his cutting needs. He could wield either in a single hand, or swap to a two-handed grip by hooking either weapon onto straps around his body. Attacks came high and low, but Timothy knew that wasn't the end of things. Prasad would definitely strike his back, but would there be anywhere else? Shifting his energy to guard the most likely locations, Timothy managed to just read his foe's intent. This time, more than a few times, his energy had been battered to a thin edge that might have spelled his death if his foes had been serious. But in such a case, his own blade would have taken lives as well, regardless of his actual proficiency. Tano's instincts for dodging were legendary, and he was able to twist his body in all directions, a fact that he happily used to try to throw off his foes. However, after a few times of him flying sideways or upside down at Timothy, it grew old. Timothy's blade stopped as it touched Tano's ribcage, cutting through layers of defensive energy. His remaining energy was more than sufficient to break the physical barrier. But that brought only a momentary pause to that match. It was a good matchup that pushed Timothy, but it wasn't quite right. What other options made sense? How could he go further? A list of the most likely prospective domination cultivators lay in front of Velvet. Once a cultivator was active in domination, it was difficult to hide any of that, and there were a few sects that had ties to the Citadel of Exalted Light that fit the bill. The Disciples of the Unending Void were one of them. The distortion beast-focused cultivators likely hadn't sent their best on Zor's crusades, and the Alliance was lucky. Two domination cultivators would have more than wiped them off the map, no matter their plans and good fortune. Most likely they had expected Zor to win, but perhaps they were fine with a rival being taken out. Aside from a terrifying visage, very little information was available on Rammel, their domination cultivator. Like the other known domination cultivators, he retained the title of Exalted One. It could be presumed his abilities were much like the rest of the sect, but they hadn't been able to confirm much else. Even such limited information had been difficult to come by. Petitioning Everhart for more was pointless, as he'd already shared as much as he was likely to. So Velvet and the whole information division had to work with that and whatever Lelka happened to know. Next was the ponderous Turtle clan, which had possessed a presence on Cerritos. They fortunately had minimal participation in the wars, but Sinbul, who was their sect head, was a domination cultivator. He was rumored to ride on a massive turtle, but Velvet didn't think the turtle sounded that big. A couple kilometers across at best. Maybe they didn't feed their turtles well in the upper realms. Finally was the Soul Piercers, who made their home on the western edge of the Exalted Quadrant. Apparently, they were serious trouble for the chaotic conglomeration. They only used spears, and while that made them appear like a weapon sect, it was said they didn't quite fit with the rest of their style. From what information had been gathered, they used esoteric attack styles that simply fit well with long weapons, rather than focusing on spear skills above all else. Their sect head Corinne had seemingly replaced much of her body with various non-living material. That was the limit of confirmed domination cultivators from the Exalted Quadrant that Velvet had access to. Then there were dozens of rumored individuals, ranging from highly likely to probably just to bolster their own ego. Confirming some of those would be useful, but mostly the Scarlet Alliance wanted to avoid conflict in general. There were a number of others referred to as Exalted Ones, usually among the same sections. Ludek of the Citadel of Exalted Light had nearly claimed the title, but the destruction of the core sect had doubtless thrown that into chaos. As for the Trigold Cluster, they knew of Ratna, of course. They also had reason to believe that she was also the leader of the distant Shadow sect in addition to the Guardians of the Veiled Brilliance. That lowered the potential numbers by one. Then there was Caronus, who they had actually observed reaching domination. Neither of those were enemies, for the moment, so that was comforting. The fearsome menagerie had a domination cultivator by the name of Jan, or at least they did at some point. He hadn't been heard from in something like 5 centuries, which might or might not mean something. He could be dead, captured, or in a particularly long period of isolation. Even with their extended lifespans, cultivators rarely went more than a few years in isolation, but domination cultivators had the best chance to be the exception. Then there was Shalach. His name wasn't even written in front of Velvet, just for the sake of safety. That was about the limit they knew of the seemingly unattached domination cultivator, except for the great danger. The final known cultivator was one in the swirling swarm. They operated far away from the Scarlet Midfields. Each sect member lacked individuality, at least from the view of outsiders. They had a domination cultivator who had been observed, but nobody knew their name. They simply showed up among their ranks in battles, which on the surface was a straightforward game of numbers. Maybe that was all there was to it. But Velvet found it difficult to imagine they could have produced a domination cultivator if they didn't have some sort of deeper skill aside from attacking people with a lot of them. This information gave them a list of people they shouldn't make angry. Now that the Scarlet Alliance had defeated Zor and had 2 domination cultivators, anyone who came against them would take them more seriously. Zor Barids had, to a certain extent, but only after the first attempt when they had sufficient information to try to combat him. Some of the sects in question could potentially have more domination cultivators. It simply wasn't known. From the perspective of the Scarlet Alliance, the world was up a net of 1 domination cultivator in the past century or so, but most likely that was an exception, both with the deaths and advancements. From what Abdur had seen, being stubborn could be extremely detrimental or equally beneficial. Fortunately for Soraya, she seemed to be in the latter camp. Once she saw slight improvements, she stuck with her training without fail. She also didn't complain seriously when Abdur consistently made it more difficult. Over the course of a few years, she didn't even really surpass the first 2 ranks of cultivation, but she did improve. Whenever he could, Abdur tried to get her to follow more traditional cultivation methods, but she only accepted training for her hands. The way he got around that is by extending that slowly to her arms, which then affected her shoulders and following that her upper torso in general. At least he got her to train both arms. There weren't a lot of people who needed excellent calligraphy, but those who wanted it would pay well. If Soraya could have imbued insights into her writing, cultivators would have fawned over her, but she simply wasn't at that level. She could make excellent copies of the actual texts, which were both embellished and highly readable, while keeping any important formatting. The Lower Realms Alliance apparently had some way to produce exact copies of things, but Motern hadn't really adopted much technology. Abdur had been a bit disappointed about that, but in Soraya's case it was quite convenient. Now, at least, she wouldn't be at risk if left on her own again, not that Abdur intended to give her up. Sometimes, people just fell into each other's lives. That could be a meeting on the streets, or in their basement, though the latter was likely less common. Chapter 1139. Different combinations of opponents kept Timothy on his toes. He was limited in his choices mainly by those who wouldn't have destructive interference with each other, attacking a single human-sized target. Powerful cultivators were sometimes capable of great precision, but unleashing their powers wasn't always that neat and tidy. Anyone who specialized in wide-area attacks wouldn't be that relevant for Timothy to battle alone, though he often used his abilities to protect others, and group battles would be relevant. Later, once he figured out what he was missing, he felt like he was getting closer to something, but he might have been fooling himself. Tano's spear struck Timothy's shield, which he had accomplished by twisting his arm behind himself. If he turned his whole body, the other cultivator inevitably managed to redirect his attacks. As for why striking the shield mattered, Timothy was much more experienced with creating the rebound force there. The wild man went flying off into the distance as his own attack forced him back. Relying on a shield to create a counterforce might be a limitation that Timothy should deal with. If he could get one of sufficient quality, it might still be relevant against domination cultivators. But against weaker cultivators, he could likely manage without. Timothy didn't think that was the insight he was looking for. However, a dozen sharp rings struck him from every direction, rolling around his body. Zazel's attacks didn't rely on impact force, and thus it was difficult to push them away. Quick flickers of his weapon dealt with them for a moment, but they'd strike again when he left another opening. Then his sword stabbed towards his third opponent. He struck a flat barrier that could have rivaled his previous defenses. Vari angled it such that his attack didn't completely break through, then counterattacked, kicking him in the hip. Her own attacks were decent, but nothing that could phase his current state. That doesn't really mean anything, Timothy said. You'd be dead before that attack hit. Vari shrugged. Maybe you should. Actually, break my barrier then. You'd collapse shortly into the spar then. If you hold back against others, you're only going to give opportunities to actually defeat you, Vari grumbled. I understand that, Timothy agreed. But this is training. Tano's presence had disappeared a few moments prior, which meant he was doubtless about to attack. Timothy evened out his defensive energy, preparing to reflow it towards wherever he was targeted. Vari lunged forward, but instead of attacking formed the corner of a cube with 3 flat barriers. That was at the same time Zazel's rings reached Timothy, leaving him nowhere to dodge. His energy easily absorbed the cutting surfaces, but a spear stabbed towards him from his rear, aiming through Vari's barrier, which faded as his attack came. Timothy had underestimated their speed. Tano's spear struck, and that was it. The bone weapon lost its momentum immediately upon touching him. The man pulled back, sighing. Come on, you could at least try. It's disheartening to launch a full-powered sneak attack and get no response. Timothy frowned. I was serious, and that attack should have at least punctured my diluted defenses. Timothy folded his arms, recalling the moment. He'd been thinking about resisting all of Zazel's blades, focusing on defense. He hadn't reacted to Tano, certainly, but that was because he had been thrown off guard and already felt adequately defended. Spread evenly around his body, the small fraction of his energy that should have met Tano's attack should have been overcome, as the difference between domination and augmentation wasn't endless. It just felt like it, and Timothy had one reason why, or at least why it would be true for him. He recalled back to his advancement. The core of the Scarlet Alliance had been, at the behest of himself and Katerina, bombarding the solar platform that they were forming into an anchor. The process had amplified the barrier to nearly impossible levels, but even after he had completed his advancement and gained conscious control, he still blocked everything from all angles. Timothy himself wasn't a formation master, but he'd picked up more than a few things from his wife. Formations were meant to be efficient about distributing their energy, but one way barrier formations could be overcome was by attacking many points at once, either overwhelming their output or overloading their capacity to redistribute defensive energy. With sufficient power that hardly mattered, but it had to far outscale everything coming at it. That fit what was happening during his advancement, but afterwards? Even if the attacks came with the intent that it would be absorbed, they were still serious. Something should have slipped through even the energy of a domination cultivator, wherever it was weakest. Even if the energy was perfectly distributed, a series of powerful attacks on one location should have had some effect. He knew he would have been overwhelmed eventually, but he hadn't felt any particular weaknesses. Rather than having his energy distributed throughout, it had been more like all of his output was at every point. That didn't necessarily line up with Zor's abilities, but it rang true to Timothy. And just because his abilities manifested in a particular way didn't mean others would function the same. But he had to test it to be certain of his theory. "I don't want you to take offense," Timothy said, "but I want you to try to strike me at maximum power." "I don't intend to respond." Tana looked at him. "Fine, but don't blame me if you lose an arm." "The two of you as well," Timothy said, "just so I can be certain of something." Zazel nodded. Her rings pulled back, forming a sphere around him with room for Vari and Tano. The latter pulled back to a great distance, then charged forward with his spear, picking up speed. Vari's own attack wasn't going to be much on its own, but Timothy knew she could provide counterforce to Tano's attack, forcing him to take the full brunt of the attack without letting the energy dissipate. He stood firm, unmoving, but he called upon his power with all seriousness. He needed his defensive energy not to be evenly distributed around him, but to be everywhere all at once. An omnidirectional defense, if he wasn't mistaken about how it could work. Timothy was at not risk of losing an arm, mainly because Tonto was aiming for his center of mass. He might have his sternum split open and his stomach pierced through, but the attack was low enough that it shouldn't destroy his heart. True to his word, he didn't do anything to redistribute his energy, simply calling upon that feeling of the first time and this most recent moment where he'd not been thinking about it. He felt the impact force, but 3 augmentation cultivators together had less power output than he did. Their attacks were negated just as much as if they had all chosen to attack Timothy's shield with his full might concentrated on it. Excellent. Now he needed to see how far he could spread that. It might be a bit ambitious to defend a whole planet or fleet at once just yet, but if he could take over the defenses for a few key people, it could greatly influence their strategy. He also needed to make certain he could maintain a perfect defense while separating a portion of his energy for counterattacks. It should be possible, since it didn't feel much more difficult to maintain that state than to constantly shift his energy around. In fact, it was even more natural, though it did require a constant output of energy. The system Anton was currently headed towards had dangers of some sort. Though little was known about them, as the scout had been almost immediately destroyed upon entering the system. All they had was a report while they were approaching the system about high natural energy and active usage. It could easily be a cultivator-inhabited system, and Anton wouldn't blame them for taking out a foreign entity. A bit rude, maybe, but the lower realms had more than a few reasons to be paranoid about visitors. Either way, it was deemed unsafe for exploration, but that also made it unsafe to leave alone. Anton thought he would most likely be safe, but more importantly, he could get a decent picture of what was going on without getting close. His long-distance senses were the best anyone had. Anton would bet on that, even counting the upper realms. Though, of course, if someone in the upper realms took exception to his claims, there wasn't much they could do about it. He had recently finished his stay with Maheg and was looking forward to further exploration. If there were people, he wanted to ensure there would be peace. And if it was something else, it was certainly worth studying. From 2 systems away, he could feel it. The star itself was a blue giant, so he had a vague sense of it from significantly further away, but the system itself was visibly more full of natural energy than others from such a distance. That usually indicated planets with life to retain the natural energy. It took several more days before Anton was actually on approach to the system itself. Space was big, after all, but he was beginning to sense more details. Most notable was that he didn't sense any sort of formations around the system. That meant that whatever had destroyed the scout had merely stumbled across it. That implied a significant population. Anton was able to confirm the early details of the report that it was occupied and quite active. In fact, rather than simply congregating around the planets, Anton felt energy moving throughout the whole system. Were there interplanetary structures? That didn't feel quite right, but he couldn't place it until he got closer. Massive beasts populated the system. Not distortion beasts, but instead the normal sort that seemed to dwell among standard dimensionality, if more accustomed to vacuum than Anton would have expected. Regardless of their origin, Some were as large as Ascension-class battleships, and if Anton wasn't reading them wrong, they might be similarly powerful. Some of them might even be able to match Paradise. There were smaller beasts, too. He merely noticed the most significant figures first. They too filled the area between planets, while many more seemed to dwell on the surface of any planet or moon in the system. Before he was even inside the system, Anton witnessed numerous battles among the beasts. It would be impossible to sustain beasts of such size and quantity without great power in the system, but Anton suspected that there were even more specimens smaller in quantity. He wondered if this was what those who life-seeded Acaris had wanted. Unlike Acaris, however, the beasts here were nor direct corollaries to common animals. Still, keeping that in mind, Anton had to consider that they had their own thoughts. If he accepted sapience in cute animals, he had to accept it in more foul-looking ones. And he didn't just mean the deep-sea residents of Acaris. So far, he had no evidence either way for sapience or lack of it. He expected intelligence, as that was a key to survival, but whether it extended beyond that couldn't be known. He approached cautiously. The first thing that happened as he was beginning to enter the system proper was an ambush by hundreds of dart-like creatures that appeared from seemingly nowhere. The closest Anton could compare them to would be small swordfish, if said fish could swim in space. Either way, their stealth skills were exceptional considering they had nothing to hide behind. Star steps instantly accelerated Anton out of their central ambush zone, but they quickly turned to follow him. Anton prepared to defend himself, projecting an aura of danger. He hoped they would respond with something beyond aggression, but their response bordered more on hunger. It would be a fight, then. Avoiding killing them would be difficult, but until he knew more, he was going to err on the side of safety. Chapter 1140. Hundreds of tiny creatures threw themselves at Anton, trying to cut off his every line of movement. He wasn't able to directly escape encirclement, even with a significant advantage in his individual speed. Killing the dart-shaped things would be easy enough if he was willing to risk it. With completely new creatures, however, he didn't want to judge them merely based on appearances in a single encounter. He could only manage that because he had the luxury of power. However, they seemed to have no reaction to bursts of light, so Anton began throwing out concussive blasts of natural energy. He could certainly burn them up, but he didn't know which organs were vital or how much damage he would cause by puncturing their bodies. If he wanted to kill them, he could have managed that easily enough, but he just wanted to stop them. It took a bit for him to test the limits of their sturdiness, but soon he was knocking them unconscious with expert precision. Once he got used to their swarming patterns, Anton also found himself more able to dodge them. When he got the opportunity, he broke through an opening and accelerated away from them, moving further from the system. As he watched their behavior after he was gone, some of the creatures began to fight among themselves and devour each other. That didn't speak of any sort of sapience Anton wanted to be associated with, but he could afford to take his time. He considered binding the star for his own safety. There were certainly more powerful individual life forms in the system that might be able to cause him trouble otherwise. But if there was anyone who could actually care and with the potential to give permission, Anton didn't want to just assume. There could even be human residents somewhere he hadn't sensed, hiding from what he presumed were beasts. The way a great number of them lived among the stars was quite unique. Now that he'd seen their capacity to hide among nothing at all, Anton was content to observe from further away. One of the largest individuals was a great sheet-like thing. If he were to compare it to anything, it would be a deep-sea jelly, except without any sort of gathering tendrils and without a curved body. It was more or less flat, except for round pustules that Anton thought were captured bits of food. Watching for a few days, it seemed to be drifting towards a particular pocket of natural energy, catching anything in front of it. That included many smaller life forms that Anton hadn't previously noticed. Everything had ways to hide from the others, both their physical form and natural energy. The engulfer, since calling it a blanket creature was a bit odd, was mostly transparent, revealing the stars behind it. As for natural energy, it seemed to disperse it throughout its 100-meter across body, barely surpassing ambient levels even to his own refined senses. It was best observed by its effects on the world around it, and the occasional larger specimen that got stuck to it. Though even that wasn't enough for some less intelligent creatures that tried, usually unsuccessfully, to feast on the seemingly unclaimed remains. Often they ended up captured themselves, slowly drawn into a pocket that digested them. Anton hadn't conclusively determined that the engulfer was not sapient, but the likelihood of it having anything more than simple reactions to simple stimuli was low. It didn't have anything resembling a nervous system, though that didn't entirely eliminate the possibility of sapience. Maheg was little more than plasma and natural energy, but the star had a consciousness and real thoughts, even if its intelligence was alien. Eventually, Anton would probably judge everything in the system to be beasts, but he'd seen too many oddities to be comfortable assuming after just a day or two. The dart-like, fishy creatures who had ambushed him seemed to be proficient pack hunters, taking down larger individuals with great success. It wasn't that strange they had thought they could take him out as well, though their mistake was likely one of magnitude. His body wasn't that large, but his energy should have tipped them off. Anton had already sent messages back to the Alliance. No doubt a whole swarm of biologists would be here at some point, as they rarely had opportunities to study one wholly new species, let alone what seemed an entire system's worth. While it might not be a friendly ecosystem, Anton thought it was actually quite healthy. While there were things constantly devouring each other, that behavior could only be observed on a large scale. There were much smaller and more efficient creatures that the smallest things fed upon, and things like the engulfer, ironically. The planets seemed to have plant life, which was the basis of everything. It wasn't possible to have a functioning system entirely based off of life devouring other life, because some energy was always lost in the process, usually a significant portion. On that note, one of the terrestrial planets with a thick atmosphere had a very healthy population of all sorts of things. It had forests and seas full of plants, animals, and of course fungi. Some of the plants seemed fond of eating things, which somewhat ruined their efficiency, but that was only a small portion. Maybe 1% of the plant biomass, split between land and sea. Carnivorous plants weren't unique in the cultivator world, as seen in grasping willows. Technically, the trees could survive on sunlight alone, but they rarely did. They certainly grew more when receiving alternate energy sources. Grandfather Willow got donated natural energy from the sect and a few stray forest beasts. Though he could call the system terrifying and savage, Anton liked it. It was lively. He wasn't the sort that thought natural worlds were better than any other sort. While cultivated crops were extremely valuable to life, and humans could help stabilize ecosystems if they chose to, but it was nice to see something functional instead of another place that was suffering the aftermath of Upper Realms invasions. Anton doubted that any invaders would have brought a fully functioning interplanetary network of life with them to try to wipe out a system, or that they could have, given the huge variety. Speaking of the system, given that he hadn't heard a native name to call it, Anton would be going with Klar. That was what it had been named by the Alliance, after the scout who had perished trying to observe it. It wasn't exactly the same name, but it was meant as a form of respect for their sacrifice. It took Anton some time to figure out where he wanted to jump into closer observation. He couldn't get a full picture from the edge of the system. He could vaguely pick out insects on the planets, but he kind of wanted to see what sort of microorganisms they had. That said, he needed to make sure such things didn't get too good of a look at him, as he wasn't keen on getting a new and exciting space disease. Something very exciting happened on the other side of the system. A distortion beast attracted to the system suddenly appeared, devouring the local inhabitants before it was swarmed by everything within that section of space. Most of the various spacefaring creatures were able to accelerate to significant speeds, given the complete lack of friction. They didn't seem afraid of impacts at such velocity, either. It was a fight that lasted days, but the most interesting part was how many of the local creatures took bites out of the bits of the distortion beast hanging out in subspace. By the time the distortion beast realized it should retreat, it was being devoured by a menagerie of different things. So, there was some cooperation between different species, at least as it came to distortion beasts. Anton would have to be careful in case that applied to any outsiders, though he hadn't noticed such a strong reaction when he was attacked. Only the local space darts had gone after him, with some nearby creatures seeming to observe, likely interested in scavenging. Anton had only seen some bones, wings, and claws from the distortion beast, but he could feel quite a number of odd bits of flesh and organ in the bellies of the other creatures. As the battle had dragged on, he'd approached closer, going around the system, so he was close enough to sense such things at the end. It seemed not a single scrap of the distortion beast was left in empty space, or within subspace, as far as Anton could tell with his experience. The local creatures seemed to be mostly sated, avoiding violence as they drifted apart, though there were a few exceptions. Aside from the strong natural energy, Anton wondered what unique circumstances had led to such exceptional developments. He was far more used to life-seeded planets, and anywhere humans went they tended to bring along familiar species, even if a planet was formerly unique. Ultimately, he decided to approach again, wary of ambush predators. He wasn't going to get close to any planet just yet, but he could sense life living among the vast distances in a far-out asteroid field. Rather than moving quickly, aside from the distortion beast incident, the general state of the local creatures seemed to be picking a direction and drifting. Sometimes they would drift rapidly, but they were content waiting days or weeks without atmosphere or any sort of food or drink. Natural energy could sustain them to some extent, but unique biology had to cover the rest. Anton picked as his destination an asteroid a few kilometers across. Not tiny, but certainly not one of the biggest. As for his approach, he tried to mimic the locals, giving himself an initial acceleration then avoiding using his energy. That did make it easier to conceal himself from would-be predators, though he did have to keep his senses primed. His senses certainly couldn't catch everything. As to extend beyond a certain point, he had to sharpen them into narrow bands which could cover approximately none of the total area, unlike on a planet where most life was in a narrow band atop land. Avoiding actually landing on his target, Anton caught himself into a similar movement pattern near it. At just a few dozen kilometers, he was able to focus his senses sufficiently to pick out the smallest things, like bacteria. As he had noticed along the way, there were certainly similar microscopic organisms spread out in empty space itself, but he found far more on the surface of the asteroid. It didn't really have much in the way of soil, but where it was looser he felt what he assumed was a healthy population of various organisms. There were a few things burrowed into the rocks that had a larger scale, but the largest things in the area didn't live on the surface at all. That didn't just count the giants. No plants were growing on this particular asteroid, but he'd felt a few oddities on some others nearby. He'd obviously have to cover the many thousands of kilometers between them to know for sure, but there might be something. Oh, and there was some sort of fungus in some of the cracks on his asteroid. The people of Motern would be so happy to hear about that. Obviously, Anton was kidding. He wouldn't have anyone touch unknown fungus more than he would touch mysterious energy. They were more liable to be deadly than nutritious, or at the very least mildly unhealthy in entirely unique ways. Perhaps they weren't even technically fungus. As with the oddity of Clar, they could fit in entirely unique categories of life. But even if they weren't related, Anton planned to use useful descriptors, having not been swarmed. Even after he was fairly certain some of the locals noticed him, Anton decided that distortion beasts were the biggest local threat. People like him might be prey or they might be predators, but he wasn't seen as the same sort of existential threat. Or maybe he didn't smell tasty. Chapter 1141. Blending in within Clar wasn't that bad once Anton got used to it. Seeming like he belonged didn't completely insulate Anton from assault. Carnivores would always be looking for something to eat, and pretty much anything might want to tap into his natural energy. However, it was possible to go one step further. Back when he had been a normal hunter, it had all been about avoiding senses. Sound, sight, smell. All could tip off creatures in the woods. The way his natural energy felt was one more thing. Anton didn't intend to go for a complete lockdown of his energy, but he also didn't want things chasing him from halfway across the system. The first asteroid he had set foot on likely had enough new things to study for the rest of his life, if he wanted to understand them in detail, but Anton was happy with larger categorizations. He wanted a broad overview of Clar, to see if he could discover how so many different species adapted to the vacuum of space. Perhaps it was simply that they had enough natural energy, but something had to reach the point of using such techniques first. Clar was the least empty system he'd ever been in, and Cerritos had people zipping around between planets all the time. But nobody lingered elsewhere, except for brief periods of time. Here, within a certain distance of the local star, there was always life. Microorganisms both in the form of minuscule animals and even plants. Normally, all forms of life involved a certain environment. Usually that meant a certain range of temperature and a certain mixture of gases. that was required for respiration by plants and animals. Even underwater fish typically extracted oxygen from the surrounding environment. The methods the local creatures used were quite varied. The large ones mostly seemed to be using natural energy to directly handle internal processes that would require such things like breathing, as well as maintaining their own body temperature. On the other end of the spectrum, there were tiny plants surrounded by fine hairs that captured a miniature atmosphere around them, encouraged by a bit of natural energy, of course. It wasn't possible for them to grow to any relevant extent without capturing more atmosphere around them, but merely maintaining their current state was possible. Some creatures consumed said tiny plants to make use of their air and their nutrients. Anton had the mind to try to plant such things elsewhere, but without exactly the right conditions, he doubted a star could sustain them. With an ecosystem like Clar's, half replication would likely result in total collapse. Though on the actual planets with proper atmospheres, it would be easier to achieve a reasonable balance, as the building blocks of life were more readily available. Yet despite the ease of living in such places, it seemed that the local populace almost shunned them. Not entirely, of course. It was hard to describe any part of the system as anything but teeming with life, but Anton would have thought that some of the larger creatures would have taken advantage of easy terrestrial resources. Then again, at a certain point their bodies might only be able to thrive in zero gravity. Anton picked out one particular solid planet as his next destination after the far asteroids. He intended to descend upon a mountaintop, because while he could fly around and land anywhere, that would cause a larger disturbance. However, even said snowy mountaintop wasn't entirely without inhabitants. There were a number of creatures that Anton could only describe as bubbles. He supposed that like the tiny plants, they would be carrying their own atmosphere into space, but internally instead of externally. They seemed to be fairly easily able to ascend and descend, using their buoyancy within the atmosphere until it thinned, then propelling themselves further with energy. Active energy usage was widespread, though Anton still had difficulty in determining if there was any sapience behind any of it. One of the first things Anton encountered on the mountaintop aside from said bubbles was a strange plant. Anton could liken it to a pitcher plant, but it was living in nothing at all like a jungle. Instead, it was freezing cold. Anton didn't think it could have survived if not for the natural energy it carried, rather than a trap of some sort. The water the plant carried within it seemed to be for its own use somehow. Anton watched as a vine was dipped into the liquid, which should certainly have been freezing, before being pulled out, coated in ice. The plant did that again and again, creating an ever larger icicle upon it, which was used for. Anton had no idea what. Nothing it was doing in the hours he spent observing it seemed practical and likely to contribute to its survival. Perhaps if he watched for several days he might have seen something. Maybe the strange motions simply allowed it to absorb more natural energy somehow. Clark continued to surprise Anton with creatures that made their homes in rocks. He discovered that when he stepped close to one and it rolled backwards. That motion caused Anton to focus more clearly on what he'd thought to be a normal boulder. Something was living inside it. In another place, the natural energy within the creature would have stood out, but here Anton had simply expected the rocks to be full of energy like everything else. He checked a few others just to make certain, and they were indeed normal rocks infused with natural energy. Cultivators might see this system as a place of treasures to scour for profit. Less so the Lower Realms Alliance. Since they knew the value of imbuing things with their own natural energy, they didn't have to wait for it to occur naturally. Taking from nature within reason was fine. Anton had been a hunter, and he didn't see foraging for plants or using stone to build a home as inappropriate things. But everything required proper balance. Anton could have made extra money one year by hunting the largest bucks, and the next year there would have been hardly any deer in the forest for him to feed his family. In short, to live somewhere long-term moderation had to be achieved. Cultivators lived a long time, but they didn't always live where they harvested. That was where the negative aspects of the upper realms had come into play most clearly. Though even the invaders tended to have some sense of sustainability, leaving a core population to live in the world each cycle before snatching up what they had. It was quite rude, though, to treat other humans like livestock or crops. Rude in the sort of way that required the deaths of those involved in self-defense. It was far different from the care a good farmer gave to their livestock. Anton's feet continued to carry him down the mountain, observing the rock-encapsulated creatures, and many more things. Some plants took familiar shapes. Grasses and the like thrived for a reason, taking up little mass but gathering much sunlight and air. Here, they seemed to subsist easily even in the cold and thin atmosphere. There was a forest below. Like grass, trees existed for a reason. Being big and tall to outcompete everything below you for light was a huge advantage. It worked just as well for absorbing the natural energy from a star, as they would still be closer. Though more mobile animals took advantage of that by using trees as perches, and Anton saw vines that were quite happy to live among them as well. Anton's steps were light, not wanting to crush anything underfoot. This was a strange place where he was just a visitor, and even though he'd been met with violence, he had no reason to respond in the same manner. More than that, something told him to be cautious. Anton had learned to trust his insight even when it was at its most vague. Sometimes, the subconscious could pick up on things far before the conscious mind. One might think that it was easier for cultivators to turn those thoughts into conscious ones, and it was true to some extent, but a healthy development made the subconscious even more insightful, keeping it ahead of even the most acute of rational thinkers. The amount of life the planet could sustain was far higher than it would have been according to its climate. Anton might think he was in the tropics with the way that the local area almost resembled a jungle, but he knew that this wasn't even close to being the most density of life, based on his wide area observations. His mind always wanted to put familiar names to what he saw: trees, vines, birds, snakes, and the like. Usually that worked. Here, he was often surprised. A winged creature might indeed be a bird, but it could also be a bat. Or, apparently, they could be reptilian. There was one particular that Anton had thought was basically just a snake, until it flew between trees. He'd seen snakes that were good at jumping, and this one did use some natural energy to boost it, but the largest factor was the wings it unfolded from alongside its thin body. It could certainly glide without any natural energy, and with a bit of a boost pushing it upward, it seemed able to control its movement to loop upward. It snatched something dangling from a tree, surprisingly, a fruit. Then it caught its tail around a branch, dangling downward. The wings folded back into its sides, seeming as if they were never there, as the creature slowly pulled the fruit vertically into it. So it was something like a snake and flying squirrel combined. And it ate fruit, though Anton supposed that anything might eat fruit infused with so much natural energy. As it dangled, the snake would be able to watch for most incoming predators. If attacked from above, Anton supposed it could drop down beneath the canopy safely. So the animals were weird, but the plants even more so. He'd seen more than a few examples of carnivorous plants. There were various forms of traps, from entangling vines like the grasping willows to latching leaves or sticky surfaces, but that was only the beginning. Anton almost missed it, but one plant actually shot a zap of electricity at a beetle climbing above it, causing the insect to drop next to it. Roots, or something similar, slowly began to wrap around the beetle, dragging it into a sort of cage-like center where presumably it would be digested. There it was again, active energy use. Anton knew that even beasts could cultivate, using certain elements almost instinctually when they had sufficient natural energy. Here, it was the norm instead of the exceptional creatures that seemed able to make use of such things. Without even touching it, Anton managed to trigger some sort of sinuous, thorny ground cover to snap out and flail around his leg. If he didn't have defenses, it could have pierced into him, and he detected poison on the thorns. "Sorry, but I'm not for eating," Anton said as he pulled his leg away. The plant seemed to recoil as he stepped away, not quite resetting to its former position. It wasn't long before Anton encountered a mushroom. He'd come to like them as a vision of robustness. They could grow quickly in many different environments, and though they needed something suitable for their particular needs, they were often an efficient use of space or a good way of recycling unwanted resources. This mushroom, or colony of mushrooms, was a bit larger than typical, by which Anton of course meant that head height was usually reserved for untouched paradises, brimming with natural energy. Technically, Clark fit into that category, so maybe it was more odd that it was only as tall as him. Anton looked at it. The mushrooms shook, releasing spores downwind. Better to avoid those, or be very careful to make sure they didn't reach his lungs. Regardless of whether they meant to, it would be easy for such delicate organs to be harmed, especially when imbued with such powerful natural energy. Chapter 1142. Of the various dangers in a forest, one thing that wouldn't be at the top of people's lists was fruit. There were of course some that contained toxins that might not be processed properly, but Anton wasn't thinking about that aspect of things. He was thinking about blunt force trauma. Or in this case, Anton was considering punctured dangers as a head-sized fruit with spines doubling its size crashed into the ground in front of him. To actually harm a cultivator like him, it would require more than gravity. But Anton almost had the feeling the tree had tried to kill him. There had been a surge of natural energy within it before the fruit rapidly descended. Even if it had hit, it didn't have any accompanying energy bolstering its killing power, but still, Anton carefully picked it up. He was aware that there were occasionally materials that could puncture defensive energy, and thus handling with care was appropriate. But the fruit itself, while far sharper than any fruit had any right to be, was merely that. Rather sharp. There were clear marks in the ground in front of Anton, where it had fallen, more than 2 fingers deep. Plenty to kill passing creatures. Was it some sort of defense mechanism, or a ploy to kill an animal to provide nutrients? Anton's observation of the tree revealed sturdier spines along its trunk. It was quite tall, easily over 20 meters. He slowly reached out to touch its trunk, and it reacted. Bark rippled, realigning spines towards his hand, along with a surge of natural energy that would be sufficient to puncture the defenses of most creatures. That certainly indicated some form of awareness, and it might even be necessary to protect itself against particularly voracious creatures. Anton pulled his hand back and walked off. He didn't need to make the tree waste more energy trying to protect itself. He did take the fruit, of course. It was his now. His senses picked through the structure of the fruit. Beneath the spines, it had quite a bit of edible flesh in the central sphere. Along with significant quantities of natural energy, Anton sensed mostly familiar edible compounds. Nothing that seemed dangerous to him, at least. He cut it open as he began to walk along, keeping in mind the particular tree that had dropped the fruit. If it was the right season for the fruit, he might be able to observe more of its behavior. He hoped to catch a similar situation that had happened to him, and it seemed to have at least a few dozen similarly ripe fruit. Beneath the tough skin of the fruit were many smaller sacs. Anton ate one the size of a small berry. It was sweet and juicy, with notes of citrus. That was all he consumed at first, to see if his body would react negatively. It shouldn't, but he was confident in purging any problematic compounds, and it would be much easier if he only had a very little. The seeds were the shape of 2 cones joined at their base, effectively forming a single pointy package. Anton picked one out and studied it. The flesh of the fruit was strongly imbued with natural energy, but the seed was several times as potent. Eating it would be a problem if one was not careful, as the energy seemed to contribute to its solidity and the puncturing power. Carelessness would result in great pain inside the mouth. After counting a dozen of the seeds, Anton considered eating one, but the effort the plant put into making that not happen filled him with a sort of pity. Even if it had tried to kill him, he could help it out by looking for a decent place to plant them. Somewhere without too much competition, preferably, though it wasn't as if there was anywhere without some form of life. Klar had life in abundance. Much of it was struggling to be on top, while other bits were filling the gaps. Perhaps not so different from a standard ecosystem, but all the more visible for the novelty of its individual pieces. When he picked the first location, Anton pushed a seed into the soil gently. He was trying to determine what depth would most make sense when the seed suddenly shot downward, propelled by some portion of the natural energy within it. It ended up buried about a half-meter deep. Intrigued by the event, Anton tossed the next seed onto the ground casually. For a moment, nothing happened. Then it twisted until the point was down before also shooting into the ground in 2 bursts. Fascinating. For the third one, he used his own energy to place it in the ground. The seed reacted to his active energy by solidifying itself, but seemed to settle into a similar strata of the soil, making very slight adjustments. Around that time, Anton was charged by a quadruped with a spined head, like someone put a porcupine onto the head of a boar. Personally, Anton thought that a single horn or a pair was better than a whole forest of puncturing weapons, but he didn't have time to discuss that with the creature. He looked around for markings that might indicate it was the creature's territory as he leapt over it. Whatever the creature was, it didn't seem to have good breaking abilities or eyesight. It crashed into a fallen trunk. Numerous spines were left behind as it pulled back. Anton expected that regenerating them would take some time, but whatever that cost the creature was the consequences of its own actions. It didn't pursue Anton, perhaps realizing it would be a fruitless endeavor. There were a few things Anton could guess were territorial signs, but he could only tie a few of them to that particular creature. Somewhere around that point, the original spine tree did something again. It launched one of its fruits far into the distance. A propulsive burst of natural energy launched it a full 3 kilometers away over the canopy, before the fruit itself exploded, sending the seeds in all directions. It seemed a rather destructive method of reproduction, but that might be beneficial. If it actually harmed surrounding plants, they would be less able to compete with the new trees. Anton wondered if the angle meant anything. Clearly, it was a different sort of action than throwing the fruit at him. His hadn't exploded, for one thing. But if it was trying to kill him, why not make it explode? Perhaps to protect itself? Anton thought the tree felt sturdy enough, but maybe it still had compunctions about detonating anything directly near it. Once Anton was satisfied that the fruit wasn't going to harm him, he finished eating the rest of it for lunch, sitting by a nice stream that was flowing into a pond. Water features were always relaxing. It seemed that Clar hadn't diverted too far from the standard formula for fish. Generally, long bodies with some sort of fins. Mobility was important, and without that it was unlikely any sorts of creatures would survive. This particular stream only had smaller fishes, as it likely couldn't support anything much longer. For the most part, the fish acted as he expected. There were even some archer fish, shooting spurts of water to knock bugs into the water. Of course, the planet couldn't go long without producing something unique from Anton's perspective. He saw one fish swimming back and forth, picking up speed before finally vaulting out of the water and onto the shore, right into a berry bush full of spines. The fish appeared unconcerned, however. Indeed, it must have been its destination as it wiggled through the bush, swallowing peach-colored berries. The fish seemed to be aided by some sort of mucousy coating on it, making the spines slide off of its scales. When it had its fill, it wiggled out of the bush and used its fins to push itself along the surface of the ground like paddles. Somewhat like a mudskipper, but on dry leaves and twigs, quite a few of which were also sharp. The fish made it back into the water, and Anton wouldn't have guessed it just had an excursion on the surface if he didn't know better. As he stood up from his lunch perch to continue his hike, he noticed something happening on the pond. The algae was swirling and gathering together. Natural energy was infusing into it as it gathered together into clumps. Then it began forming a larger shape, the final version of which Anton could easily say he had not anticipated. The algae pushed itself towards a shallower part of the pond, standing up, on 2 legs, and walking towards Anton. Saying it was humanoid was about as far as Anton could go, but it was missing the majority of features. The best it got was something like 2 arms, 2 legs, and the head and torso shapes, though the head flowed smoothly from the shoulders instead of being atop a neck. "Well, hello," Anton said, waving. The algae waved back, then settled into the same position Anton was standing in. He quickly learned that it mirrored his movements. If it was just to that point, Anton might have been able to convince himself it was simply some form of mimic, taking upon a new form to try to gain some advantage. However, it seemed like a rather excessive use of natural energy just for that. As for where that energy came from, it was the algae. Unless there was something with truly phenomenal control skills, nothing else was connected to it. The algae was operating all on its own. Anton slowly took a step closer, and his mirror did the same. With not much in the way of better ideas, Anton reached out his hand to attempt a handshake. Obviously, the algae wouldn't recognize the gesture. Anton hadn't quite expected how pleasantly awkward that would make things. As it mirrored him, what he would consider its left arm reached out. Conveniently, since it hadn't formed a hand, it had a more or less round protrusion. Because of that, Anton tilted his hand and gently grabbed the wrist, moving up and down gently. He kept his energy restrained during the process so as to not frighten his new acquaintance. The algae seemed quite brave, and shortly after he touched it, the thing reformed its arms into more accurate shapes with something like hands, or at least mitten-shaped protrusions instead of simply tubes. It stretched forward its right hand, aiming for Anton's left wrist. Anton decided to let it, because letting a few odd social habits form was safer than causing confusion. Its hand gently wrapped around Anton and moved up and down. It was wet and slimy, but none of it clung to Anton as it pulled away. It would be difficult for Anton to call it anything but friendly. Furthermore, it was hard to deny it had some real understanding, or that it had some sort of more complex cultivation, though Anton might not have been able to recognize that without seeing Maheg. Both humans and animals had some form of dantian, semi-spiritual organs within which they contained their gathered energy. In some respects, Maheg could be considered to be entirely such a construct, though perhaps it was better to not push human constructs on things. As for the algae, what Anton had taken for infused energy when he was sitting nearby watching the fish actually seemed to be an intentional arrangement of some sort. He didn't fully understand how it worked, but it clearly did, otherwise none of what was happening in front of him would be taking place. There had been some small hope in Anton's mind that he might discover new sapient life in this system because of the wide variety of odd things. But if he had been asked what it would be, Anton would have placed algae at the bottom of the list, just below many other plants and slightly above single-celled organisms or bacteria. Anton also now had to reevaluate other things he had encountered in the context of cultivating and thinking plant life. There were more than a few things that had struck him as odd. In fact, Chapter 1143. Plant cultivators were new to Anton. Oh, there were many plants that gathered natural energy and used it to improve themselves, but this was different. Recalling the various encounters he had in Clar, he saw a more active participation compared to simply using an expanded form of photosynthesis or the like. The algae being in front of him was actively responding to his movements, and while it had at first mirrored him, it was now independently moving its limbs trying to get responses from Anton. Unfortunately, it didn't seem to have a concept of how his gestures would work, and speech didn't work either. It was worth a try, Anton commented to himself. If he continued speaking, he hoped that something might pick up on that, even if they couldn't replicate it or directly understand. While he continued to interact with the algae, he reconsidered his previous encounters upon just this particular planet. First, there was the out-of-place pitcher plant. Whether it was naturally more adapted to cold environments or not, if he recontextualized it, he could easily figure out what its odd motions were for. Freezing layers of ice onto one of its mobile tendrils was a perfectly reasonable thing to do as cultivation training, either for the purpose of learning to use ice or to resist it. Anton used his senses to track down that particular individual, which hadn't moved far from its spot. He got a sense of a similar sort of distributed cultivation as the algae in front of him, though it was actually a bit more clear. The algae being made of many parts had made it particularly difficult to discern until it all clumped together. And here Anton was assuming it was actually a single individual and not some sort of hive mind or just a group that was exceptionally good at working together. Regardless, now that he was looking for it in particular, he was able to pick out something resembling internal cultivation, though he did still have to focus on individual targets to get a clear sense of it. Picking out a dozen random plants, he only got the sense that they were filled with a standard sort of energy infusion. The spine fruit tree, however, struck Anton as something with more active cultivation. Upon reviewing his interaction with it, he decided that it had offered the fruit to him either as a gift or as a bribe. He couldn't guarantee it was actually friendly, but perhaps fending off others trying to steal its high-energy density fruit in that manner was easier. It could tempt some to want to fight it, but receiving something for free could also make it seem like getting more by undergoing danger less worthwhile. Determining the full motives of a plant was not actually simple. Anton didn't expect them to think like humans, as if humans all thought the same. Acaris natives were fairly similar in thought process, but they still had their own quirks from bodily differences. Void ants were a step further removed. Maheg was perhaps a step beyond plants, but Anton couldn't say he truly understood the star's thoughts despite their bond. How would plants communicate? Considering the algae in front of him, Anton considered smell as an option, since they didn't have any sort of root network to send chemical signals between each other. Ultimately, he could smell various things, but he didn't know if any should be treated as pheromones attempting to communicate particular information. The algae hadn't picked up on sounds yet. It had vaguely formed a mouth that it moved, but since it didn't have ears, it was unlikely to be sensitive to low-intensity noises. Anton could yell, but that might be perceived as an attack or otherwise bothersome. Eventually, Anton had to decide to leave. He did his best to indicate he would be leaving with gestures, but he didn't think that his conversation partner understood until he began walking. He kept his senses on it in case it tried to follow. He wouldn't necessarily object, but he didn't want to draw it or them away from home. But the algae made a purposeful spin, taking several steps towards its pond. Then a creature leapt out from behind a tree. Anton had not gotten perfectly used to the local populace and the flow of energy they had. But something like a beast he understood had clear enough signatures, especially at such a distance. The creatures that lived in space were alien enough to slip past Anton's notice, but this one was not so. Instantly, Anton had energy in hand, forming a bow. He had come without intention to harm the local populace, but something attacking a sapient individual he had been interacting with was unacceptable. The creature in question was something like a snake, if one put a blade all along the sides of one. Anton could imagine how those could cut into something when constricting it or when simply passing by. He could feel an animalistic predatory intent towards the algae, but he didn't wait to see if it would be successful in its attack. He pulled back a string, letting it snap forward at blinding speed. The arrow pierced the snake-like creature from head to tail. Its velocity was diminished by the attack, slowing it enough for the algae to leap out of the way of what was essentially a sharp corpse. The conglomeration of plant matter splashed into the water, spreading over the surface and raising defensive energy, but it was already safe, the threat contained. Anton felt threads of energy lock onto him, most likely sensory in nature as they were too weak to do much else. They particularly focused on the bow. No doubt it seemed an unusual construction for something in use to anything having arms or hands. Anton turned and waved goodbye, continuing his journey. He wasn't here to make friends with a single individual, and watching what the algae did without him around could be enlightening. A few hours later, Anton came across another large mushroom. He had already inspected the first one on a hunch, but had come to no clear conclusion. This one had similar quantities and arrangement of natural energy, not like a human cultivator nor resembling the various styles of plant cultivators, but Anton still felt more structure than he expected. Some people said that fungus were closer to animals than plants, but clearly the thing didn't have a dantian to make use of. The mushroom reacted much like the first one, releasing spores. Anton let them move around him rather than entirely avoiding them, but still kept himself insulated. It was hostile for something curious to become hostile, and Anton had no intention of opening himself up to the energy of other cultivators without some assurances. Picking through the spores like a puzzle, Anton couldn't discern any message, but he wouldn't expect to from a small number of incidents. The point was that he was observing. Anton tried to produce a similar response, but obviously he didn't have spores. Instead, he made a great number of little motes of energy that felt similar. Hopefully, if the mushroom had thoughts, it wouldn't take offense. Anton got no response, but he didn't expect much from what appeared to be a sessile individual. Anton had many thoughts about Clar. First was that they would have to be even more cautious than with Acaris. Reading animal postures and learning a verbal language was one thing, but trying to peacefully discern alien thoughts with very little basis to pull from would be difficult. It might be possible for Anton to brute force responses on his own, but he knew it would be best to consult others. That might mean bringing others in person, with the trouble that space away from the planets was quite unsafe, and the planet he was on wasn't exactly peaceful. Still, he could at least get some opinions on how such things might communicate. Maybe there were some technological solutions that could help as well. For the moment, though, Anton continued his journey, and when he was attacked, he tended to show mercy. The snake was an exception because it attacked a friend, and because he was nearly certain it lacked a sufficient level of sapience to be a person. But mostly the friend thing. Tano could no longer even pretend he'd ever be able to scratch a hair on Timothy's head, at least not while the latter was in domination and Tano was still in augmentation. Striking harder simply wouldn't do him any good against an omnidirectional defense that simply contained more power than he could force into a single point. Technique only worked when there was a hope of victory, so he was going on a journey. No doubt many others were considering something along the same lines. Rather than being discouraged at his inability, Tano wanted something of that form himself. He thought he could technically overcome those defenses with the help of someone like Durf, attacking at the same time to combine into a single large impact. But he simply wanted to grow that powerful alone. Searching for the largest thing he could and killing it seemed like the correct route for Tano to take. The Scarlet Midfields didn't exactly have an overabundance of wild beasts, but the blood-soaked nebula had a few. Tano had already visited a few planets there and killed some beast overlords. Some of them had been real challenges, but they didn't really get his blood pumping. He wanted to fight something at least as big as a planet. Distortion beasts were a good choice, but they didn't exactly have consistent homes. So he was going to poke around in the untamed territory that the Trigold cluster technically claimed. It wasn't like they could do much about it if they didn't even know he was there. They tried to patrol their border, but when considering three-dimensional space, that was still thousands of worlds to watch. Once he was past, Tano could pass for something like a member of the fearsome menagerie, assuming nobody had ever actually met one of them. Just into the untamed systems, Tano found a decent candidate. It wasn't planet-sized, no, but there was a beetle the size of a mountain. He could see it from space, patrolling the sizable planet it lived upon. The creature reached down and tore up sections of forest along its path, chomping down on them. The upper energy it carried was sufficient for Tano to accept battling it. Now then, how to go about it? He charged downward, aiming for its head. He wasn't expecting a brain, but some sort of processing mass would be beneath the chitin there. Or maybe it had developed a brain to operate at that size. He didn't really care. His spear was meant to pierce something important no matter what it was. Then it shattered on the chitin. Brilliant. Tano grinned as overwhelming energy bore down on him, trying to crush him against the surface of the beetle itself. Searching legs skittered over its back, hairs the size of city blocks combing the area for him. Tano tore one of those off, but it was equally ineffective against the creature's body. He was tossed a few hundred kilometers into the sky by a sudden bucking motion, and on his way back to impact the creature, it swung a horn at him. The sky tore asunder and tornadoes formed, with the sudden vacuum it left behind producing sonic booms. He braced himself for impact, using his energy to redirect the blow. The creature was strong, but it had difficulty attacking something at his scale. Rather than thinking it unfair, Tano thought using any advantage he had was reasonable. Besides, he fully intended to break this thing. It would just require a bit more joint-snapping finesse than pure power. Trying to rip off a leg actually seemed like a good place to start. Chapter 1144. Despite how he appeared on the surface, Tano's style wasn't one of brute force. Or not solely brute force. He liked to use his power where it was applicable, taking advantage of weaponry and the force multipliers they provided while aiming for weak points on his targets. Everyone tried to do that to some extent, but Tano took the best parts of his foes for future use. With his spine spear gone, clearly it was time to upgrade his weaponry. He needed something with high offensive power and durability. From what he could see, about half of this beetle probably counted. Part of the problem was the scale it was acting at, and how hard it made it for it to assault him. The mountain-sized beetle wasn't helpless, though. It had heaps of energy to batter him with, and the flexibility of its limbs was something that honestly didn't even make much sense. The segments of its legs could bend around in such a way that it was able to attack him with some of its rear legs when he was on the front, and with its front legs when he was at its back. In the middle, he was subject to attack from both sides. Tano's current efforts were all based around trying to get the creature tangled up in itself, which might require some physical repositioning on his part. Getting a grip on a giant leg was a bit difficult. However, the smooth surface of the beetle's chitin didn't provide much grip, and unsurprisingly his fingers weren't long enough to fit around a tower-sized appendage. If he gathered his energy, he could extend his grip, but the beetle very quickly shrugged off any hold he had on it. Thus, he had to get the timing just right before it beat him to a pulp. All of that was part of his training to reach domination. But Tano knew even if he defeated this creature, it wouldn't be enough. Still, it would bring him one step closer. The middle was the most dangerous place, but also optimal for his plans. Tano danced around crashing limbs, making his way to the center around the shockwaves and tornado force winds they generated. Once he was precisely between the middle pair of legs, Tano prepared himself. The massive beetle could support itself on just 2 legs, attacking with its front and rear pairs, and it did so, blades angling in on Tano. His hands flicked out to the side, his energy grabbing the middle legs and twisting. He didn't try to pull them into an impossible alignment. Snapping them off directly would have taken more force than he could reasonably generate with his power and augmentation. But twisting them? The beetle was surprisingly flexible, which was an advantage for trying to deal with smaller foes on its back, for example, but a disadvantage in that it was easier to manipulate them. one twisted back and one forward. As the massive body dropped, the front and rear legs clashed with the middle pair, using the force of the creature against itself. Massive chitin cracked, shattering the middle legs. Before the massive bulk of the beetle could impact the ground, pulled ponderously down by gravity, the other legs flickered back to their holding positions. But that too was part of Tano's strategy. During the moments it was catching its weight, Tano rushed forward towards the base of its horn, twisting around them to go for the eyes. Rather than attacking one of the most vulnerable parts of a creature, Tonto felt like he was trying to batter down the fortified walls of a keep, or he supposed that these days it would likely be akin to tearing an orbital platform in half. Or a number of smaller ones, perhaps, as the beetle's compound eyes had their own weaknesses. Tano placed himself in a small valley within one of the eyes, and by the time the beetle had stabilized its front legs, it simply didn't have the manual dexterity to pick him out, though it was actually much closer than might have been imagined. The sturdy hairs along one of the front legs threatened to sweep him away many times, but with only one leg involved, he could pick out a path for his movement. The beetle couldn't move as quickly as it would have otherwise, as it didn't want to harm its own eye, but Tano had no compunctions about causing collateral damage with his own movements. Pushing off of the various parts, he picked up speed as he dodged past a sharpened part of the forelimb, snapping off a relatively sharp bit. He began to drag it along behind him, slowly carving apart the beetle's eye. At some point it gave up on trying to preserve itself, but by that point its attacks became too reckless, and he still expertly avoided them. All except for one stab that pushed him through the eye and to the back. His body was bruised and broken, but he had an excellent path to what it might call a brain, and its own body now completely protected him. At that point, the battle was already over. Tano wanted the creature's horn, but figuring out how to wield such a thing was a puzzle that might take some time. It was probably as big as a city, so even if he could lift it swinging, it would be a bit problematic. But he was going to figure it out, or something else of similar value. Before anyone could arrive in Klar to help with interpretation efforts, Anton continued his wandering path. He went wherever his thoughts led him, with no concern whether it was efficient. Eventually, he ended up in a desert, but just like Zissel, the lack of water did not mean it was without life. There were numerous cacti and other succulents, but also other drought-resistant plants. Anton had the feeling that any number of such things could be cultivators, though once again they would have a different style that took particular effort to make out. At a base, he could only tell that all of the plant-like denizens were greedily soaking up the sunlight from the local blue star, just like everything else. Whether anything was able to think at a higher level or not, that would be the basis for all their power. There was something else that Anton noticed, however. Fungus living in the dirt was kicked up just by him moving around. Having already dealt with spacefaring bacteria, however, Anton was well prepared to handle small particulates. He didn't particularly want to breathe in actual dust, either, so he was already prepared to filter everything coming into him. Though Anton could tell the bacteria would certainly be harmful, without further study, it was difficult to tell if any of that would be intentional, if anything of that size could even have intention. But the point was that it might not necessarily prefer living hosts, though Anton could observe some of the local wildlife to learn about that. The desert was not entirely without water. It was simply that everything had to use it efficiently. If Anton was to find anything along the lines of cultivation, he could bet that it would involve water manipulation, though heat manipulation was also a possibility. Anton kept his senses relatively close to him. Except for the few targets, he was still watching from afar. He found too much was lost when dealing with unfamiliar flows of energy when he focused on the world as a whole. Instead, he limited himself to a number of kilometers, ranging a bit further if he sensed a particularly large source of energy. With his senses limited in that way, he was quite surprised to stumble upon something he saw before his senses picked it up, aside from a few birds. The particular thing in question was a tree, and not a thin-trunked desert sort, weak and scraggly. Instead, it stood proud and tall. No single portion of it was filled with such potent natural energy that it stood out, but taken as a whole, it was a very significant find. The closer Anton got, the more questions he had. The area around the tree was certainly still desert, though the varieties of life around the tree were different than in the rest of the desert. That was because the tree itself provided some measure of shade, which would be detrimental to some life and beneficial to others. The shade came from the tree's wide leaves, which were quite antithetical to the desert, as they would be prone to evaporation. Absorbing more power from the sun might be beneficial, but unless the tree didn't use water at all, Anton wondered how it functioned. However, as he got closer, his senses picked up actual signs of evaporation, so it clearly had water within it. The question was just where it came from. Was there a special phenomenon where rain fell only in this particular patch of desert? The tree might actually be tall enough to affect clouds, though it was still far shorter than Grandfather Willow, but that wouldn't explain how it grew to that height to begin with. As was often the case, the solution was actually far more simple than many of the scenarios he had come up with. Anton's senses followed the tree's roots down and down and down. There, they spread out as they hit the water table deep underground. It wasn't exactly a sustainable situation if there were more similar trees, but with just one slurping up deep water from many kilometers around it, Anton supposed it was at least stable. Nor could he judge a plant for just trying to survive and thrive. The tree did not react in any way as he approached. Anton carefully observed the various things living around it. He had expected something to try to parasite its source of water, but there didn't seem to be anything. When he pushed his senses into the body of the tree itself, he picked out at least one possible reason. The water within the higher roots and the trunk was highly alkaline, which meant it would have quite similar properties to acid, though from the opposite chemical direction. Clearly, the tree itself was adapted to live with the change, and Anton even guessed it might be on purpose, but determining sapience in the tree was a fruitless endeavor. It was just a tree, and Anton felt no active response to anything he was willing to do. No doubt he could launch an attack and see if it defended itself, but going around damaging things out of curiosity wasn't particularly nice. Anton leaned against the trunk, appreciating the shade. Just because he could survive the most extreme environment didn't mean he actually found them comfortable. Even a small effort of natural energy to regulate himself was a mental drain he would rather be without. "Let me know if you can talk," Anton said, rapping on the trunk. He waited a few minutes, just in case it was a slow speaker. Well, I didn't think so. He would be moving on. He'd sensed a large lizard up ahead. The middle of the day was actually the best time to approach, as it would likely be more relaxed. Many other desert creatures would minimize their activities in the middle of the day, so a lizard could generally relax while sunning itself. Ectothermic creatures might be just as solar-powered as plants. Well, not truly. They would still have to eat, which plants didn't really do unless you counted free carbon or other gases. Even so, it made Anton feel a sense of affinity for the creature. If he had a bond with the local star, he would be tempted to provide it a little bit of a boost. Then again, too much of a good thing wasn't always good. There was a delicate balance with natural energy. There was a reason people couldn't just throw a bunch of energy in a new cultivator and expected them to reach life transformation. They simply weren't ready to handle it. Chapter 1145. Anticipation. That was what Katerina felt as she let energy flow into the formation in front of her. If she was making use of the solar platform for precisely its standard functions, she would have no reason to feel much of anything except confidence. She knew it would work as designed, as it had done so before she reached domination and had continued to do so afterwards. But seeing Timothy break rules even normal cultivators had to deal with had inspired her to try more radical things herself. If all that happened with domination was that her fighting abilities rose another level, Katerina would be extremely disappointed. Combat was never the goal. Even when trying to survive against invading armies, Katerina wouldn't reach for her sword first. It was much better to concoct a situation where there couldn't even be combat, to win before a battle could begin. That hadn't quite worked against Zorbarids, but they had at least achieved the possibility of victory beforehand, which wouldn't have otherwise existed without formations. But formations were good for more things than just winning. They had massive utility, and while Katerina thought they had tapped into most of what was possible, she certainly didn't believe that everything had been achieved. And there might be a few things that simply required extra power. The formation in front of her was almost fully powered, but Katerina's energy wasn't just flowing into it, but through her. Unlike Chitty, she hadn't created specific permanent formations inside of herself, but she could replicate certain applications temporarily with her understanding and sufficient power. More so at domination, where power felt almost limitless. Power surged and the world shifted in front of her eyes, resolving into nothing. Or rather, a field of stars around her, as was the case anywhere that could see the sky and wasn't overwhelmed by other light. But nothing of note within a few light years. She was between systems, away from anything, exactly as intended. That was step one functioning. She did some basic calculations with known stars just to make certain she ended up in the right place. Otherwise, she wouldn't want to attempt the next stage of her experiments. To the level of precision her calculations could be accurate, she was confident she had appeared in the correct location. That was important because for the second step, being 0.1% off in the wrong direction would be extremely awkward. She probably wouldn't die if she ended up inside a star or buried at the core of a planet, but it was better to not have to test things like that. Katerina then repeated the process in reverse, activating a temporary formation around and within herself formed of pure energy, but much more solid than she could have previously created. She had a few thoughts about that, but they would be considered in more detail later. First, she called out to one of the platforms bound to her, activating it with her energy. Once again, the world shifted, and she was in an entirely different system than when she'd first begun her journey. That wasn't weird, since they'd been able to perform interstellar teleportation for some time, but being able to go to a somewhat arbitrary location from a proper platform and then to arrive at a different one was new. So that worked. Now she just had to determine if she could bring anyone else safely. She'd start with her extremely durable husband, just in case. After that, she needed to determine if it was possible to teleport to locations she hadn't bound, and if it seemed feasible at the end of things, replicating the process entirely without a physical medium on either end, taking advantage of the spatial manipulations around the Scarlet Alliance's territory. That last thing was currently more likely than not to fail, but Katerina didn't know how rules-breakingly powerful domination might be. Zor might have wielded his power more like a nearly limitless lake of energy, but that didn't mean that was all it was good for. Anton would have thought that plant cultivators would love the rainy season, and some of them certainly did, but some of his watch targets clearly didn't. So far, he had less than a hemisphere to watch over, so the rainy season began at fairly similar times based on the particular climates involved. The forest plants seemed to enjoy the rain just fine, though they seemed able to obtain however much water they needed already, so having more probably only benefited them minorly. The one Anton knew was working with water actually seemed annoyed at swirling snow in the mountains. The pitcher plant adjacent individual spent far more energy preventing water freezing than actually studying and practicing abilities, though perhaps resisting the storms around it was also good training for temperature control. It certainly didn't seem to think so, as it turned into what Anton interpreted as a sulky posture. Of course, Anton could have been wrong, but it was certainly less energetic during actual storms. The desert tree that should have been most interested in the few days of rain seemingly didn't care. Then again, it didn't really react to anything. Anton was still assuming it was one of the sapient plants because it was large and powerful in an unusual situation, instead of actually interacting with it like his algae friend. Said algae friend did enjoy the rain. It walked around outside its pond, shifting between animal shapes and Anton's upright humanoid walk, depending on the terrain. By the end of the season, the algae had assessed a number of other water sources to determine their quality, finally settling on a sizable lake where it remained at the end of things. It wasn't the largest lake, but Anton anticipated that some of the others would shrink down more after the end of the rainy season, just based on their topology. It was just about time for help from the Scarlet Alliance to arrive. They would set up a base outside of the system, both to avoid disturbing the locals and for their own safety. Language specialists weren't known to be the best combatants, after all. Not that some couldn't stand toe-to-toe with anyone else, but in general they were less combat-inclined than those who engaged in more physical labor. Hopefully, they would already have some insights based on the information Anton had sent them, but he expected it to be a long project to learn non-humanoid communication. Void ants had pretty much invented their own sign language after interacting with humans, but that had been a project of decades, and it involved a common sense of sight that plants didn't necessarily share. Just when Abdur thought he'd found everyone who was in a bad place, there was another person or another group. He just hoped that the world was producing them more slowly than they could be found. Soraya was doing great now. She wasn't exactly going to become wealthy with her work, but perhaps that was because she didn't want to. She was an old woman with simple tastes. For a long time, she would have been happy to have all the walls in her house be solid and now that she actually had that, everything else seemed to be extra. She did still call upon Abdur to help her out occasionally, but the fact that she actually asked meant something. The old woman was quite generous with what she had. When she previously only had basic mushrooms, that was what she offered. Now, she made use of her functioning kitchen and stocked larders to prepare meals that tasted like home. Abdur very much appreciated those, because for much of his early life, he hadn't had one of those. Just because the majority of his life had been spent in prosperity didn't mean he would forget such formative times. The people of the gathering didn't practice just one style of cultivation or one profession. Instead, they did everything, at least as a whole. Because of that, they could always find a place for those coming in. Likewise, they always had people who had dealt with all forms of trauma or addiction or anything else that had them end up on the streets, even in the current prosperous times. Motern was lucky in that most drugs came from plants that hadn't survived the emergency transplantation of civilization. However, there were some that made it, and there were other things with legitimate uses that could be abused. Often, people didn't realize they were becoming addicted to something until too late, at which point rational thoughts didn't really work to stop them. Cultivation could surpass that, or make it worse, as someone could survive far more. Abdur had been lucky to avoid getting into anything, mostly because he couldn't steal anything and he certainly hadn't been able to afford it. Some others had, and for many the treatment was still ongoing. But stories of success and advice from those who had made it through had changed many. Abdur brought in anyone and found someone to help their particular issues. Sometimes, money was a solution. Resources to provide shelter, food, and then training to be able to do something. Finding things people enjoyed was the best, because enjoying daily work led to an overall better life experience. Having the freedom of choice and access to learning was a luxury, but it was one that could be provided through the care of people who understood what it was like. There were a few rare individuals, very few, who refused to work. They were content with meager subsistence. Abdur didn't think that was the natural state of humans. Work on its own wasn't some sort of glorious thing, but seeing something produced by your own hands was a joy that could be repeated. His belief that everyone could find something that fit them if given the chance was inherited from Anton, of course. The few who didn't put in the effort to grow even when given every opportunity were usually broken by the world. Everyone was, to some extent, but not everything could be fixed. Or rather, knowing what could be done with cultivation, Abdur understood that sometimes it simply couldn't be done yet. Nobody could cure every physical or mental ailment, but things could be learned one at a time. Unfortunately, that wasn't always in time for certain individuals to be helped. Anchors were on the mind of most augmentation cultivators. Velvet knew that, because the possibilities were always on her mind, and she consulted with the others quite often. For a while, Velvet had wanted nothing as her anchor, or the concept or nothing, or the void between stars. However, while concepts were good for earlier cultivation, there was a certain level of physicality that domination required, or at least, based on what they knew. Velvet considered a particular vessel containing a vacuum, but that still didn't work. She didn't really want emptiness, just stealth. Ratna did just fine hiding behind space and the like. The details of her anchor were unfortunately vague at best, though that was actually an encouragement to Velvet in some ways. Domination cultivators needed devotion, but that meant their anchors didn't always have to be known. Perhaps it made them stronger, perhaps not. That wasn't something they had been able to discuss with anyone at length, and their pair of new domination cultivators were both known to pretty much everyone, so they couldn't test anything. Nothingness might be valid for someone else, somehow, but Velvet had moved on from that. After all, the basis of her cultivation was still the 100 stars and the concept of light. Light was physical, but usually transitory. Then again, wasn't everything? If trying to find the oldest thing in the universe, particular motes of light would likely be the winners. Maybe elementary particles, but even those didn't always retain their form forever. But light from distant stars could be billions of years old. So worrying about the fact that it was temporary was a bit less relevant than whether she could actually use it as an anchor at all. And if she did, would her source of power be constantly shifting? If so, what would that mean? Maybe she should pick a nice cave. They were kind of sneaky. But if that worked, it would be a mediocre anchor at best, and that might be worse than not advancing at all. Chapter 1146. The first person Anton put in significant effort to speak with was of course the friendly algae. Assuming that whole thing was a single individual was easier, but he didn't actually know that. Still, a few minor discontinuities on a physical body being connected was a small matter compared to lacking the normal requirements for sapience, such as a brain of some sort. His friend was excited to see him again. They bubbled out of their new home into a humanoid form and went right in for another same-side handshake. That was more or less where communication broke down, but Anton was in contact with others who should be able to help. He tried a few things. Sounds still didn't work, but his movements seemed to be perceived by his conversation partner. Sign language was suggested, but not one that Anton knew. There were some language specialists who took stock of the situation, and having received updates along the way, they had begun to develop something that seemed to fit. Since the algae didn't seem to do well at distinguishing smaller digits like fingers, the specialists in space had come up with a sort of full-body sign language. Anton felt very silly, waving his arms around and making exaggerated gestures, but the algae didn't seem to care and happily joined in while mimicking his actions. After a few hours, the algae seemed to get tired, but the next day it happily interacted with Anton again. It took several days of attempts before it actually seemed to understand the meaning behind anything. They were beginning with object words, starting with relevant things like lake, river, and human. The translators weren't really sure if they should come up with a name for the algae. Calling it algae might not even be correct at the current point. That would be more like calling humans skin cells or something equally insufficient like flesh. The algae-based individuals' hands were still more like mittens than anything else, but they placed them palm down and made a wide sweeping gesture towards the lake, then an arm gesture that Anton was trying to use for follow. They then moved out onto the lake, collapsing into a floating pile. They did it. The voice of Anton's contact, Abayoi. There was a whole team with him, but it was easier if only one person spoke directly to Anton once they made decisions on how to go about things. I think I will follow to find out, Anton agreed. He stepped into the lake, following after the algae. There was a microscopic chance it was trying to lead Anton to a watery demise, but that didn't seem likely. He felt curious senses on him as he began swimming. Clearly, they didn't expect him to move in that particular way. The algae formed into humanoid shape and tried swimming, but it quickly gave up. As a single mass, it moved around sort of like an octopus, swimming circles around Anton in a way he was quite certain he could interpret as happy. Considering the only real words Anton had exchanged with his friends were pretty much hello and lake follow, he still did feel they were friends. Because of that, he wanted to show off a little. Anton picked himself up out of the water before standing atop it. Excited algae looked curiously at his feet, moving quite close and observing the way he spread his energy out to increase the effect of surface tension. That was the most reliable way to stand on water, in Anton's opinion. The algae moved its energy to try to replicate the feat, succeeded, and then seemed to immediately regret it, dropping back into the water. Given that being in water was probably necessary for survival, it made sense. The algae didn't seem to want to give up on replicating Anton. However, it was doing something, changing shape and flailing about at the surface, before finally turning into humanoid form, with water captured inside it. They ran around flailing their arms, clearly quite excited at the novelty, though it quickly wore off. Perhaps it realized that walking atop water was a lot like walking on the ground. Not that there was much experience with either as far as Anton could tell. For one thing, the way they ran was just by going through walking motions more quickly, not that it was ever actually quick. Except when scooting around in the water in vague clump form. No new words seemed to be learned the rest of that day, but it was fun. The next day, they were down one word. Because the word Anton's new friend used for lake was now also being used for the ground. Oh, it probably thinks it means anything sort of flat, Abayoi commented. Or perhaps just horizontal. I guess that makes sense, with the gestures. Anton was following it through the nearby area, not quite certain where it should be leading him. He'd vaguely observed it moving further from its home a few times, but it seemed to quickly return. They came to a clearing, upon which the mass of algae collapsed onto the ground and began struggling with something. No, that wasn't quite right. Anton thought at first his friend had a hiccup in natural energy, but on further observation the collapse should have been purposeful. Anton only took so long to recognize what it was doing because he was unfamiliar with plant-based energy cultivation. He'd only interacted from the human perspective, But soon he realized he'd seen the behavior before, atop the lake. It was cultivating, specifically the core process of taking in energy in the surroundings. The algae was of course spread out to get the most sunlight possible, an arm raised up, making a follow gesture. So it wanted Anton to do the same thing. Anton sat down and began gathering energy, though most of his energy came from internal sources now. His limitations in cultivation weren't based on how much energy he could get his hands on, but how much he could hold and how well he could use it. Still, he did his best to visibly represent cultivating. As he did so, his friend stood up, reached out and grabbed his wrist, and left, shaking out twigs and leaves from within its strands. Oh, a combined hello and goodbye. That's my fault, probably, Anton said. He didn't get any indication he was supposed to follow. So he just Saturday, what do you think? I have no idea, Abioi commented. But if I had to guess, it wanted you to cultivate, and thought since you lived on land, you'd need a proper clearing? About what I thought, Anton agreed. I would have expected more observation, though. Maybe they don't care. We need a name, Abioi said. For us to use, if nothing else. Well, algae is no good. And there's no way I'm using alt. They came up with a name a few days later. Each day, the algae had been generally more interested in physical contact with Anton, grabbing his wrist, elbow, then shoulders, with both hands. That last one had just happened, and Anton chuckled, putting his arms over its shoulders and pulling his buddy close. The way they wiggled momentarily made Anton think he'd gone too far, but the algae only did so to free its own arms to return the gesture to Anton. And from then on, instead of attempting any sort of handshake or wrist shake, the standard greeting was always a bear hug. Bear hug isn't a bad name, Anton said. And going by Acaris naming conventions might have been a bit too clinical, Abioi agreed. Though 10,000 strands wouldn't have been too bad. That's not even the right number, Anton pointed out. And it changes. I still think it's a decent name, Abioi countered. But bear hug is quite fitting. After about a month, after spending hours every day with his friend, he couldn't particularly hold a conversation, but he could communicate practical things. One of those was cultivation or natural energy. His algae friend tended to use those interchangeably, or maybe it didn't recognize the subtle differences. They hadn't even been a big part of the language plans until it became clear that it was one of the few things the algae cared about. Another thing was fun. Running around, swimming, and roughhousing with Anton seemed to be the main things there. Food was not something it understood. Drinking water was odd to it, because Anton only drank a very little bit and not all the time. Bear hug didn't seem to like actual combat, but Anton saw it happen regardless. Some fish were nibbling at it, not quite getting why they couldn't bite. Everything had some amount of natural energy, and they chomped down on a bit of bear hug. The fish were immediately slapped away. When one returned to bite at the food, it couldn't quite sink its teeth into regardless. Bear hug was a little less gentle, whipping the creature with their strands. The fish was enraged by the attack and rallied most of its energy, but when it lunged forward, bear hug stabbed through it, 100 different strands sticking through the creature's body. Bear hug shook it off and sulked for the rest of the afternoon, not even enjoying the sun and cultivation. Anton was quite happy to make friends with something peaceful. He also realized that by bear hug's estimation, Anton might be the only other thinking thing in the world. As far as he could tell, there wasn't a community of plant cultivators. There were a few that had colonies he'd found, but bear hug might not even know about the spiky fruit tree at all, let alone one that could cultivate. Maybe it was better that way. Except that Anton believed, even with some of the plant cultivators being sessile, that eventually they would come across each other. Violence was highly possible if they felt threatened, and unclear communication could increase that probability. Since Anton hadn't seen signs of language, let alone a common one, that could be a serious problem. That said, he wasn't entirely sure that there weren't some communication methods he was missing. He'd placed some unobtrusive pieces of equipment that were helping monitor the area, looking for things like pheromones or whatever else the language team thought might take the place of something like speech or gestures. Communicating to bear hug that he would be gone for a long time was difficult. At the end, Anton wasn't even quite certain he had succeeded. The exaggerated hug he received as a goodbye was a little bit longer than usual, he thought, but that was about it. Still, even if he personally wanted to hang around, without introducing more people into the mix, he was also the only method to learn about other natives. Anton considered creating an energy clone, like on Anav, but it would be difficult to make tangible, and he didn't want to confuse Bear Hug with something unreal. With humans, he could just explain, and they would likely already understand what was going on. So he would have to be away for a while. But that would be a good way to see how well Bear Hug retained words. Anton mostly shared a number of nouns with his friend, as tangible objects were the easiest things to indicate. It wouldn't be a big loss if those were forgotten, and he doubted swim, run, and cultivate would be lost. But how memory worked for a mass of algae was somewhat in question. Still, he'd been recognized some weeks later, so clearly there was something there. The next target was the spiky tree, mostly because Anton thought maybe it had tried to communicate with him already. It was possible it had told him to go away and never come back, but he still felt it was something. Provoking more reactions could make that more certain and satisfy the numerous language fanatics up in space. There would never be enough data for them to pore over, Anton imagined. Not that he thought they should ever be satisfied with having enough of their essence. It was just interesting to see what particular things humans focused on if given the opportunity. Chapter 1147. Intentional cultivation and directing complex energy flow required a higher level of intelligence than a standard beast, but that didn't mean the intelligence was always recognizable. Some things Anton assumed the natives of Klar would all want, mainly centered around communication, didn't seem to be of interest to them. Specifically, Spike didn't respond to Anton in any way except to occasionally throw a fruit near him. Enemies were attacked, and those who seemed likely to eat a fruit while traveling received a fruit with less puncture wounds involved. That was all. Anton had quickly been placed in the latter category, and as long as he didn't attack the tree, he would likely remain there. A better name for the spike fruit tree might have been developed if there was more in-depth interaction, but sadly Anton didn't manage anything after weeks. Perhaps the immobile nature of the tree changed social needs, or the way it formed intelligence. It was potentially just less developed, though it was difficult to tell. The out-of-place pitcher plant likewise ignored anything that didn't seem to be a threat, including Anton, until he practiced cultivation around it. It showed some interest when he formed a small bit of fire, but it grew far more interested when he created ice. Anton was by no means a specialist in the field of ice, but it was well within his power to manipulate heat with the amount of power he had. He could replicate a large number of lesser abilities, if inefficiently. The yet unnamed pitcher plant endeavored to communicate for the sake of asking about Anton's abilities, but seemed frustrated by the simpler words Anton and his team started with. After interacting with a variety of individuals, it soon became clear that even if Anton was willing to devote decades of his life, it wouldn't be enough to develop individual patterns of communication for each individual. Aside from the form-shifting bear hug, few individuals shared a common form with which they could replicate gestures. Introducing more people would likely be necessary to cover the wide variety, but that had to be done carefully so as to not disrupt the locals too much. Leaving the system untouched wasn't necessarily morally superior, but it was better to not unintentionally make any changes before they knew how the world actually worked. Abayoi had been racking his brains for a while on the communication problem. Creating a language they thought any individual could understand, at least a simple one, was a problem their team was fully capable of solving. Scaled to enough time, that was true of any number of individuals. But as much as the team loved the challenge, it wasn't really a solution. None of the locals would be able to communicate with each other if they continued as they were. So they had to pull on the common threads they knew of. It took a while to think of what was in some ways a very simple thing, simply because they were coming from a human perspective. But finally, they got it. Good news, Anton. We'll be adjusting our approach in a way that should hopefully require less individual manipulation, though it will require a stricter adherence to the forms. Sounds interesting, Anton replied. Let's hear it. What's the one thing we know all of our prospects have in common? They're plants. Anton offered. Even you know that's not true. There were those fungi, and even what they have in common isn't that useful. Unless you want to grow your own chlorophyll, it's not a good basis for a widespread language. All right, fine, Anton said. You're right. I wasn't confident on that one. Let's see, they're sapient, which is the reason we're trying this, and they can learn a language, so that's not quite it. Uh-huh. Abayoi grinned. I'm sure you've got it now. It has to be cultivation, right? At least, that works for all of those we've identified. Exactly. And given their general lack of humanoid senses or appendages, a more direct approach is best. The best part is you already did this before. That is to say, direct energy communication. Not any sort of emotional transference, but simply form shaping your energy in simple ways that should be easily replicated. It was so simple, yet Abioi knew it wasn't at the same time. At the current point, humans in the Lower Realms Alliance all cultivated, but they didn't need to communicate with their energy because speech just worked. At best, they used their energy to emphasize their words or allow them to be heard at a longer distance, or to communicate simple emotions. Using it as the main form of communication sounded more difficult, but even a simple sign language required Bear Hug to use just as much energy, or more, as their body had to be controlled by energy. The current plan was for Anton to work with Bear Hug for a while to make sure that their most willing participant could get it. It might be difficult to relearn, but it should be a more adaptable language. For example, cultivators could reference an object by directly pointing to it with their energy or even surrounding a particular area, though some of that required proximity or sufficient power control. But forming simple motions should be easy enough, and all should have the senses to pick out invisible energy, especially if it was consciously amplified. Abioi at least hoped that was the case. They'd been working on it for some time now, and it was hoped that it would be intuitive, though most likely some things made more sense to humans than to plants. Bear Hug liked cultivation and they liked games, so learning a new language based entirely around energy manipulation turned out to not be a bother at all for Anton's algae friend. Having reached a certain level of understanding, Anton wasn't at all surprised that it was picked up more quickly than actual gestures. Soon enough, Bear Hug was expressing while in a pile on the ground by waving around tendrils of energy. Not like arms, exactly, but usually in pairs. While cultivators could theoretically make use of unlimited separate energy streams, there were practical limitations, and they didn't want to exclude weaker individuals from participation. Determining exactly what the cultivation equivalent of the algae was took more than a bit of effort, but Anton thought something around early essence collection, though perhaps they wouldn't be able to leverage it properly outside of their natural habitat. Fairly strong, though not even close to the strongest on the planet. And there were also stronger things elsewhere in the system on other planets and in the space between. Bear Hug did still prefer some physical motions. Despite most likely lacking any tactile sensation, the algae preferred to greet Anton with a sopping wet hug rather than anything else, including an energy handshake. Anton preferred it that way too. Observing different forms of cultivation was good for Anton. It helped that he had one directly connected to him in the form of Maheg. Anton would call it something like distributed non-Dantian-based cultivation. The important thing wasn't the name, but that it still worked. In truth, most of Anton's cultivation was also outside of himself, in his bound stars. Outside, yet also ready to be called through him at the same time. It was different than being distributed throughout a whole physical body, but it still worked. Having a Dantian helped, though. Anton had observed more than a few residents that he thought were attempting to begin proper cultivation journeys, and they were more like grain packed with natural energy than cultivators. They would be a tempting target for beasts to consume. Anton wondered how many had failed to make it past the early stages. Even if the planet itself was safer than his initial impressions of space, it wasn't exactly peaceful. But on the right days at the right time, it sure felt like it. Anton would have been quite glad to bind to the local star, with its significant power. It wasn't exactly in the place he would have picked, but he had enough of those to go through with his plans. The whole shape thing wasn't the most important part of his planned advancement anyway. It had begun on a whim, and now Anton was continuing with it because cultivators did well with resonance of that sort. As long as it made sense to him, it was a good idea. It fit in well with his ideas for the next stage. Though Anton was perhaps the most famous assimilation cultivator, and one of a very few enrichment cultivators, he had to remember that he was not the first. Even if he set aside world-binding cultivators from the Solani's cluster, which he really shouldn't, just from Cerritos, Anton was actually second. Lev had actually managed to very slightly outpace him in that regard. It had come at a cost at the time, though Lev had long since worked past the harm he caused himself. Technically, the other man's limbs hardly worked at all, but with so much natural energy available, it didn't really matter. Anton didn't have to be first, but Lev had been slower to expand his sphere of influence. Lev would likely expand beyond enrichment at some point, but Anton was closer. He only needed a few more stars bound and the right opportunity. Said opportunity could be something he arranged for himself if he did so properly. That was probably better than some sort of emergency or disaster that forced him through, or some sort of massive cosmic event that would affect the lower realms. A couple more decades. That was the plan. He had some insights from domination cultivators to sift through, and they were still learning quickly, so he had no need to rush. But waiting too long would likewise hold him back. Day by day, Anton pictured what he wanted. He wasn't ready to start making connections just yet, and he needed to make sure he did things precisely right. Otherwise, he might cause an imbalance, or worse, unintentional balance in areas that shouldn't be balanced. That could be worse than accidentally blowing up a star or two. Not that Anton would allow any stars to come to harm if he could help it. Even if they weren't part of him, they were far too important to treat casually. And it was precisely because they were part of him now that they might be at risk. It was a sobering thought, but he'd reached a certain level of power where the consequences of his failures could reach extremely massive scales. It was difficult to think about, and in some ways, it was less real than other dangers he had faced. It was simply too big for him to comprehend. Anton had begun his life worrying about whether the next batch of crops would be plentiful or tracking down animals that managed to break their pens. He worried about family getting sick and what to eat for meals. In some ways, what he would have for breakfast still felt more important than whether or not he accidentally destabilized a star, or many of them. The good news was that Anton wouldn't be alone. He would have help from the Lower Realms Alliance, and from other starbinding cultivators like Three Squeaks and Vergis. Then there was Maheg, who surely wouldn't allow destabilizations to take hold within it. That consciousness was something Anton was integrating into his plans as a balancing factor. Maheg didn't have any influence over Anton's other stars, but having one solid anchor he didn't have to worry about would help. Plus, there were old reliable stars. Cerritos' sun was the first, Azan was one of great personal import, and Acaris was also meaningful. Not that Anton didn't know all of his stars, but he had some favorites. Fortunately, unlike children, they didn't care. Not even Maheg, though it would have been fine because Maheg was one of the favorites. Chapter 1148. Reaching a tremendous breakthrough during a time of crisis was a time-honored tradition among cultivators, and Anton thought that it was about time for that to be done away with. The lower realms, at least, did not need to be associated with such things. It could already be seen in the names they chose. Assimilation and enrichment versus augmentation and domination expressed quite different ideas. The Scarlet Alliance in the upper realms was not the origins of augmentation or domination, of course. They merely accepted the names as already established. There was nothing wrong with that, but names had meaning, and Anton didn't want to start off on a bad foot. He didn't want to be an emperor or a god. What would even be the point? Besides, having killed a domination cultivator, the latter felt especially arrogant. It was just asking to be proven to be nothing more than an old and powerful mortal. Given the ideas of cycles and tying things back together, mortal almost fit. But Anton didn't like it because it was still missing something. Many people, in fact, there was no chance Anton would have reached his current level based solely on his own talent and insight. What brought him high were the people he knew and people he didn't. When Anton had first learned about devotion, he hadn't been entirely enthusiastic, but it was impossible to get away from. At some point, he had decided he merely had to be worthy of what was coming his way, and that meant paying it back to those who shared their devotion, even if it wasn't directly. It hadn't actually required any changes in what Anton actually did, just his attitude. He wanted to make the world a better place, and his definition of the limits of said world merely expanded as time went on. He wasn't some sort of benevolent force. He was merely paying people back for what they did for him. Sometimes his efforts came before the devotion, but he had no reason to have such a limited concept of cooperation that he should be bothered by that. A new stage would have to have a name. Since domination didn't fit, and merely calling it more enrichment or something was a bit lackluster, Anton discussed with other enrichment cultivators first, consulting on what common factors they could see in the next stage. Out of his discussions with Devon, Lev, and even some others on different paths, a single word stood out: unity. Everything Anton understood drove him more towards that, and the others understood the same thing. The Great Queen was in agreement on that matter, and even Thanda, who did not follow the path of energy cultivation, agreed that it was appropriate. even for herself, should she reach a certain level of power. It was likely possible to forge a path that ended up at a different end goal using natural energy, but Anton simply didn't see one that would be worthwhile. Becoming one with people, places, or a concept was the ultimate goal. The only way the word might be imperfect was that the cultivators would also be imperfect. It was a concept to strive for, but it might never be reached fully. Leading up to the date of his advancement, Anton did relatively little. He thought to visit important places from his past, but decided against it. Not because his past no longer mattered, but because if it truly mattered so much, the connection should still be with him. There were very few places he had memories that he could not relive through his connection to a local star. He could look down upon Cerritos, narrowing in on Bragara, and then Dinginan. National borders had faded after planetary unification, and most of the population wouldn't remember a time when Greyotin was separate from anything else around it. Anton looked down upon empty fields. The town had been rebuilt, abandoned, and built again several times over the course of what was nearly a millennium. Some people had tried to venerate the area as Anton's birthplace, but few even knew of the connection. It wasn't secret, but that didn't mean it was well known. Now, there were layers of history atop a few remaining pieces of what had once been the town Anton knew, and he was quite content with that. He had moved on, taking with him his memories of the places and people. The fact that the fields were currently empty of intentional growth did not bother him, as the area was brimming with natural energy. Wild plants grew tall and strong, unneeded as a source of sustenance for the surrounding. People were fed and healthy even without making use of that plot of land. Neighboring systems, those further afar where his greatest disciples first bound their home stars. To the east, a few stars curving between the shining Cooperative and the Adamant Federation, then back around the border of the lower realms. Finally to the west, the extreme end of his roaming, most of which had yet to be colonized to any extent. His thoughts flickered between all of them in mere moments. He was able to take in his stars as a whole, the people around them or that would be around them. Some of those people were paying close attention to their stars, because even if Anton would have liked his advancement to go by unnoticed, it really wasn't feasible. The first time Anton had comprehended power on the scale he was aiming for it had been a flash of inspiration born from need. He couldn't entirely get away from strife, even as he was enjoying a time of peace. The need to stop Sudin had been so great that Anton would have gladly given up himself. Instead, he'd likely received far more in the end. It was fortunate that he'd been close enough at the time to touch upon unity, or what he would eventually mold into that. Taking a cross-section of the lower realms as viewed from either above or below would reveal a pattern in Anton's stars that had at first been coincidental. A vaguely curved or oval shape had reminded him of a bow, and linking to his stars his power had chased Sudin along the tides of the world into the upper realms, rendering him asunder with spectral energy. Now Anton had formed what he considered to be another wing of a bent bow along with a knocked arrow. Artists could argue about the accuracy of the exact placements of the stars in his constellation and whether it truly fit a proper bow, but the thing that mattered to Anton was what he thought. And it was one thing to him. Certainly better than most shapes people thought they saw in constellations of a handful of stars that weren't within 100 light years of each other. A bow was still a symbol of violence, even when used for its most basic form of hunting out of necessity. Anton wouldn't be able to completely get away from that, but he didn't intend to, because it was also a threat, just not to anyone in the lower realms. Anton tried not to keep those waiting in suspense for too long, but as he ramped up his intake of power, days passed by in an instant. Then a week. Every star within Anton was activated together, and more than just drawing upon their power, he connected them. However, he didn't wish to connect them merely as sources of power, balls of plasma of differing sizes, densities, and power. Instead, he was stitching together the concept of their existence and the life they provided to those around them, or that they could provide. Maheg was excited. Anton could tell that, but he could also tell that the star was keeping itself in check. Rapid changes in stars were anything but good. Even tearing the corruption out of a star had left it unstable for a number of years. Said corruption was still being monitored on its way to a distant grave in the second nearest black hole, a lengthy journey. Each star was different. Normalizing their size and power would be a waste, but there was something Anton could learn from each, and connecting them could also connect the people around them. That was the hope, and Anton felt the people around them beginning to feel the changes. Taking the devotion that was flowing towards him, Anton tied the streams into each other. He wanted each and every person to look at their stars and think about how others were looking at something similar. Everyone except April, perhaps, though he thought to offer them the opportunity to have a star, should they feel safe coming into the outer layers of the world. Power flowed into Anton and through him. No doubt he would be growing stronger as his access to energy increased, but it wasn't for him. He was simply a medium of connection. It wasn't easy. After nearly 1,000 years of cultivation, Anton thought he could go for 1,000 more before being truly comfortable with what he was trying. But in that 1,000 years, what would happen to the world? What opportunities would people miss? Anton was sweating. He was sweating, and he was smiling. He loved work, and he loved having a purpose. He wasn't the only one. He had thousands, tens of thousands, working with him to monitor the stars, making sure the connection wasn't going to harm them somehow. Then there were billions and trillions more who were aware on a lesser level that something was happening. The people would not be connected to each other directly. Anton knew his style wasn't suited for such a thing, and he would leave that to the hive minds. Being a step removed was likely a good thing for most people. Unity and connection was available, but individuality still had to be respected. Anton was on fire, both his passions and actually. Tiny paws reached out to stabilize him, 3 squeaks aiding him from April. Verges also joined from Inistra, calming the fires of power within Anton. And finally, the best specialist of the bunch, the only one with real experience being a star. Maheg nudged Anton from inside, powerful but gentle. The flames flowing through his various connections circulated and grew, but Anton grew larger than his stars, 197 in all. He created within himself a distance, not of separation but of room to grow. Within that space, he would be able to add further stars and provide for the wants and needs of the people connected. Anton was certain of that as he felt the flames fade into something resembling a cozy hearth. The needs of the people were about what Anton expected: safety and security, well accounted for, but yet imperfect, opportunities to grow individually or as a community, and a desire Anton was aware of, but had avoided wrestling with because he was powerless in that area, a desire for connection to those who had gone to the upper realms. All of that was simply the first wave, the strongest overlapping needs. Others slowly arrived from the various people in the shelter of the stars, and from some of the stars themselves. Lifespans of millions or billions of years, depending upon the size of the star, meant they had few urgent needs. Indeed, having personally observed these stars, Anton hadn't found any problems with them, or he would have already tried to help. But with the various connections, small things began to become clear. And while very few things would be an issue for thousands or millions of years yet, it was better to act much sooner than that. And he would, as he settled into unity. Anton was tempted to test out his new power, but he had no target for violence. The upper realms were generally a problem, but provoking more conflict wouldn't be helpful. He'd instead prefer to let themselves weaken themselves with another attempted invasion. They might not, of course, but it wouldn't be too late to change his mind when something was happening. More constructively, Anton thought he could shore up some stars that were a bit imperfect, like Parises. He was the reason it was a proper star, and thus also the reason it was imperfect. Small imbalances might lead to more in the future. But as a human, sizing up a star was already an accomplishment he'd never thought he would have achieved. He had no immediate successes from the advancement still stabilizing inside of him, but the potential for nearly limitless activities was there within him, and able to be seen by others. Chapter 1149. The only negative thing Anton could say about his advancement to unity was that it was a tiny bit unsecret, which was to say, the upper realms wouldn't even need their spies to inform them something was happening. It wasn't just the activity of people in various systems, but upon Anton completing his advancement, a pulse of power had gone out from every star. So unless everyone in every system along the border and several systems deep happened to have gone on vacation all at once, the upper realms would be feeling the aftermath. Then again, the lower realms alliance wasn't exactly secretly resisting the oppression of the exalted quadrant and the Trigold cluster. The latest cycle had made that very clear, as they had decimated their forces and since then driven out many pockets of remaining presence. It was possible there were still some systems they inhabited either primarily or as part of a larger group, but they would be significantly more isolated. The main downside of the lack of secrecy was straightforward. Anton couldn't reasonably test his maximum range. It didn't matter where he aimed, hundreds of systems would directly witness the energy, and probably thousands total would be able to watch from adjacent systems. Anton was stronger, and he would be able to test the power of his arrows on a personal level. He might add a handful of light years or two onto his range, but on the constellation scale of things, he could only estimate his power. He could first conclude that he would be more effective than when he shot down Sudan, with the exception that he'd been utilizing the tides of the world and how they created a pathway that linked natural and ascension energy together. Without that, Anton would have to deal with the effects of upper energy interacting with fleeting youth, an unfortunate late-term side effect. But even if Anton had been able to anticipate his ability to shoot into the upper realms some 900 years later, he would have still chosen to use the technique for how useful it was along the way. And given Sudan's death, the way ascension energy reacted to his presence wasn't entirely negative if he just wanted to cause damage. It violently clashed with his own energy, so if he could sustain any attack for enough distance to reach his target, it should be quite effective. Alva and Katerina were watching a video from their grandfather. And so that's done now. Anyone who wants to discuss insights can come visit me. I can't come see you on account of my bad back and how existence itself hates me there. Katerina chuckled. Did he ever have a bad back? He was hunting in the woods at 100, so not in any way that counted. Alva confirmed. I probably should go visit. It might be too late to get into traditional starbinding, but he certainly got scaled down. Katerina nodded. He was already outclassing us in that manner before. Now, I suspect his various stars will be as functional as one giant anchor, able to distribute power wherever it needs to. It's a shame I can't go visit. Any secrecy about our ongoing alliance is strained at best, Alva pointed out, and I certainly won't be the one to break that illusion once and for all. Besides, even if that weren't the case, someone might wish to take advantage of my absence. We're going to need more than just a pair of domination cultivators here. How soon do you expect that to be possible? Alva asked. Because it's not particularly likely to be soon. Well, Katerina began thoughtfully. Tano will be dead or advanced within a decade. And though I believe in his spirit, we should expect that a pair of successes aren't sufficient to guarantee more. It's hardly a pattern, and our guidance could even steer people wrong if we're not careful. What about me? Alva prompted. Given the pace I was at, Katerina pondered, less than 2 centuries, nearly dying to domination energy attempting to take over significantly accelerated the insights Timothy and I had. Does domination take longer to reach than unity? Alva tilted her head. There are a million factors that could have influenced that number, Katerina said. Or perhaps actual trillions. Grandfather is more than capable of gathering devotion without ever attempting to do so. Ugh, does this mean I have to go out and help people or something? Alva wasn't actually opposed to the idea, but roaming around to help random people when she didn't feel like it was weird seems exploitative. If people have actual problems and you aid them, they won't think so, as long as you don't arrange for said issues to occur. Alva made a face. You think anyone has ever done that? Katerina raised an eyebrow. The real question is, how many people at the top haven't? I imagine some portion of the invasions were performative, and people can feel like they were helped by surviving a war, even if their own leadership was the main reason it began. People are terrible. I'm going to go find Fuzz and gather wolf devotion. Not a terrible idea, Katerina admitted. Though if you do so, you might need a very specific form of domination. The problems his mother and father had did not extend to Chitty. It was almost the opposite, except people didn't actually forget about him or anything. It was simply difficult to track him because he didn't make many public appearances and his energy wasn't obvious. He had more or less just enough energy to fly around in a vacuum, but he felt unremarkable to those who didn't know him when he wasn't covering large areas with negation. So visiting the lower realms for him was a relatively easy prospect. They had more ships going back and forth now. Not exactly a casual journey, but securing a position for himself was easy enough. Sparring with Ty Quigley once more might be entertaining. In matters of pure skill, The other man was a decent enough match despite generally relying on unusual methods. But that wasn't the reason Chitty would be going to the lower realms again. It was for the same reason everything else was happening, because of Anton. His grandfather, with a couple more generations thrown in somewhere, might not be of interest from the perspective of a sword cultivator, but both of them could certainly benefit from interaction. Chitty needed to know if negation worked on a unity cultivator. Anton should benefit from the exercise too, in some manner. It wasn't likely that there would be many others suddenly following in Chitty's footsteps, but someone might try to replicate the path, and if they happened to be extraordinarily effective in the lower realms, it was best for people to be prepared. Though setting aside Anton, the lower realms themselves were very much prepared for someone like Chitty. Though they were few and far between, there were a number of pure tech weapons that he simply wouldn't be able to handle. Negation wouldn't work on them, and he could only cut apart so many lasers before he would be defeated. If Chitty's concept of severing hadn't advanced to the level of severing immaterial things, there were far more numerous weapons that would be able to defeat him. But as it stood, he believed that only the best weapons or those in great quantity would be able to manage it. Testing that while not being annihilated would be a bit difficult. However, Anton knew Chitty was only a few days from the border of the lower realms, and he was all the way out at Clar, but things would work out. A not insignificant portion of the journey would be leaving the system itself. But before that, he had business to attend to. He had promised to meet in Evergreen for the changing of the seasons, and he wasn't going to break such a promise just because something came up after. He'd need a better reason to pull him away. Away from his bound stars, Anton probably didn't feel like a unity cultivator. So as to not disrupt the locals too much, he did his best to keep his aura much as it was before. He didn't want to attract any of the more powerful space-dwelling individuals to the planet where his friends lived, if they weren't already aware of the details on the surface. Anton could certainly deal with any threats, but he couldn't watch the system while he was away without a bound star. Unfortunately, he was probably decades away from even being able to ask to bind their stars, and that was assuming they didn't find entirely new people groups that would need to be accounted for. Just the various plants and fungi. Then again, any other sapient individuals would probably cultivate and thus be able to speak the new energy sign language. Hopefully, the Evergreen had refused to receive a name, after seeming to understand what they meant. It was inconvenient, but the Evergreen was also a solitary individual for the most part. Thus, Anton could walk up to the tree and say, "Hey you." That would be sufficient. In the hemisphere his intentionally nameless friend resided, the particular changing of the season was from winter to spring. This particular evergreen was a fir, or at least broadly resembled one. Anton walked up to the tree, nearly stepping on it. "Oh, hello there, friend. Almost missed you." The evergreen was unamused, and its energy was much larger than its physical stature. There is nothing else here. It was true. The tiny tree lived alone atop a crag in a small patch of soil that was barely enough to support an immature tree. Through some amount of determination and luck, the tree had survived at about 2 hands tall, at the same time awakening sapience. Anton sat down next to the tree. "So, I heard you have big plans. Want to let me in on them?" Some of the words he intended to say didn't translate perfectly, but Anton didn't let that hinder his intent. All shall be known when the sun hits its highest point in the sky on the agreed-upon day. Anton nodded. The tree understood that gesture, as his energy moved with his body. The same wasn't necessarily true for his small friend, which only had so much room to pack the natural energy it wished to store. Instead, it maintained a sort of aura, even imbuing some of its own natural energy into the rocky rise it dwelt upon. Waiting a few hours was simple. Anton had arrived on the precise day, given his recent busy schedule, so it was no longer than that. As he waited, he did his best not to pry into how the fur was using its energy so as to not spoil the surprise. It was difficult, but he could at least be somewhat surprised. The cracking sounds were difficult to ignore, however, even if they were extremely quiet at first. "Behold," the miniature fir tree said as the sun reached its zenith. "Freedom." Beneath it, the rock split apart as natural energy spiraled out of roots that had no doubt been growing deep into cracks for years. As one side plummeted away, the roots were exposed to air, and indeed the majority of the fir. Only a slight push of energy, and it topped forward out of its long-time home, landing messily in the soil below. The small tree seemed unperturbed, manipulating its roots to reach for the soil and to right itself. You may now provide me with a name, if you still wish, it signed from down below. No wonder it had refused Anton's offer to transplant it, despite clearly being unsatisfied. Frankly, that was much better. I do, Anton confirmed. We'll go with what you said. Liberty. It was the same sign, but if actually speaking, he would say liberty instead of freedom. Good, Liberty said. It fits. Now then, human Anton, feel free to return to your starry roots. I will be here. So it would, though clearly, some mobility was possible. Chapter 1150. Having watched Liberty break free of its rocky bonds, Anton had no further obligations in Clar for the moment. It was a little bit of a waste to come out all that way for a single event, but not nearly as much as it would have been a short time in the past. As Anton continued to grow in power, his speed continued to increase. Even before reaching Unity, he had been able to cover multiple light years per day, and afterwards, he was a bit faster now. If considering neighboring systems, he could traverse perhaps 1 or 2 per day. That would still make a trip back to the core of the Lower Realms Alliance a journey of nearly a month, but Anton thought it was pretty good that it wasn't closer to years or centuries. Plus, there was a caveat there. He could travel that quickly between arbitrary destinations, but if he had bound stars along the path, he could do much better. It would take Anton a few days to reach his nearest bound star, at which point Chitty would have already entered the lower realms. The inter-realm ships were not quick, which was why they were generally intercepted by speedier replacements, leaving them free to shuttle people back and forth across the border. If Anton left now, he could catch Chitty long before he reached Cerritos. But because they were going to a central location like that, he could afford to spend a bit more time in Clar. Much of that time was spent not with his various acquaintances, nor, sadly, with his friend Bear Hug, but instead using his significant senses to observe new parts of the system. The makeup of interplanetary species was quite interesting, and the various methods of mobility were being recorded for use by ship designers. It was unlikely that any of the various biological propulsion methods would be directly usable for ships, but they could certainly inform design. At least, that was what Anton heard they wanted the information for. When he finished some observations, he resolved to spend a longer period in the system building up relationships and helping to spread language when he next had an opportunity. But for the moment, he had an obligation to meet. The trip to the nearest bound star was relatively boring, but nowhere near as slow and uneventful as Anton's first interstellar journey alone. Anything measured in days was fairly trivial, as he'd been raised with more than sufficient patience for such a journey, even with little stimulus. Obviously, since he became a cultivator and his lifespan widened, he became even more comfortable with days slipping away. It was a relaxed journey during which he meditated upon the way his greater access to energy changed what he could do, and of course the unique aspects of unity and the association of others with his stars. But that was how things were before reaching his bound star. Once there, he used an upgraded version of a previous technique, dropping into the star and vaulting out of the other side, hurtling through subspace at tremendous speeds. The lower realms didn't have widely usable interstellar teleportation, as it was somewhat more difficult due to differences between the various sorts of energy available. So while Katarina could take advantage of their network to teleport where even others couldn't, Anton was stuck making use of more primitive methods. His speed constantly threatened to make him break out of subspace, requiring constant concentration to keep himself connected to the spatial tunnels he formed between bound stars. He had hoped he might step into one and come out another, but it didn't quite work like that. It would require an even higher level of connection between stars, one that Anton wasn't certain was wise to strive for. As it was, he was deeply aware of how distance slipped away, drawing him between one bound star and the next consecutively. Anton was certainly he could squeeze out even more speed if he was willing to push himself, and this was a perfect time to experiment. If he showed up exhausted, Chitty would simply have to wait for him to recover. Anton's rate of energy intake was greater, but so were his potential stores. He didn't yet have full access to the power of his bound stars, and if it was up to him, he never would. It was too much power for one person to use responsibly, and he truly hoped there was no crisis that could ever cause him to even think about trying to use such power. The reason was that the power a star put out was in essence its very being. If he could draw upon all of the energy in a star, the star itself would cease to exist. Though, of course, even if Anton engaged in an excessive display of energy, he would only slightly diminish one at present. But even that was unacceptable. He wished for anything connected to him to be more due to that connection instead of less. Anton wasn't quite sure if he could reasonably replenish the power of a star or meaningfully extend its lifespan, except for specific situations of instability like the corruption that had been within Klar. Other than that, Anton couldn't expect to survive more than 1,000th or 1,000,000th of the lifespan of a star to observe his true impact. Anything he did might only accomplish short-term changes, but if so, he at least wanted those impacts to be positive. The same was true of his interactions with people, though obviously it wasn't possible with everyone. Various groups were seemingly determined to be enemies of the people of the lower realms. A burst of power went out from Cerrito's star, a little unnecessary flare to signal Anton's arrival. He didn't let the energy go to waste, however, directing it towards various parts of the system that would make good use of ambient natural energy. He immediately tried to seek out Chitty, and found it to be a much more difficult task than anticipated. He should have been able to find a void, but his descendant must have reacted to his arrival and begun to actively conceal himself. An amusing diversion Anton was quite happy to go along with. Threads of energy spread throughout the system, but found nothing. Anton expanded their numbers, widening the threads into flat planes that he swept through the area. He felt some sort of response, but was quite pleased that he couldn't tell which portion of his energy was being manipulated. Anton supposed that Chitty was actually the first among them to reach such a late stage, though whether or not his second tier of negation was actually equivalent to domination and now unity was difficult to discern. Though from what he had heard, Chitty's father could find it difficult to battle him even in single combat. Energy spread out from the star in waves, Anton focusing on any minor disturbances. He found some, but they were merely curious distortion beasts at the outlying edges of the system, no doubt attracted by his own activities. The Lower Realms Alliance had ways to deal with their intrusions, but since he was responsible for drawing them in, Anton also felt obligated to drive them off. A surge of energy scared off some of the distortion beasts, but others remained. Anton had to pull out his bow, taking shots that dipped into the subspace where distortion beasts primarily lived. Anton didn't need to clearly understand their anatomy if he could simply annihilate it, and flames imbued with spectral and ascension energy burned the creatures from some sort of center outwards. For all their viciousness, Anton considered them beasts driven by their instincts. He preferred to not have to kill them, but they were too dangerous to let remain near civilized areas if they could not be chased off. Though he was sidetracked by the prospective trouble, Anton's efforts had not been in vain. He detected an area where energy flowed differently and was eventually able to focus in on a particular point. Once he focused, he got a brief glimpse of Chitty, and then all of his energy that entered a certain region simply disappeared. Even so, the signs were close enough. Anton flew towards the distant outpost where Chitty was currently staying, and eventually his grandson, with a couple extra generations in there somewhere, revealed himself. The two of them had never interacted much. Chitty had been born in the upper realms, where Anton could not go, so for centuries their only contact had been through videos or other messages. Only with a stable method to travel between realms, not during the tides of the world, did they have the opportunity to meet for pleasure. People say you remind them of Chikir, Anton commented once he was actually face-to-face with the other man. But I don't see it. Really? Chitty tilted his head. Aside from being excellent with swords, I fail to see the comparison. And that would be like comparing Anish and Fuzz for both being fire users. I never got to interact with Anish, Chitty commented. Right? Well, he's one of many family members you have here in the lower realms. Chitty only had his parents, one sibling, and Alva in the upper realms, and since the latter had no partner or children, that was the end of his relatives. Chitty nodded, an expression Anton knew was only for the sake of others. I have heard there is much anticipation for Devon reaching unity. It's a difficult process, even if the tales told of me don't show that. Devon has the talent, but it's hard to say. Tell me about it. Unity. Negation is obviously far removed from both that and domination, but I might still learn something. And this is where you differ most from Chikir. She would have demanded a spar first. Chitty smiled, his face lighting up, even spreading as far as his closed eyelids. She certainly would have. A few minutes later, the two of them were sitting and drinking tea. Anton thought that even the most basic products had sufficient quality for anyone but the greatest tea snobs. Anything that didn't was quickly driven out of the market by more passionate producers. Tea hadn't been something he particularly interacted with in Dinganon, but he'd grown to love it in the order. Unity is just what it sounds like, Anton said. As he did, he thought of a different way he could have found Chitty. He reserved that idea for later. It's about becoming one with things outside of the self. I always chose a path of promoting relations with others, even in Essence Collection. And before you cultivated, I have heard. Alva had much to say about you as her grandfather. Even though Janina had died not long after she was born, she recalled the joy you brought to the family. For the first decade, the memories of death had been sharp and painful for at least another century beyond that. Now, Anton simply retained fond memories. It is the most good I can do for the world. People need a place to belong, both with people and with what they do. Everyone can become an important part of things, if given the opportunity. Forcing people into a position they don't fit, however, isn't much fun for anyone. Anton went on to describe the connections he felt to the people as a whole. Terilia was a particularly special example of that, as it was part of the former numerological compact and had hive mind cultivators there. Perhaps ironically, that meant he revealed few needs that were not already known, but the desires of those not part of the hive mind still came through. Nothing individualistic, but providing opportunities for those with strong passions was made simple with widespread cooperation. Not that hive minds were necessary. The Lower Realms Alliance was excellent at such things. Not every system was precisely as developed as they might want to be, but they could get help from neighbors if they communicated their needs. People still had to deal with cycles of pain and loss, grievance over deaths of loved ones. There were also other pains, such as loss of employment or failures to advance, but those were temporary. Either way, people were ready for the negative circumstances that came upon them, far more often through misfortune than intentional actions of other humans. Some still made mistakes or had ill intent, but the Alliance strove for perfection, even if they would never reach it. Chitty then discussed negation. More than a rejection of the world or powerful energy, it was an acceptance. He didn't force anything to stop, but balanced the flow such that nothing happened, at least for a time. It was an understanding of both himself but the world around him. And both Chitty and Anton were highly interested in seeing how it would affect him, so they would be moving on to sparring soon. Just not as the very first thing after meeting up.